You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individual involved with.
All medical advice and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. Welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Education News. I'm live, as you can tell, right here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Just like the other day, Cindy is in a coffee shop. She's traveling around Amsterdam. I seen she's posted some pictures of her on some chair way above the sky. Not above the sky, but above the ground, sort of on the top of a tower. And she's going around the outside of it. Not for me, I'll tell you that. I like to keep my feet on the ground. Today in the news, while she's in Amsterdam, we're heading to the US, UK, Germany, and of course, we'll have news right here from good old Canada. But to get things started, our first story of the day is we're going to be talking psychedelics. And that is because psilocybin is an effective treatment for repeated concussions, a study suggests. And this comes to me from newatlas.com. And, when it comes to sports, especially sports, there's all kinds of head injuries, concussions, and stuff like that. So this could be good news. They say harm caused by repeated concussions, especially in the context of sports, has gained attention in both research and in the media. A new study has found that psilocybin, the psychedelic ingredient in magic mushrooms, could be an effective treatment because of its brain healing properties. Over 90% of the cases of traumatic brain injury, which is TBI, are mild, but even if it's regarded as mild, a head bump, blow, or jolt sustained during a sports match or military service will still causes the brain to bounce around within the skull, stretches and damage brain cells and causes chemical changes in the brain. There's growing evidence on the long-term impact of repeated mild head impacts. It says that other than waiting and seeing, there aren't any medical treatments for these traumatic brain injuries. However, a new study led by researchers at Boston's Northern University has found that psilocybin, which is in the magic mushrooms, could have a great potential due to its brain healing properties. According to Craig Ferris, a professor of psychology and pharmaceutical studies at Northeastern and studies corresponding author, says, I really did incredible things. It really did incredible things. What we found was that with head injuries is that functional connections go down across the brain. You give the psilocybin, and not only does it return to normal, but the brain becomes hyper connected. In a previous study, researchers have shown that a single mild impact to the head, one that didn't show up on as a structural brain damage on imaging, such as an MRI scan, resulted in temporary increase in brain swelling caused by the leakage of fluid and proteins from damaged brain cells. This leakage disrupts the blood-brain barrier, which is a protective membrane that separates circulating blood from the brain tissue, leading to fluid buildup and increased pressure in the brain. The researchers noted that the edema from the single blow, which occurred in specific brain regions, peaked at 6 hours but resolved after a day. Well, it's good that they resolved. They say there's no concussion, no, there's no contusion and bleeding in the brain after one impact, says Ferris. All you see is the bump on the head from the edema on the skin that's perfectly fine. But if you have 2 or more bumps, then you've got these long, protracted problems with neuroinflation, changes in the blood-brain barrier permanently, and changes in cognitivity. For the current study, the researchers adopted a model that mimicked the types of sports-related head injuries that U.S. National Football League players might sustain. 9-month-old female rats, roughly equivalent to a 27-year-old human, were divided into 3 experimental groups. One group was given a mild head injury each day for 3 consecutive days and injected with 3 milligrams per kilogram dose of psilocybin after each impact. Another was given the same head impacts and injected with saline. The third, a control group, was given no head impacts and injected with saline. On day 3, within an hour of receiving the last bump on the head, the rats had blood taken to test for biomarkers of mild head injuries and underwent a brain MRI. Cognitive and motor behaviors testing was carried out on days 4 to 10. A follow-up MRI was done on day 22. Now, Ferris says that we impact them on the head. We don't use anesthesia because people aren't impacted under that in real life. Everything we do mimics the human experience. We've replicated the problem as true as we could to the actual experience. The result we get with MRIs are the same results reported in the clinic. So not only does the experience replicate, but the results from the experience translate to the human condition are measured in scanners all over Boston. Consistent with what's seen in real life human examples of mild TBI, the rats displayed no significant behavior deficits. However, the researchers did find some key brain changes accompanying the head impacts. So rats given psilocybin post-head injuries showed reduced edema and dramatic hyperactivity in parts of the brain that are pathways for dopamine, the so-called happy hormone. Simply put, there was a significant increase in communication between regions of the brain. But more than that, the researchers said that the hyperconnected dopaminergic pathways could indicate neuroplasticity, the ability of the brain to reorganize itself in response to injury, which may aid recovery. Now, according to Ferris, he goes on to say, I was absolutely stunned. It actually improves these neuroradiological measures associated with head injury. There's some pictures of the brain. Now, protein analysis revealed that psilocybin caused a decrease in phosphorylated Te, a modified form of Te protein that plays a significant role in brain function, especially in maintaining the structure of nerve cells or neurons. Importantly, this phosphorylated Te has been implicated in several neurodegenerative diseases, including Alzheimer's disease and frontotemporal dementia, Parkinson's disease, and chronic traumatic encephalopathy, something like that. Another protein, brain-derived neurotropic factor, which is vital to neural survival and growth, was increased post psilocybin. There we go. There's much more here, but we're going to finish off there, and I'm going to go on to my next story. But yeah, it's just amazing what they're finding out about psilocybin, magic mushrooms, the way that reconnects the brain. Yeah, quite the stuff. Alrighty, on to the next story, and this time we're heading over to the UK, where they've been doing some studies with epilepsy in patients. And here we go. This comes to me from the International Cannabis Business Conference. Headline says UK epilepsy patients improve following medical cannabis therapy. And we've been talking about this for years, but they always say we need more studies. We need more studies. So, well, here you go. Here's another study saying what we've been saying. A growing list of peer-reviewed studies, personal medical cannabis patient testimonials, demonstrates that cannabis is medicine and it can be effectively used to treat a wide range of health conditions. Suffering patients for one serious health condition in particular, epilepsy, seem to be greatly benefit from the incorporation of medical cannabis therapies in treatment regions. Epilepsy patients from around the globe have repeatedly experienced the traumatic improvements following medical cannabis use. A team of researchers in the UK recently conducted a study involving patients with treatment-resistant epilepsy and medical cannabis, and the results of their findings found that the patients experienced significant improvements. The British investigators have assessed the use of cannabis-based medicinal products in a cohort of 134 patients with treatment-resistant epilepsy. Patients' outcomes were assessed at 1, 3, and 6 months. Medical cannabis treatment was associated with improvements in patients' reported epilepsy specific outcomes, alongside improvements in anxiety, sleep quality, and health-related quality of life. Over 96% of study subjects reported no adverse events from cannabis treatment. Treatments with CBMPs, which is the cannabis-based medicinal products, that's what it's short for, was associated with an improvement in both epilepsy-specific and general health-related quality of life. Outcomes at 1, 3, and 6 months, the study authors concluded. This study shows the promising potential of cannabis-based marijuana products, medical products, as an objective treatment option for the management of TRE, which is treatment-resistant epilepsy. And in 2018, regulators at the U.S. Food and Drug Administration granted market approval to Epilox, a prescription medicine containing a standardized formulation of plant-derived CBD for the treatment of two rare forms of epilepsy, Lennox-Gastaut syndrome and Dravet syndrome. Other observational studies assessing the use of cannabis products among those enrolled in the UK Medical Cannabis Registry have reported them to be effective for patients diagnosed with cancer-related pain, anxiety, inflammatory bowel disease, hypermobility disorder, depression, migraines, multiple sclerosis, osteoarthritis, and inflammatory arthritis, among other conditions. And the list just keeps growing and growing. So here we go. From that story, we'll move on to the next one. Yeah, it just keeps coming up with good news on the old cannabis front and how it's helping patients. And the more that we can spread that around, the more that we can tell other people, the better that it gets for everybody. Here we go. On to the next story. This one comes to me from the university. What is it? Yeah, is it the university? It's college. It's from San Francisco, anyways. But I'll get the right name out. Now, how magic mushrooms could help Parkinson's disease patients. There we go again. Something else magic mushrooms can help with. Okay. Psilocybin, a natural compound found in certain mushrooms, has shown promise in treating depression and anxiety. UC San Francisco researchers wanted to know if it could be used to help Parkinson's patients who often experience debilitating mood dysfunction, in addition to their motor symptoms, and don't respond well to antidepressants, and other medications. The results were surprising. Yeah, surprising. Not only did participants tolerate the medicine without serious side effects or worsening symptoms, which is what the pilot study was designed to test, they also experienced clinically significant improvements in mood, cognition, and motor function that lasted for weeks after the medicine was out of their system. It is the first time a psychedelic has been tested on patients with any neurodegenerative disease. According to Elaine Bradley, she's assistant professor and assistant director at UCSF's Transitional Psychedelic Research Program, says that we are still in very early stages of this work. But this first study went well beyond what we expected. Many people don't realize this, but mood symptoms in Parkinson's are linked to a faster physical decline, and they are actually a stronger predictor of patients' quality of life with Parkinson's than their motor symptoms. Researchers in the TRPR program within UCSF's Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Science and Department of Neurology teamed up to lead this project, which was funded by an anonymous donor. The findings appeared online earlier this month in Neuropsychopharmacology. It's a Nature publication. Parkinson's disease, it's a progressive neurodegenerative disorder characterized by uncontrolled movements due to abnormal brain activity. Affects about 1 million Americans, with medications like levodopa can relieve symptoms. There are no approved therapies to slow the progression or reverse the disease itself. Common early physical symptoms include tremors and foot dragging, but Bradley said anxiety and depression in patients with no history of psychiatric problems often perceive the onset of other symptoms by several years. It's unclear why standard medications often don't work well for these patients, but mood changes could be part of the neurodegenerative disease process. To test the safety of psilocybin for these patients, the researchers gave 7 men and 5 women with mild to moderate Parkinson's disease a 10 milligram dose, followed 2 weeks later by a higher dose of 25 milligrams, which is just microdosing. The patients completed psychotherapy sessions before and after the psilocybin, 8 sessions in total, and were evaluated for changes in mood, cognition, and motor functions. Nearly all participants experienced some adverse events while on the psilocybin, such as anxiety, nausea, and elevated blood pressure. They were not serious enough to require medical intervention. The participants' meaningful improvements in their mood, cognition, and motor symptoms at both their 1 week and 1 month follow-up appointments. The team evaluated the participants' mood again 3 months after their psilocybin sessions and found it was still significantly improved. This is 3 months later, and the patient hasn't had to take more medications like popping pills and all that stuff. So this is great news. Researchers suggested a variety of explanations for the improvements. The beneficial impact of psilocybin on the patient's mood could have led to better cognitive and motor functions. For example, people feel better, and that in turn helps them socialize and become more active, both key elements of Parkinson's treatment. Another therapy is that psilocybin could provide relief from multiple symptoms of the disease by reducing inflammation and prompting neuroplasticity, the growth and reconnection of brain cells involved in mood, cognition, and movement regulation. The results of this pilot study were promising enough that the researchers are conducting a larger randomized controlled trial at UCSF, enrolling a larger and more diverse group of patients. The second study incorporates non-invasive brain stimulation, neuroimaging, and other tools to understand how psilocybin impacts inflammation and neuroplasticity. It will include a second site at Yale University with the aim of enrolling 100 patients. This work will be funded by the same anonymous donor that paid for the safety pilot as well by the Michael J. Fox. Uh, uh, um, watches TV would know probably Michael J. Fox. You would know him from what's that? The DeLorean, the movie there with the DeLorean in it. I just can't think of it offhand. He was in that, and yeah, he's big time stuff for Parkinson's disease. The vast majority of brain diseases still lack interventions that change the course of illness, says the study's senior author Joshua Woolley, associate professor at UCSF and director of the TRPR program. He says that we can often treat the symptoms, but we don't alter the trajectory or prevent decline. Now that's beginning to change. These reasons raise the exciting possibility that psilocybin may help the brain repair itself. Wow. Yeah, sounds like it. Sure does. I see I got some comments. I'll get to the comments just as I go to the break. And see, I'll just do it right now. Why not? Here we go. G'day, Gordo. How you doing, buddy? He says, amazing. Stops you from taking a handful of prescription shit. Exactly. And that's what I say. Exactly. Thanks for the name for the Gordo says the movie was called Back to the Future. But yeah, it's just amazing that 3 months from taking that last dose and you're not popping a bunch of pills in that time. And the patients are showing, still a benefit from that. So yeah. That is all good news. Alrighty, moving on. We're heading to DC in this next story. This one comes to me from StratCan. Headline says that Nelson City Council to consider cannabis patio permit. All right, we need more of these across the country, but it's got to start somewhere. So hopefully, something like this, cannabis patio permit, so people can consume outside. Let's see what they have to say. Nelson City staff are recommending that the City Council approve an application for a temporary permit for cannabis consumption on the patio of a local cafe in downtown Nelson, BC. In an agenda for a Nelson City Council meeting on Tuesday, May the 6th, so tomorrow, City Council recommend approving an application from the Yahoo Culture Cafe for a 3-year temporary use permit to allow cannabis consumption on its patio and balcony. I hope to have an update on that come Thursday. A TUP provides the city with an opportunity to host an open to then set site-specific conditions to manage and mitigate any concerns. The plan for the business has been in the works for years, explains Brenton Raby, the owner of the cafe and the building it is located in, which has undergone extensive remodeling with plans to create a cannabis consumption space. Raby initiated the process with the city of Nelson in November of 2024 and began exploring the TUP process in early 2025. Now, the TUP is valid for 3 years with the option for a 3-year renewal and provides an opportunity to apply for a more secure zoning variance. Additionally, it would allow the business to avoid the city's clean air bylaw and restrictions on cannabis consumption spaces outlined in the city zoning bylaw. Although confident, I am a bit nervous, as stigma and prejudice can still influence decision, Raby tells Strachan. Exactly, it sure can. He goes on to say, I have been so involved in political policy, activism, and building renovations for so long that sometimes the business plan has been in the background. I already have a business license, a health permit, a registered trademark, and a full cafe, and ready to go. I am hoping that with the TUP in hand, I can find a partner and or operator to help get the opening. Raby acquired the building that is home to the Yahoo Cafe in 2010. The building had previously been home to the Holy Smoke, a storied business in Nelson known as an unofficial head shop long before cannabis was legalized. Raby says his vision for the building has long been one that can build upon the sort of legacy, but in a way that fits the current and future needs of cannabis consumers and tourists in the Nelson area. Says that the space is an ultra-modern space that is going to serve the tourist market and local cannabis consumers alike. It's a different market than when cannabis was illegal. There's a huge pent-up need for social expression from the cannabis community, locals, and tourists here in Nelson. So we're trying to find a real, authentic experience. Rabbi adds that he is cautiously optimistic about the chance that council approves the recommendation. He says cannabis consumption spaces are driven by consumers' desire to socialize, and oftentimes they are not able to consume cannabis where they live. Bang on. So we are a business that senses this latent demand within the cannabis community for social spaces and a space where we can educate and move people forward in how they consume cannabis. Nelson and the Coonies are a tourism mecca, both summer and winter. So to be able to finally serve that element in Nelson would be great. It's exactly what the lounges did for years. And yeah, those smoke-free acts killed them all. But he's talking exactly what those lounges did in the past. It was a community spot. It was for socializing, people getting together. It was, helping patients. They say if approved, the Yahoo Cafe would be one of the only officially approved cannabis consumption spaces in BC and probably all of Canada. Well, we got some in Toronto. BC began allowing businesses like cafes, restaurants, bars, and casinos in 2024, but approved smoking areas to allow cannabis smoking in those same areas. Now, the ones in Toronto that I sort of mentioned there, they are research places, so they wouldn't be the same as this. So I can understand where they're coming from as being the only one similar to this, the only one like this in Canada. However, municipal bylaws can still be better. Only a handful of spaces have opened, although many municipalities in the province do not allow these types of smoking areas, regardless of what is being smoked. One opened in Maple Ridge briefly in 2024, and another has been operating in Mission, BC since the summer of 2024. BC first engaged the public about these proposed changes in 2023 as part of the broader industry outreach and initiative. Previously, these were both specifically not allowed under BC's regulations. The restrictions on associations with another business in Section 517 of the CRS and PRS licensee handbooks has been removed. The language restricting the promotion of a place to consume cannabis or spend time after consuming cannabis is also removed from the CRS and PRS licensing handbooks. Well, that's good news. The provincial government knows that the cannabis consumption is still not allowed in cannabis stores. Licensees must ensure that any cannabis consumption near the store is not within their establishment. Smoking and vaping are prohibited in all workplaces and indoor public spaces in BC. Tobacco and vapor products can be used on an outdoor hospitality patio, such as a patio of a bar, casino, or cafe, as long as it is within a buffer zone and there are no open windows, doors, or active air intakes between the patio and the hospitality venue. BC has been increasingly focusing on the issue of consumption spaces and cannabis tourism, launching a province-wide engagement paper last year. The What We Heard report, which I remember that coming out, from the engagement process was released in January 2023, and the report reveals significant public support for consumption spaces, balanced with concerns with law enforcement and public health agencies. So obviously the public wants it. It's been 2 years, just over 2 years since that came out. So hopefully this is a sign of progress and that they can get these places moving and maybe get them moving across the country, not just only in BC, because they are welcome. They'd be welcome across the country. There's no doubt about that. So, all right, time for me to medicate. Got my vape pen right here. I'll be right back afterwards. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, we're back. And don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, hit that subscribe button while you're there. Whether you're watching us on the Pace Radio Network, cannabis is here in Canada. Anything that's be labeled organic under the legal system. We're going to get into that as the second half of the program gets going. But first, we're going to start off with a story from the International Cannabis Business Conference that says that Canada, alcohol, a greater threat to road safety than cannabis. Yes, I completely agree to that one for sure. When it comes to cannabis policy modernization efforts, two of the most popular talking points within the cannabis opponent community are that cannabis reform will harm children and that cannabis reform will result in less safe public roadways. Historically, in every jurisdiction where cannabis policy reform is being proposed, these two talking points are almost always offered up by cannabis opponents. What cannabis opponents fail to recognize is that responsible cannabis advocates also want to ensure that children and public roadways are safe, which is why we advocate for sensible regulation over prohibition. Alcohol is an intoxicating substance that is popular all around the world. Just as alcohol can be permitted and regulated, the same should also be true for cannabis. A recent analysis in Canada found that alcohol poses a greater threat to road safety. That's right. They say alcohol is among the most frequently detected controlled substances identified in drivers following a motor vehicle accident, and it remains the greatest threat to road safety, according to the data published in the Journal of American Medical Association, Network Open. Canadian researchers reviewed blood work data for over 8,300 drivers involved in a motor vehicle accident. Over half of the study's participants tested positive for the presence of a controlled substance. Drivers most likely to test positive for either depressants, cannabis, or alcohol, with cannabis being common among young drivers ages 19 to 24. However, most drivers who tested positive for the presence of THC in blood did so at nominal levels, indicating that their exposure may have been several hours or even days beforehand. Because, as we know, THC can stay in the system for a long time. They say only about 3% of the participants tested positive for THC levels above the 5 nanogram limit. These statistics suggest that although more drivers test positive for THC, alcohol remains the greatest threat to road safety, the study's authors conclude. A prior Canadian study reported that drivers treated for traffic-related injuries are often 3 times as likely to test positive for elevated levels of alcohol than elevated levels of THC. Driving simulator studies report that cannabis administration is typically associated with compensatory driving behavior, such as decreased mean speed and increased mean following distance, whereas alcohol administration is associated with more aggressive driving behavior. Nevertheless, cannabis exposure can influence certain psychomotor skills necessary for safe driving, such as reaction time and driver's ability to maintain lane positioning. I can see that, especially in the newer consumers. But I know that from one report that I read in the past that one of the things they look for when it comes to the police, they look for mention the maintain the lane positioning. They say that the cannabis consumer will weave within the lines, not over the lines, but within the lines. Now, a study conducted by the U.S. National Highway Traffic Administration reported that drivers who test positive for any amount of THC possess on average, a far lower risk of being involved in a traffic collision than do drivers who test positive for alcohol or near legal limits. By contrast, drivers who test positive for the presence of both THC and alcohol in the system tend to possess significantly higher odds of being involved in a motor vehicle accident than they do who tested positive for either substance alone. So there you go. Tests, studies, they always want more studies. So there's another one, which was good news. And there's been studies. There's one that we just did recently, I think it was from Australia, with the patients and testing for patients and the driving skills. And then on Saturday, during the Global Marijuana March in Toronto, I was talking to my friend Janine, and she was telling us about how there's patients in, I believe it was Germany, where they've been able to actually prove through testing, over a year's worth of testing, that they drive better with THC. And on their driver's license, it says that they are required to have THC in their system in order to make them a safe driver. I'm going to be cutting stuff like that out of that. We had an 1.5 hour long video of it, and I cut stuff like that and put it out so people can see it, and find that out. And like I said to her, geez, we could do that. We should be able to do that testing here in Canada. It'd be interesting to see what kind of results we would get. So, all right, we're going to move on to the next story. And this one comes to me from the Business of Cannabis. Headline says, the glaring omission of the endocannabinoid system from mainstream medical knowledge and its real-world impact. It sure is. It sure is. Despite being one of the most important regulatory systems in human physiology, the endocannabinoid system, which is the ECS, remains explicitly absent from almost all mainstream medical education. We've asked that many times, and it is. It's missing. A report published by Voltface in 2022 found that in the UK, while around 40,000 clinicians are eligible to prescribe medical cannabis, only 100 are thought to do so actively. What? As is often discussed in industry across the world, this is due to a critical lack of understanding about cannabis-based medicines amongst doctors. However, according to Dr. Stefan Brosled, molecular pharmacologist and founder of the ECS education. This lack of understanding goes far beyond cannabis as a medicine, meaning a crucial physiological system is scarcely acknowledged in mainstream medical knowledge. He told the business of cannabis, essentially, we need to present the endocannabinoid system in a comprehensive physiological context, because this is fundamentally about human biology. It actually has very little to do with medical cannabis. The connection between the two came about by chance. It was through studying cannabis that we discovered the ECS, but the system itself is foundational to human physiology. I'll get it out. But yeah, Dr. Shulin, I've got a video. I've seen that video of him saying that. It's just a fluke of nature that we've got something that matches with the cannabis. But yeah, the ECS is so important, and doctors aren't being taught that. Over the last decade, Dr. Broslid has led thousands and thousands of papers, or has read thousands and thousands of papers on the ECS. He believes this has given him a rare, comprehensive overview of the system, an overview that most healthcare professionals, through no fault of their own, simply do not have. The main issue with the launch of medical cannabis as a therapeutic was that healthcare professionals were not allowed to get a core understanding of the ECS prior to that, he says. Now, according to Dr. Broslid, the lack of education has led to widespread misconceptions and missed opportunity to integrate ECS knowledge into a clinical practice. Stigma was split over cannabis, he says, and I think it's got to do a lot with semantics. In a revealing study published in October 2024, which surveyed 610 nurses and nursing students in Portugal, almost 80% of the nurses and 84% of the students appreciated the therapeutic benefits of medical cannabis, but almost 72% of the nurses and 80% of the students had never heard of the ECS. None. He suggested this is perhaps because we named one of the most important physiological systems in our bodies after one of the most controversial plants in society. My daughter's a nurse. They did have a little bit about cannabis, and I will check on the ECS and see if she learned anything about that. And something's telling me that these people are right. They didn't learn anything of it. But we'll find out. I'll ask. One of the most striking observations Dr. Broslid has made is how slowly the ECS knowledge has been adopted in educational materials. To demonstrate this lack of adoption visually, Dr. Broslid refers to an article from his educational platform, ECS Education, examining one of the most utilized and widely cited textbooks in medical education, the Guyton and Hall textbook of medical physiology. He explained, I attempted to illustrate the delay between scientific discoveries and their inclusion in the medical literature. What's striking is how long it's taken for the ECS to be recognized, especially compared to other major discoveries. And there's the handbook. There's the drawing he's talking about right there. It says this mission has efficacy of the medicine has become an all too familiar, not almost automatic response from the medical community. Although, as previously stipulated by Dr. Broslid, medical cannabis treatment addresses only a fraction of the endocannabinoid system's broader role. This reasoning falls short when examining the lack of adoption wider adoption, wider education around the ECS. Dr. Broslid demonstrates that extensive research has been carried out on the ECS, but the exclusion from medical education persists, leaving a glaring chasm of understanding for medical professionals. He says that the ECS plays a regulatory role in virtually every major system of the body, whether it's endocrine, nervous, muscular, or any of the 12 to 13 primary physiological systems. It's essential to maintaining homeostasis. So if medical professionals aren't being taught about the ECS in medical school, and currently they're missing a crucial part of how the body works. Without that knowledge, how can we expect them to deliver truly optimal care? It's simply not possible. A separate study conducted by the ECS Education, which examined data from 1,000 academic articles published between 2002 and 2022, found that over 1,200 publications in ProMed had endocannabinoid system in their titles, and 76,843 total citations were made based on a Google Scholar data. Furthermore, it found the ECS and H-index, a metric commonly used in academic research to measure the productivity and impact of researchers, journal, or specific field of study based on citations, was 138, putting it well above research on well-established systems, including the digestive, endocrine, respiratory, and lymphatic systems. Yet, despite this growing body of knowledge, almost none of it is being translated into medical education. That's the real issue. We have this expanding mountains of evidence, but it remains disconnected from the training that healthcare professionals receive. It's incredibly frustrating. It's nuts. Why would they not include it? Far beyond the various indications medical cannabis treatments has been proven to help treat, understanding the ECS could have major implications for the treatment of many common modern health issues. Dr. Broslid says, I feel the industry is still very focused on medical cannabis, which makes sense, as it's currently the primary therapy we have that directly targets the endocannabinoid system. However, in my view, the ECS is deeply interconnected with nutrition. As the ECS is a lipid-based signaling system, meaning the molecules it uses to function are derived from dietary fats like omega-6 fatty acids, which serve as precursors to endocannabinoids. He believes modern diets are driving an imbalance in the system. Yeah. Radical, it's in the movie What If Cannabis Cured Cancer? And they call it radical stuff. And they talk about because of the food, the diets. Now instead of eating healthy foods, people are all going out and getting fast food. So you got the free radicals, I believe is what this term was, within our systems. And it's maybe talking on ECS. So in today's diet, where many people consume 20 to 30 times more omega-6 than omega-3 fatty acids, this can lead to overactivation of the ECS. I believe this chronic overstimulation is a key driver behind the rise of metabolic syndrome and obesity that we're seeing globally. In efforts to address this knowledge gap, Dr. Broslid is working with the Medical Cannabis Clinician Society in the UK to develop a range of training programs for health professionals. My role focuses specifically on the endocannabinoid system. I've created a 40 to 50-minute course on the ECS physiology, which covers the system in detail, but includes very little about cannabis itself. The emphasis is on understanding the ECS imbalance in various diseases, states, and how it relates to broader human physiology. This course is set to be delivered to all MCCS members during the upcoming spring. There you go. He's right. How come the doctors aren't taught about it? As he said, even not even connecting to cannabis. The system itself is important. It does so much for us, but doctors aren't being taught that, and that's just crazy. They should be. It's so important to our system. It doesn't need to be left out. All right, on to the next story. This one's going to come to me from Scrat Can. As I mentioned, I was going to talk about what does organic cannabis mean in Canada through the legal system. How do you get your product labeled organic? So here we go. This is, as I mentioned, from StratCan. What does organic really mean in Canadian cannabis? I know what this means for me. The term organic carries a lot of weight in the food and agricultural industries, but when it comes to cannabis in Canada, its definition isn't as straightforward. Unlike food products, which fall under the Canadian Food Inspection Agency and Safe Food for Cannabis Act, which cannabis has yet to receive similar federal recognition. This leaves organic certification in the hands of a third-party certifying bodies, leading to some variation in standards. According to regenerative organic agronomist Ave Singh, the lack of federal oversight means the definition of organic cannabis is largely determined by the independent certifiers already overseeing organic food products. Singh goes on to say, the word organic has been usurped by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency when it comes to anything related to food. The Safe Foods for Canadians Act has not recognized cannabis as food. So CFRA or CFIA then says they don't have to certify cannabis. Despite this, third-party certifiers such as the Pacific Agricultural Certification Society, the Fraser Valley Organic Producers Association, and ProCert assesses cannabis cultivation using organic standards similar to those applied for food. Now, Singh added that they are the same people who are certifying our coffee, our strawberries, and our lettuce. Now, one of the key factors these certifiers consider is the growing medium. For cannabis to be certified organic, growers must use a soil medium that includes an organic matter fraction with a mineral fraction, an essential distinction as some cultivation methods, such as hydroponics and aeroponics, do not meet these criteria. However, because there is no single government body enforcing regulations, there is room for interpretation among certifiers. Singh points out that an individual's personal definition of organic may also influence their view of certification. He says, if to you organic has something to do with ecological sustainability, then the idea of growing in a monoculture in a building using high amounts of energy may not mesh with your views of organic. Now, Elliot Fromworth, organic system advisor at the Coast Mountain Cannabis, echoes this statement. So the term organic gets thrown around a lot these days, and honestly, it's lost some of its meaning. Just because something is labeled organic doesn't mean it's clean or truly natural. At Coast Mountain, the definition of organic extends beyond certification, a long-term soil stewardship, and clean inputs. We think of organic as alive and of the earth. We've been using the same soil in our original grow since November 2019, and we're now in our 29th cycle. That's a testament to the strength and sustainability of our system. For Coast Mountain, this means avoiding synthetic salts, preservatives, petroleum-based inputs, and solvent-based processing agents. Instead, they build their soil with carbon-rich matter, high-quality compost, humic, and folic acids, and probiotics, creating a thriving biome where microbes feed the plants. The result, says from Wurtzer, is flower that with better terpene profiles, deeper aromas, and smoother, cleaner smoke. Yeah. Living soil, for sure. Living soil. Another leading producer is Rubicon Organics, certified by the FVOPA. The organization maintains both national and international relationships within the organic industry and works towards establishing equivalency with other certifiers worldwide. For Rubicon, organic certification goes beyond just the growing medium. Their day-to-day practices adhere to strict organic guidelines. They include no genetically engineered products or organisms, organic certified fertilizers that nurture microbial life in the soil, no synthetic plant hormones or growth regulators, only permitted substances for pest control as outlined in the Canadian Organic Standards, no intentional use of nanotechnology, no radiation, so no radiation spread on your cannabis, certified packaging that meets the VFOPA standards, biologically active soil as the required growing medium, mandatory composting of growing medium unless restricted by Health Canada. Sunlight is a primary light source with artificial light use only as a supplement. Trellis materials that do not leach prohibited substances. This rigorous requirements demonstrate the complexity of organic certification in Canada and highlight the level of commitment required from producers to achieve and maintain organic status. Still, with different certifiers applying their own interpretations of organic principles, transparency becomes key. One of the simplest things consumers can do is check for a listed certified body, says Fromwitz. If a company is truly organic, they'll be transparent about who certified them. It'll be on the package, their website, or both. No hiding. Fromwitz encourages consumers to look beyond the label. Ask how they're growing. Are they using living soil long term? What kind of inputs are they feeding their soil? Do they talk about preserving the microbiome? He believes that the real organic growing is about more than skipping synthetics. It's about building and sustaining a balanced living system. The only problem is you had to talk directly to the producer of the product because the bud tender is not going to know a lot of these questions. To the end, Rubicon Organics believes cannabis should be included under the same federal governing bodies that oversees organic food products. It should fall under the federal governing bodies as per other food products and allow cannabis producers to use the Canadian Organic logo if they abide by licensed organic standards, said COO Melanie Ramsey. A national standard for cannabis further legitimizes this industry alongside all the other food industries. And Ramsey adds that a federally regulated organic standard would ensure transparency, safety, sustainability, and consistency across the industry. It would also provide clarity for consumers, retailers, and provincial distributors, ensuring they can trust its meaning when they see an organic label. Until such a system is in place, cannabis producers looking for organic certification will continue to work with independent certifiers, each of whom applies similar but not identical standards. For now, what makes cultivars or cannabis organic in Canada remains, in part, a matter of interpretation. But to the country's most committed cultivars, it's a living philosophy rooted in ecology, transparency, and trust. So there you go. That's what in organic cannabis here in Canada. You can see where there's no actual certification. It's companies that have come up with something and they label them. So that gives you an idea. Some of the companies that were doing it, Rubicon was one of them, and the other one was Coast Mountain Cannabis. If you're looking for organic cannabis, those would be two places that, or two of the products that are out there that are done organically, or at least you can get an idea by that story where they are on doing things. So, all right, folks, that's it. I'm done for the news report for today. Thanks to our buds at the Campbell Lifestyle Shop at Ease in Limestone City Hydroponics. In closing, as I always like to say, thanks for tuning in, thanks for watching, thanks for listening. Plus, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Cannabis and Coffee with me, to Marijuana. I don't know why it feels like it's so, I don't know, like the camera's all foggy or something. I don't know. I've been trying to figure it out for like the last hour. And then the computer was deciding it was going to be like all funky and stuff. So we are live on paceradio.net. So I'd like to also thank Al and all our sponsors for making this show possible, and that we continue to spread cannabis education. And I'm just also posting on TikTok. So maybe somebody will come up, because we can actually bring people up for a panel today. So we're just like doing that. Okay, we're just going to stop this now. But yeah. So this morning I was actually on my Facebook, and actually I get a message from Shaw Rose, and there is a consultation that we are all missing out on. So I'm going to bring that consultation up this morning as well, because I'm kind of interested in seeing, what it has to say. So we're just going to pop into here, and I'm going to pull that up. Yeah, I'll do that. Done. Okay. So I'm looking up this, where is it? Crap. It's in my so it's www Canada .ca / health / the hell's that? Canada / programs / consultation. Oh, I spelled that wrong. They probably didn't fix my shit this morning either because I all had a consultation. Why can't I spell? That's not right either. Consultation. TION, that's right. ON. Consultation. 2 words. Okay, let's see if this will just get me there. Not found. Oh my fucking God. After I typed all that out. You're kidding me. Okay, so we're just going to go to Health Canada. Health Canada. Come on. Computer is just pissing me off this morning too. Because I was just about to go live and then that little, started spinning on it. Right? So when you're trying to get things done and then all of a sudden your computer decides it's going to go, fuck you. And you're just like, oh my God, you're kidding me, right? So I did that this morning and it's kind of like, I don't know. I mean, I've had this Mac now for a few years. And I'm pretty happy with it because I don't use it that often. But let me tell you, when it decides it's not going to work, it's not going to work. And it's a Mac. Okay, so we got Health Canada. I'm looking at it. It's still thinking like, oh my God, I got it. Maybe an update. It keeps telling me to update stuff, but and now we're sitting here going back and forth and back and forth. Like, oh my God, I'm going to snap. Because I don't even know if you guys can see me or not because everything's frozen. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Okay, I don't know, I might have frozen because like I said, this computer. Anyway, okay, so we're finally at Health Canada. So we want to go to consultation, drugs and health products. No, I just want to go straight to Health Canada. So if I freeze, it's because this computer's buggered. Well, it's not buggered, it's just old. Well, it's old. Okay, so we want to go to search Health Canada. We want to go for CBD consultation. Here we are. Health Canada. No, I want consultation. I want consultation. Consultation. Because these are just, I think this is it. Because it's 2024. Oh, here we are. Health Vital consultation. This is industrial hemp. Oh, we go. Here he is. Guide on composition requirements for cannabis production. Consult legalized independent found such as. No, we're looking for Jesus, I wish I could just click onto that. I don't know if I've got it in my Facebook or not. I did. I added it to my front page of my Facebook. Okay, so maybe I can go from that link and find it because I just shared it. But I want to bring awareness to this because if this is something that we can actually like put because we didn't get to we had a consultation before, right? And then here it is. towards a pathway for health products containing cannabinoid natural products. So it's actually like a to make it more like it's like a health food product. So it can be sold more in like health food stores and not be. God, this computer is gonna make me want to my mind because now it's pushed me past the point. Okay, so let's see if we can get from this link on there. Okay, so I'm gonna close this link. Here we are towards natural pathways. So I'm going to share this screen. If I can get back here, so we're going to share this screen. Share screen. Okay, well, it won't let me share the screen. Oh, this is really starting to piss me off. I think there's nobody here. Share screen. Come on, let me share the screen. Jesus, there we are. Towards pathway for health products. There we go. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna bring it up. Okay, so here it is. This is the CBD pathway for consultation, and we're going to go through this together because I haven't read it, and Cheryl sent it to me this morning. So maybe I'll poke at her and see if she wants to come up and help me with this because she probably has more education on this than I do. I'm going to text her and see if she wants to come up. See if she's busy because we just do this shit on the fly because I always do. I'm live right now. So I just sent her a message saying, hey, want to come on? Okay, so we're going to go through this and see if we can actually see what it says. So towards pathway for health productions containing cannabinoid oil, natural health products containing cannabinoids. So it gives you the background. So currently there are 3 regulatory pathways that provide access to commercial products containing cannabis, including CBD and cannabis, such as subjects to different regulatory control. Note the regulatory control listed below are not exhaustive. So this is actually a consultation. And we're going to it gives you all the reasons and whatever, I guess. I'm just going to kind of scroll through this quick and see if there's a questionnaire anywhere on it. Scope. Oh, it's quite lengthy. Oh, great. Okay, so it's an overview. Veterinary drugs containing cannabis for animals, how to get involved. Okay, so let's see what it says to how to get involved. We'd like to hear from you. Okay. Like to hear from your information provided. The subject will help inform Health Canada's ongoing policy work. Summary for questions for feedback on human use. So there is a questionnaire. Where should NCB be sold? It says pharmacies, health food stores, online locations consistent with our other pharmacies, health food stores. Others, please specify. So this is an opportunity for everybody to put feedback in. And there's an online feedback form. We're getting it. Health products containing cannabinoid oil. This is an indication of 2024-26 regulatory plan. Review discussions. Comment to provide response. Discuss paper will help Health Canada ongoing same policy work. You must click the submit button at the end of the questionnaire for your responses to be recorded. Okay, well, let's take this questionnaire together. Why not? Okay, so we're going to take this and we're going to read through it. Privacy. Let me see if Cheryl's got a moment to help me. Found the questionnaire. Found the questionnaire. Going to answer live. Okay, so we're going to answer these live. All right, now what is this? What else is this? Nothing. Okay, so it says privacy notice. Personal information will be collected by Health Canada as part of the feedback related to health products containing HPC CBD pathway under Department of Health Act and handled in accordance with the Privacy Act. We're collecting your personal information. Or why are we collecting your personal information? The information you provide will be used to inform Health Canada's ongoing policy work on HPC/CBDs. No identifying information will be included in any reports. All responses will be summarized and aggregated to reduce the risk that you might be identified. Will users share your personal information for any other reason? In limited and specific situations, your personal information may be disclosed without your consent in accordance with legal requirements, like under the subsection H2 of the Privacy Act. What happens if you don't want to provide your personal information? Your decision to participate or not is yours alone, and there will be no consequences if you decide not to participate. Well, of course, we live in Canada, right? We're free to do and participate in things that we choose to or not to, except when it comes to Stats Canada. And then, of course, we want you to participate in Stats Canada, because if you don't participate in Stats Canada, we don't have the stats that we need to actually, send money and do things and help people. That's why we need Stats Canada, folks. Anyways, okay, so back to this. For more information to collect your personal information, blah, blah, blah. We hand you information and it gives you your rights to access and request and correct and or notations to your personal information. You also have right to comply to the Privacy Commission. So if you don't like what, you don't want to do this, then just don't do it. Right? Like, and that's what they're basically saying. Like, you have a right to do this or not do this. You can give your information or not give your information. We are protected in Canada under the Privacy Act, which is fairly strict. So we're going to go to the next page because I'm going to fill this out. Health products containing cannabinoid oil. Instructions for completing the questionnaire. This consultation contains 24 consultation questions and some additional demographic questions. Each question is optional. If you do not wish to answer a question, you may skip to the next question. If you'd like to go back to a previous question, you may do so by clicking on the previous page button. If you do not complete the consultation in one session, you may return to continue where you left off before the closing date. By using the same computer device and browser you begin the consultation, you must click the submit button at the end of the questionnaire for your responses to be recorded. Next page. All right. Consultation questionnaires, natural health products containing cannabinoid oil for human use. Please refer to the site licensing, goods manufacturing practice, product quality sections of the discussion paper to help respond to the following questions. What are your views regarding the need for cannabis drug licenses and specific physical and personal security controls for the NCP? What are your views regarding the cannabis? Well, I think they're overregulated. I think they are overregulated. Has had the ability, how do you spell ability? Ability to recognize cannabis as a therapeutic how do you spell therapeutic? Oh, therapeutic. I gotta spell that right. I can't be making spelling mistakes in here. Therapeutic. Okay. Blech. PEU. Therapeutic. There we go. That's not right either. For fuck. Oh, why can't I spell it? there we go, therapeutic medicine for 2 decades. CBD is known to be non-psychoactive. No, I can't spell that. Psychoactive. How do I spell that? This might not be a good time to fill this out. Oh my God, because I can't spell. Anyways, we'll just go to the next question. Yeah, I'll fill this out after. Okay, so the addition of new raw materials, doing standards necessary for Cannabis Act licensing holder supply raw material to ensure the CBD is being used as an ingredient conforms with the established standards for natural health products. No. Euphoric. How do you spell euphoric? Euphoric. Oh my fuck. I have to be able to spell this stuff. Can't send it in if it's not. Yeah, euphoric. And non-harmful. Non-harmful. Barriers. Okay. The barriers that Health Canada continue to put on this plant are harming patients that have no access. Jesus. Access to the products needed. Jesus, I can't spell. THC is not harmful. I can't spell. Harmful, yes, harmful. Aren't harmful. And full spectrum. Has the most benefits. Okay, there's that question answered. Okay, what do I access? I just can't spell access now. Access. How do I spell access now? Like, Jesus fuck Christ, Mara. Like, this is ridiculous. Access. ACCES. Okay, so I just missed a C. Now what the fuck did I do? I should just let an AI do this. Or chat GPT. Benefits. There we go. Okay, so that's that question answered. Jesus Christ. That was painful. That was painful. Okay, so the second question is are additional raw materials, GMP standards, or qualifications necessary for Cannabis Act licensing holders supplying raw material for the NPCC to ensure the CBD being used as an ingredient conforms with the established standard for natural health products? No. They are over-regulated as it is. Easing off on some of the regulations. Trade barriers, between provinces, and more research towards the medical benefits and I can't spell benefits again, Jesus Christ. Okay. We're also going to put in here, please, rack. I'm going to keep saying this all the way through. It says please, rack. Oh my God. Nice. Cannabis as a medicine. Okay, there's that. Is a plant and doesn't need to be behind a pharmacist. Find a pharmacy counter on pharmacy. How do I spell pharma? Pharma counter. Patients have been regulating themselves. Patients have had no choice but to experiment and find their own dosing and strains that help. Okay, there's that question answered. Oh, that's good. Please provide any comments related to the need for a certificate analyst for cannabis support the quality of any licensing as natural. No, we don't need to certify anything. Certify by what? This in itself will cause more harm. People need access, not regulations. And certification. Oh my God, I can't even spell that, and it's right in front of me. That thousands of us have been using for decades. Okay, next page. Oy, this is painful, but we're going to get through this because you know what? If we don't do this and if we don't spend the time to do this, they're not going to know what we need. If we don't spend the time to put these consultations and we answer the questions, they're never going to know what we need. So we need to sit down and we need to share this, spread awareness. Make sure that people that use cannabis as medicine know about this consultation so that we can actually get it filled out and get them the information they need. Because what they're asking for here is more certification and more regulations and more this and that, and making this Cannabis Act more complicated than it actually has to fucking be. End off. They've overcomplicated something that we've been doing for decades. We were regulating ourselves. We were making sure things were tested and clean. We were making sure there wasn't moldy, seedy pot. Carol and Don Gwilt have been doing this under certification, without certification for decades. And yet they want more regulations. That's what this consultation is screaming to me. Tell us that we need to put more rules on something we've got so many rules on that you can't even get into the industry anyway. On CBD, no less. CBD doesn't have any psychoactive or euphoric feeling at all. CBD does fuck all for a lot of people because it's a full spectrum plant that you actually need for a lot of things. CBD, CBH, CBNs, it all compiles together. And you can't, it's like ripping a carrot apart and eating the inside of it. And I've said this to people 110 million times. When you break the plant apart, you're not getting fully what you need. Distillants are not necessarily therapeutic. And on that note, we're going to take a break and thank our sponsors. We'll be right back after a quick commercial.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to run and get a roast up for my friend in the freezer. Anyways, okay, so we're gonna go through this more. Hi, Cheryl. I'm glad you're watching. So these are questions. Natural health products containing cannabinoid oil for human use continued. Please refer to the packaging and labeling section of the discussion paper to help respond to the questions. They overpackage. Fuck. Given the potential for current health product and prescription drug use, is there a need to include a warning statement? Principal panel informed the consumer that contains CBDs. Warning label. No. No. It should be just added as a regular ingredient. The labels and packages are over the top, are overdone. Okay, that's the answer to that one. Please describe the barriers or concerns with the clinical trials you are currently facing for products containing cannabinoid or further anticipate might impact your ability to produce evidence to support the safety efficiency of the NPCO. All of them, excluding people with criminal records associated to the plant, to cannabis. You have left a whole demographic of people that have lived experience I can't spell this morning. Lived experience and expertise out of the whole Cannabis Act. Ones you previously consulted with and then tossed all that information out in the garbage. Okay, there's that question answered, except that I have to fucking change that word. Demographic. That's probably PH. Graphic. Yep, demographic. Because of course you gotta have fancy words like this. Experience. Why can't I spell that? Fucking Jesus. That's why. Experience. There we go. That's not right either. Fuck. Spear. EANC. There we go. Okay, next page. That's wrong too. Fuck, man. Experience. Why can't I fucking just spell today? Tell me why. ERIENCE. There we go. Experience. Lived experience and expertise out of the whole Cannabis Act. Once previously consulted with, then tossed all the information in the garbage. Cannabis. There's nowhere in the Cannabis Act that gives people that use cannabis as a medicine can use as medical the dosing that they require. That is higher in THC. CBD is never higher This also is misrepresentative of the full spectrum of the plant. Misrepresentative. I spelled that wrong too. Misrepresentative. Misrepresentative of the plant. Why am I not spelling that right? It looks right to me. Misrepresenta. Oh, I forgot the ta. Misrepresentative. That's an A. AV. Misrepresentative. There we go. Misrepresent in there. There we go. Okay, next page. Oh my god. Okay, so now we got some more stuff here. It says consultation questions. Natural health products containing cannabis for human use control. Please refer to place. Where should be sold? Select all that apply. Health food stores. Online. Okay, other places. Like other. Any retail location, but you must start training people in the medical benefits of this plant. So yeah, maybe a certified course to train bud tenders, if that's what you call them. So you pay them a comparable wage to a pharmacist. Why not? Certify them, train them, get them behind the counter so they can actually talk to patients and make it so it's more accessible for medical patients and raising the dosing. But you need to do the research and then certify those people to actually do that. And it shouldn't take 7 fucking years to do that. It shouldn't have to give them a medical fucking degree to be able to help people with using cannabis, especially CBDs. Like, that just seems to be ridiculous. Anyways, I need to smoke a joint. I haven't done that. And I've been filling out this thing and it's now 1:45 and it's just like, oh my God, like seriously, like there's just too much here. And I still have other shit to get done yet today because I know I'm not going to get this finished by the end of this show, and I'm going to want to continue doing it. What retail considerations for NHPCC would optimize consumer safety and prevent misuse of products? Oh my God. Allow it. Just allow general sales. Cannabis in all forms is the least harmful of any medicine, including Tylenol, that you allow anyone to access. Like, there's no age restrictions. There's no age restrictions. There's no age restrictions. God, if I could just spell on any of that. So you can, like, I mean, I sell it at the store. We don't have to have a pharmaceutical licensing to sell Tylenol or Advil at my store. It's not behind the counter. I have little kids that come and buy it for their parents. I don't need a note. So why shouldn't it be the same accessibility as Tylenol? You take Tylenol to kill a headache, you can use cannabis to kill a headache. It should be like, even when it comes to, like, I'm talking like, take these cannabis regulations and roll them into meth and cocaine and all these things and put them behind a 19 plus and put them, but you know, there are children that actually need cannabis to access. And I'm sorry, I am not even gonna fucking I'd rather let my fucking kid puff on a vape than fucking feed him these goddamn fucking pills that I've got a prescription for him for. You see how many he's taken? Fucking none. Zero, none. Why? Because I'm not giving Prozac, okay? That's it. They prescribed my 15-year-old kid fucking Prozac. You want to know what the fucking side effects for that are? Let's take a peek on that. Side effects of Prozac. Feeling sick, trying to fluoride, taking fluorine with or after food. Headaches, being unable to sleep, diarrhea, feeling tired or weak. Like, kid already has enough problems with his bowels already. Do I want to give him any more? Nausea. He already feels shitty fucking half the time as it is. So I want to give him more. So these are the side effects of Prozac that the doctors are more than fucking happy to hand your fucking kid, right? Never mind that they might fucking have more thoughts of suicide than they already fucking do, right? So you're going to feed your kid that, but I'd rather him not. And I made that pretty damn clear to the fucking actual pediatrician. And I told the pediatrician what we were using, and the pediatrician didn't seem to have a problem with that. And if I need that pediatrician to sign a piece of paper to make it so that my child is illegal because he's not 19, he'd more than happily fucking do that too. But again, side effects of Prozac, nausea, diarrhea, every pharmaceutical that they fucking hand you, 90% of them have some side effect that have nausea, diarrhea, headaches, like. And what does cannabis help you with? Nausea, diarrhea, and fucking headaches. So what, you're going to take some pharmaceutical pills to make you feel like shit so you can fucking take some cannabinoids to fucking make yourself feel better? Like, that makes absolutely fucking no sense to me. Like, absolutely zero fucking sense. Just saying. And, you know, this stuff here, too, like, I've actually tried this stuff. I'm not big on CBDs, but this is a CBD raindrop that was gifted to me by for the CSP, or for me, or for whatever, because it was given to me by the store that I purchased from, and one of my online they always give me extra stuff. I order online, they deliver it, and I always get extra stuff from them. They're very good to me. So yeah, like, just saying, like, do you want to have those side effects comparably that, you know, that you're basically counteracting with cannabis? Like, that just doesn't make any fucking sense to me at all. Anyways, we got about 10 minutes left of the show, and I'm trying to roll a joint because I haven't even done that yet. And I'm freezing to death. Like, I actually, like, it's not that cold, but man, I'm cold today. I started hormone therapy, which, you know, I said I wasn't going to do, right? I tried and tried not to, but the night sweats and the crankiness, just, yeah. And now I've got to go through a bunch of more fucking tests. She's not going to give me any estrogen or anything till she knows where I'm at. And I don't know. I can't remember the last time I had a pap test done. I'd have to look. Probably 5 years. I don't know. It's been a while. I've never had a mammogram. Apparently, I'm supposed to do that too. But when you got no boobs left because you lost all that weight, it really doesn't make any difference, right? That's how I feel. But again, apparently, I've got to go to a mammogram. So I got to have a mammogram, and I got to have some blood tests done, and yeah, all these nice, fine things that women have to go through. But you know, one thing I was really happy to hear, and I don't care who you voted for. I know, you know, there's a bunch of you fucking, you know, blue Aryan fucking out there. Blue Aryan, that's what your name is. Blue Aryan Brotherhood. That's a new name for the conservatives. The Blue Aryan Brotherhood. Anyways, we know that there's some of you are out there, but yeah, I was really happy to hear that the health research is going to be better access for women to have access to abortion, and women's health and research, which is something not one prime minister has ever said, including Justin Trudeau. So I'm kind of liking that. We got sirens going on, which I never like to hear, because either it's because the fire department's always the front line for ODs. So it's either that or actually like the starting of wildfire season. So gives me the willies every time I see or hear that. And they fly right past my house every time because my house is on the main drag from the fire department. The new station. The old station is actually now called the Fire Hall, and it's a restaurant. That's the one that I remember when I was a little girl living here. But they opened the other Fire Hall when I was still living here, I think. Can't remember exactly, but it's up the hill. So now they don't go from downtown out; they go from up the hill down and through. But yeah, they go flying past me every day. I gotta take that shit today too. Should have taken it last week, and I didn't. Actually, I'm trying to kind of curb that stuff because the fact that I'm working in the public and everybody's coming in fucking sick. And they're fucking snotting and fucking hacking and coughing and fucking coming in for cold medicine and shit at my store. So I haven't taken my methotrexate this week because I'm worried that I'm going to end up with fucking some sniffle cold of some fucking sort because some fucking idiot comes into and they're working sick. Like the one guy comes in, he goes, yeah, I'm working, I got 3 jobs And he's, can I get a tissue and a hand? And he's blowing his nose and fucking telling me he's been at work like that. And I'm like, dude, you're working at the barber shop. You come behind me like sniffing, like I wouldn't even fucking let you come near me, cut my fucking hair. Like, and you're not wearing a mask? Like, fuck off. Just the fucking disrespect of that people have for others. And that's how I see that. I see that totally fucking disrespectful. You know, walk into a fucking my store, hacking, coughing, sneezing, your fucking kids fucking snotting their fucking hands all over the shit, and you just don't give a shit. You're out there fucking spreading your fucking shit and you don't care. You're a fucking self-entitled piece of shit. And I'm sick of them. I'm sick of it. So I'm making this fucking, it is May the 5th today, because yesterday was May the 4th. May the 4th be with you. Today's May the 5th. By the end of May, this bitch will no longer be working at that store. Because this bitch is done dealing with fucking ignorant, disrespectful people. And that's the way it is. God, that shit's gonna bite to it. Pistol in Paris. Kingsley Indica. 27.1%. Limonines. I like the fact they're putting terpenes on here. 24% terpenes. So yeah. There we're at. That's where we're at, folks. So I guess we're going to wrap this up. We got about 5 minutes left of this show. Go back and see what I put on this last thing, and we're going to kind of restrictions. I couldn't find. Yeah, I got to fucking change the spelling because I can't spell. No age restrictions. No requirement. Sold in a convenience store. Okay, these things, these drugs are sold in the open at a 7-Eleven. Okay, next page. Consultation questions, natural oil product containing cannabis oil. Please read blah blah. Are there any further considerations on advertising and promoting that Health Canada should contemplate? Please explain. Over-regulations on all of this already. Period. That's the end of it. There's over-regulations on all of it. And that's what I'm just going to keep telling you. You've over-regulated. You didn't listen to anything we said. You know, like, seriously, there are children that need this medicine. Like, and CBD of all things, you're going to fucking make an age requirement, blah, blah, blah on. Fuck. CBD, honestly, does absolutely fuck all for me. Doesn't help me sleep. Doesn't do anything. In fact, nothing. Okay? I'm going to fucking put that out there for you. So there's medicines that help some, and I'm one of those ones that anything that I take does the exact opposite. So, you know, they give people morphine, right? They give me morphine. You know what morphine does for me? It doesn't make me drool and slow down. It fucking gives me energy. It makes me fucking wide awake. You give me some stimulants. You know what it does? It slows me down, right? I've got attention deficit, right? So if I want to fucking add some energy, I take morphine. And if I want to slow down, I take Ritalin. Anybody else, it's the exact opposite, right? Antibiotics sometimes work, sometimes don't. Depends on what they are, right? So you have to know your own body metabolism and the over-regulation. Like, you know, when's the last time I got stupid giddies, high school high? In high school. Because when you're using for medicinal purposes, your body relates to that, and your cannabinoid receptors use that cannabinoid to help divert the pain, divert whatever, help with inflammation, take away that fucking headache, whatever that your body is needing the cannabinoid therapy for. We have cannabinoid therapy receptors for a reason, right? We use cannabis for reasons: nausea, headache, whatever. And inflammation for colitis, Crohn's disease, MS, cancer to help with nausea during chemotherapy, even eating oil can actually help some people shrink tumors. They found it very effective in some research done in mice. But again, like any other medication, cannabis doesn't work for everybody. It's not a cure-all, but it's there to absolutely help you if you can, right? A little update on my CSP. Unfortunately, one of my clients has passed away this last week. I was very sad to read that and find out about that. Like I said, we can't help everybody. Meanwhile, I've helped over 40 people in the last 2 weeks. And I want to thank all my sponsors that send me stuff in the mail, people that help me out, because it's hard work. And losing a patient this week or a client this week really fucking sucked. Anyways, I'm sending love and condolences out to his family and anybody that knew him. Because he was actually starting to work at the day program, and yeah, he was starting to do. Anyway, his service will be at the Shuswap Banda, and that's too far away for me to be able to go to attend. Because he was from the Shuswap area. From the Shuswap land. First Nations man, yes. And it's unfortunate that it touches all of us. But generational trauma is really touching them in harder ways than us colonizers. Anyways,
This is a reminder.
on that note,
Shower.
I have to remind her to take my shower.
This is a reminder.
And you guys have a
Shower.
good week. And reach out to those you love, hug those who you love, because tomorrow's never promised. You have a great week. I'll be back on Wednesday on Pace Radio. And you can always find me live on TikTok, because I'm always over there flapping my gums. Have a good week, people.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hey, hi guy, how you doing? You know, if we had started this show like 5 minutes earlier, we could have got you doing the audio for that cough.
I was doing it while she was doing it too.
Were-
You know, I when I made that, I tried my cough,
yeah.
but it felt phony.
Ah.
So I used an AI cough.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, just so you know, anybody's watching us on YouTube, make sure you hit the subscribe button wherever it may be. I don't know if it's up here or down here or wherever. Make sure you hit the subscribe button, anyways.
Well, I know that once with the videos are up on YouTube, be it on 420 Radio, on Pace Radio, or on 420 Pace. If you notice, there's a logo down in the bottom right corner. If you click on that, it'll take you right to our YouTube channel. But that's only there after the video's been put out.
Ah, all right. Thanks, Shadow. Super. Thank you very much. Appreciate
Only
that.
the Shadow knows.
The shot. Yeah, he's back. Why they? Because we don't know if it's he or him, her. Or...
Don't use pronouns here.
We don't know. We just don't know. It just says the Shadow.
care.
Right? I had a truck named Shadow.
It's like the IRC. You never know who's behind that keyboard.
You never know. That's right.
Now you know a little bit more because there's like, I mean, hi, I'm here, you know. And with video calling and stuff like that, you know who you're talking to usually.
Yeah. We both have ums. Okay, so today in the show we've got Al's got his list. We've got some recipes today, being it's playoff time in hockey. I got some game day stuff when it comes to recipes. We got some tunes. We got some product reviews going on, and of course we've got news, sports, and some entertainment throughout probably the next 90 minutes or so.
Wait a minute. I have a list.
What are we waiting for?
I have a list.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right. Thanks. Hey, just so you know, Shadow's got back. He's in I believe that's he says PA. So I'm gonna say that's Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. And he tries to catch us guys all the time. Super. Thank you very much. Appreciate
I just
that.
read something about some changes to the laws in Pennsylvania, actually.
Yeah, I think there is some cannabis changes there. And if there is, Shadow, let us know, okay? All righty. So what else we got today? I think we've reviewed everything. We got a video that you created. You told me that I won't like it.
Well, just because, you know, they tell the truth.
Well, I got an idea what the video is about. I'm just not going to say what it is, but I do know somebody.
As opposed to Health Canada.
Yeah, I do know somebody who does deal with that. So, all right. Other than that, what else? Oh, in our later on in our events, we'll probably be talking about the Global Marijuana March that happened last weekend.
I don't
Unless you want to discuss it now.
No, I don't want to talk about it at all.
Oh. Come on, there was 40 of us on the march.
Okay.
As we said, it was the dedicated old timers.
It was. Yeah, there were a few youngins. There was a few youngins, but not many. It was this. Let's put it this way: the people you would suspect to be there were there, and then the people that you wouldn't expect to be there weren't.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. It's
like okay, so there was a comment that Amy Brown made that you know it's so different. Matt Myrna used to walk around and scream and yell in the middle of the road and cuss at people and call them out and talk to them about pot and blah 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 blah. Where's Matt now? On his farm.
Yeah, he's in his farm. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
I mean, like things have changed that much. We've lost.
I think it was Amy.
We've lost some voices that were huge in.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
in
Well, my
Canada.
friend Steve Bacon, he would always you'd always hear him yelling and screaming and
Yeah.
leading chant in those
Yeah.
days, and you could hear them echoing off the building.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, we can't say, let's get high or whatever, high, get used to it type thing. Come up with something.
At protests and events, there for the last 20 years, there have been many prominent voices
Yeah.
in the cannabis community here in Ontario, and
Yeah.
all over Canada and the world. But the one that is missing for me the most is Tracy Curley.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you would hear two voices, the loudest, Amy Brown and Tracy.
Let's see. I see we got another message. Syntax says, "What's up, hi guys? We're just talking about the global marijuana march that happened last weekend. Just so you know, in Toronto. I don't know what it was like in other locations in other cities. I think you mentioned during the broadcast there was one going on in New York.
Yeah, Steve Bloom was at one.
Yeah.
Which is our time zone. We've done the hey, if you at an event and you want to join in thing, but that's a lot of hours to sit there.
I see Syntax is from Detroit. Did you have a global marijuana march down there in Detroit? And I say down because we are in Canada, so we're a little, and we are in Ontario, so
I'm higher than you.
Yes, yeah. You're like 13 hours higher than me. You're still in the same province.
I mean, I'm higher than you.
Well, that too. Well, talking about that, what as the question asks,
what are you smoking?
What are you smoking, Al? You're fumbling all them words today.
Oh yeah, I know. Well, I've got as far as smoking doobies, out this morning with the dog. I had a mixed doob. I'm trying to do the RSO version or the FICO version of buds, not just mixing a bunch of stuff in together to get it.
I do that all the time, bud. All the time.
Yeah. So today was Trophy Wife mixed with some Cherry Dragon and some CBD Dragon.
Oh.
Yeah, I put some CBD in there, and so I mixed all three together and rolled a bunch of doobies up, about a dozen or so, and prepared for the day.
It's hit and miss though when you do that sometimes.
Well, I try to mix it up good.
Sometimes but sometimes, like, if you know the strains you're putting in there, you can calculate what you're going to get at the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But sometimes it's hit and miss, and it'll just knock you out.
Now, as far as a global march in Detroit, Syntax says that most events are like Hash Bash in Michigan are so commercially run. It's not like it used to.
Yeah,
be.
None of the events. Although, there are a few groups of people around Ontario that keep trying.
Oh, yeah.
There's some events we'll talk about later coming up. Some are legal, some are not.
Yeah.
And, the usual suspects are going to be doing events. It's summertime. So we've got a lot in Ontario. There are a lot. Well, in Canada, there are a lot of events throughout the summer that we'll talk about.
Yeah, as they come along.
We'll be here in Ontario.
Yeah. So there we go. So what are you smoking? I guess both Al. So
I have been experimenting with pens. Because they're significantly cheaper than ounces, but they last about the same, 4 or 5 days.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. If you use them all the time, yeah.
Right? And we'll talk about what I think about it later.
Okay.
But this
Product review.
is called Jigglers, and it's a sativa live resin.
All right. We'll get into that at the product review.
Maybe if I remember.
Yeah. Syntax says you got to grow it, man. It will change your life. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it sure does. I got it can keep you busy, very busy, as far as just maintaining and
We're working on it.
yeah.
I'm having issues up here with seeds because of where I am. It's still too cold to even start a seed right now.
I cracked some seeds there recently, and
they all came up.
Yeah, no, half of them came up, and these seeds were probably 5 years old, at least.
It's still dropping down into the minuses at night.
Yeah, no, not here. We're still in the plus.
I woke up this morning, it was 14 degrees in the house because I turned the heat down, right?
Yeah, the shadow mentioned strawberry cough. So it's expected to cough. But yeah, I lost where I was.
It's still too cold. Another week or two and it'll be all right.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I looked at the long range forecast and I was surprised that the highs going into the long weekend and beyond look pretty good, actually.
We've hit 11
frost. So
we've hit 11 during the day, but like I said, it's dropping down into the minuses still at night.
Yeah. So as I was saying, I put some seeds in the pods just to see what happened. These were 5-year-old seeds. And now I got myself a Northern Lights and a Bubba Gelato.
Oh, nice.
Little seedlings, just little guys, just ladies. I'm going to say ladies because they are feminized seeds. I know that. On the
Are you now let me ask you a question. The Northern Lights I had last year.
Yeah.
And that is a sativa.
Yeah.
And they are not a bushy plant. They're very tall and lanky. Are you going to be doing that outside or inside?
Oh, it'll be outside.
Because it's been recommended to me not to do those outside. I have lots of Northern Lights. I have number 2s, number 3s, number 4s,
Yeah.
The one that people are telling me that will go good here is skunk. So I'm going to crack some of those before I.
Exactly. Syntax. I was harvesting every 2 months when I was doing perpetual gardens inside. Right now I switched to going outdoors as far as my main harvest end of things because during a move things just aren't set up yet, right? So right for now, yes, I know exactly what you mean. Been doing it for years.
And I'm trying to get to that point.
Oh, it's you know, you get
if would allow me to, I would do it.
Now that I'm growing outside as well, you get your big harvest, but you can get some little harvests doing the indoor end of things, sort of keep some things fresh. And then maybe you can find new strains that you test out. You grow them, you do a test during the winter in bloom, find out that you really like it.
Well, you know what?
Keep that and throw it and put it outside in the summer instead of waiting all summer to find out that the plant just isn't what you want.
So somebody told me, a younger gent told me who grew up here. He said that skunk is the one that people grow up here.
Oh yeah,
and it's very hardy, and it can take
cold.
And it can take cold.
Yeah, because being a sativa, you want something done as soon as possible.
Correct.
Another
one would be Durban poison, I've heard.
Yeah, I agree. Syntax. Outdoors is fun. It is. It does. Keeps you busy too, just like indoors. Yeah.
I have to break out the duct tape this weekend.
Do you? Windows?
My greenhouse, yeah.
You're gonna have so many windows covered up that you won't be able to call it a greenhouse.
No, I'm going to just do along the sides, and this is just temporary until I get a replacement panels.
Yeah,
It's, you know, for $200 I can get a set of panels. It's
Can
not
you?
a big deal, right? But I'm looking at the corrugated, you know, the stuff that's they clear and they use it for windows and stuff like that.
Correct. Yeah, yeah.
So I'm looking at some
It won't.
alternatives. But
It
for
won't
now, it's
seal
duct
it.
tape.
Yeah, it won't. Yeah, the corrugated stuff. I don't think it'll seal.
But that's okay. Then there's airflow.
Well, yes and no.
I have my auto window opening thingy is already functioning.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's good.
It yesterday afternoon it was 25 in the greenhouse with 5 panels blown out.
Oh, really?
And because
I've
I've got
gone and you're still that warm.
yeah, and the window was open as well. It opened itself. It's 16 in there right now, and it's only I don't know, 12 outside.
Is it that high?
No, 8 outside.
I was gonna
But
say.
it's 16 in the greenhouse.
Which, well, there you go.
Right.
That's good. Even with all those windows blown up.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, it gets sun, direct sun, from about, what time is it? 9. It's 10:20. From about 9 o'clock in the morning until 9 o'clock at night. It gets direct sun pretty much.
Yeah. Before we get into the recipes,
No.
how's the bears?
You know what, dude? I have not seen any, but one of the kids said that they had an alert the other night in the backyard. So this afternoon, I'm moving my cameras around for different angles.
Oh, okay.
And I gotta replace all the batteries. They tend to die real quick in the winter.
The cold, for sure. I can see that.
So ask me that next week. I'll probably have an update for you.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. All right. Other than that, it's time for
I have no munchies, so be careful.
Okay. Well, I don't think this is gonna make you get the munchies. At least this one, anyways. Okay. First up, game day sub sauce.
I like subs.
Yeah. You like subs? Okay, there you go. You make yourself a sub, at home, and you got your own sauce. And the first thing right off the bat is 1.5 cups of cannabis infused olive oil. 1.5 cups. Normally, I'm used to seeing a teaspoon. 3/4 cups of balsamic vinegar, a 1/4 cup of grated Parmesan cheese, 2 tablespoons of dried Italian seasoning, 1 tablespoon of paprika, tablespoon of fine sea salt, 1 of garlic powder and onion powder, as well as finely ground black pepper. Place all the ingredients inside your magic butter machine if you have one, and secure the lid. Push the blend and clean button. Why would you? Oh, is that really?
It doesn't heat up as much as the other. I think it's like a really low setting.
Yeah. Okay. And when the cycle is completed, pour your game day sub sauce into a storage or serving container and enjoy. So
it's also quicker.
Yeah. No, that's the first time I've seen anybody suggest to do something inside with the hitting the clean button instead of a certain other one. Right?
It's just a setting. I mean, it's probably just a very low warm, but it's just it mixes the same. Do you have one?
Yes, I've got a few of them.
Have you ever figured out the sequence of lights? I mean, there apparently there is an actual sequence that the lights do when it's in different modes.
Flashing.
Yeah, I just see flashing and
yeah. Exactly. Good morning, Gordo. How you doing, buddy? How's Scotland today? All right. So we've gone from sub sauce. Pretty simple.
We
Pretty
got
easy.
sub sauce. Yeah. What's
Yeah,
next?
so you can make yourself a sub, an infused sub. Now, also, I look at this as being game day related as well, and that is ganja nachos.
Yes, and they're quite popular.
Yeah, they're popular. So we got one sweet onion, one green tomato, if you like tomatoes, two red tomatoes, one jalapeno pepper, two cloves of garlic minced up, 2 tablespoons of beer. A light beer like Corona is perfect, they suggest. 3 tablespoons of fresh lemon juice, tablespoons of
Corona
THC
beer.
oil, 6
COVID of
ounces
beer.
of tortilla chips, and 1 cup of shredded Tex-Mex cheese, and 1 ripe avocado. And dice it up. Would you put beer in it?
Yeah, I wouldn't eat that.
Yeah, I'd have some problems.
I had a small pizza last night, just in the oven, and I was up at 3:00.
Yeah, no. See, you got to preheat the oven to 350, maybe a little less. Some people were burning off
Yeah.
beans and stuff.
Or
Roughly
you
chop.
you could use your air fryer as well with this.
Okay, there you go. Roughly chop up your tomatoes, your jalapenos, and your onions. Add them to a blender or food processor with the garlic, beer, lemon juice, and THC oil, and pulse it 3 times so the texture becomes chunky.
Only
Spread
3
the
times.
chips on a baking sheet, cover with Tex-Mex cheese, top with several heaping spoonfuls of the mix you just made. Put it in the baking sheet in the oven for about 10 minutes until the cheese melts. Serve top with the avocado. So there you go. I'll leave that up there while I get the recipe posted in the comments. And nachos.
Next.
What's that?
I said next.
Next. Okay.
You know what?
What?
We had turkey on Sunday.
You had turkey?
Just to have turkey. You ever do that?
Not very often, but I think we have.
It was so good. I enjoyed it. There was no reason or anything to have a turkey. We just had turkey.
That much more enjoyable, right?
There was no, you know what it was? There was no there was nothing attached to it. There was just there was no Christmas, there was no stress. It was just here's food, eat it.
Eat it. Yeah, exactly. Gordo says it's a beautiful day today. Gordo, did you catch any of our global marijuana march on the weekend? Being that you're maybe looking at doing something like that down the road.
I believe I saw his name there.
Yeah. And so I saw it during the march. I think, yeah, that's right. So there you go. There's the nacho recipes, and there's the sub sauce recipe as well. And any questions on the recipes, Al?
No, thank you.
Okay. Even though I can't eat the stuff, I'll still, show the recipe. So,
so would I. But this particular recipe just doesn't appeal to me.
All right. Gordo says he was on with us the full time. He was there the whole time. Super. Did you come up with any ideas to get things going there in Scotland? Okay. Now, from recipes, it's time for us to, catch a little music. What do you think?
I think that's perfect because then I can warm my tea.
All right, sounds good. You got 3 minutes and 33 seconds to do that because it's going to take us. We're going to go from 420 to Memphis, and this is AI generated plus obviously human help involved in getting this song done. This is by Dr. High. You can catch him at Dr. High Music on YouTube. There we go. We'll see you in about 3 minutes.
Been driving cities to go. Going for 20 miles, man, the road moves slow. Stereo humming, just me and my thoughts. Ain't no turning back, ain't no getting lost. Windows down, let the cool wind creep. And midnight highway got a soul so deep. Rolled one up cause my mind won't rest. Trying to outrun my past, but it's riding shotgun, I guess. Every mile got a memory, every song got a tale. Rolling through the south like a ghost on the trail. Street lights flicker, gas station glow. One more town, one more to go. One more to go. Ain't looking back, got the windows down. Smoke in the air, whiskey on my mind. Leaving my past somewhere behind. Doctor, high road like a song. Keep that engine humming, keep moving on. Took a left down memory lane. Should've known better, but I go there again. A lot of lessons learned, a lot of bridges burned. Guess you can't outrun the past at every turn. Saw a sign said next stop Tennessee, but I'm lost in my mind, ain't where I need to be. Took a long deep hit, let the world slow down. All I got is the road and the sound. Every mile got a memory, every song got a tale. Rolling through the south like a ghost on the trail. Street lights flicker, gas station glow. One more town, one more to go. One more to go. Ain't looking back, got the windows down. Smoke in the air, whiskey on my mind. Leaving my past somewhere behind. Door, high road like a song. Keep that engine humming, keep moving on. The road don't judge, it just keeps rolling on. All these ghosts just fade with the dawn. One last drag, let the wind take my pain. By the time I hit Memphis, I won't be the same. Ain't looking back, got the windows down. Smoke in the air, whiskey on my mind. Leaving my past somewhere behind. Doctor, high road like a song. Keep that engine humming, keep moving on.
Ah, fuck! You caught me.
I was wondering whether you were going to get back in time or not. So there you go, 420 to Memphis. You're seeing the sign 420 miles. Dr. High, he does all genres of music and mixes things up. So I heard back there during the break from Gordo, and he says that he's joined the UK Cannabis Smokers Club, if I believe I remember that right. He mentioned that it was either during the march or he heard or mentioned it somewhere along the line. I know that
He mentioned it in the chat. Yeah.
So yeah, see what happens. Got the fist pump there. Yeah, and Shadow says that's off the
snake.
What? Steak. Yeah. And he says sounds good. And Gordo agrees with me. Yeah, I got it right. The UK Cannabis Smokers Club. There we go. Good stuff. Now, from there, it's time for us to move on to find out what you think of that vape pen. All righty. You've got something and I've got something to review.
I have been trying the spinach brand pen cartridges, 510 cartridges.
Okay.
These are distillates, but they're blended, and they re-add CBD and things like that. They are CO2, so
Extracted CO2.
extracted, yeah. So cold extraction, which is a good way to do it, I guess. Legal way to do it, but very expensive. I'm enjoying them. They're very flavorful. This
Yeah.
one is pink lemonade, and it's a sativa.
Yeah.
I have tried the hybrid and their indica as well. All quite yummy. One is a slurricane. And you know what? I'm enjoying them. They last, 4 or 5 days.
Are they does it say on there whether it's got added terpenes or added flavor agents?
Just THC and CBD.
Yeah, okay. Because I know like added terpenes. There's already terpenes in there, and they added.
Yeah, but they add, and some of them do.
When it says added flavor agents, that concerns me because it doesn't really tell you what it is.
I'm not seeing any of those posts.
Yeah, no.
I'm being very specific when I'm looking at these.
Yeah.
I don't like your distillate. I don't like just THC. So what I started doing was looking at high CBD pens. I had one that was 35 milligrams. I had of CBD. This one has 6. The lemonade has 6.
And how's it treating you?
I've got a lot done this week, buddy.
Well, hey, that's a positive.
So that's the spinach pen. Okay.
Yeah.
And they're, I've done some reading on reviews, and they are one of the top cartridges people are buying. The other one that I've got here is a live resin by Tribal. Now, Tribal, actually, they had their booth beside us at one of those event thingies.
Oh, we had a Tribal something. Oh, that was at the Indigenous Cup, but I don't think it's the same.
That wasn't the same?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
But anyways, Tribal is a well known for live resin. The other one that I've tried is Liquid Diamonds.
Oh yeah, that's the one I reviewed last week. Was a Liquid Diamonds. I got the package right here.
There's a little bit in each pen, so I've got several different ones to use.
Yeah. Which one did you grab from Liquid Diamonds?
I don't. That was the adults only brand.
Oh, okay.
NSW or what? NSFW or whatever.
Okay, yeah.
I don't have it here with me because it's dead.
Yeah, I've seen that and those 3 letters with another brand. Wasn't with these guys. And that was geez, I posted it too.
I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it.
1964. 1964.
Okay. I really enjoyed it at first, Al. And then it became very choky.
No, that's what you're smoking on before when the intro was coming in and you were coughing with the lady.
No. I'm talking about the Liquid Diamonds. It's very choky. Yeah.
I get a cough from it as well. The one I've got is Moondrops.
I like this now, and it's not choky, but if you, as you heard before we started the show, if you get that overzealous call.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I found. And it
You
feels
have,
back.
you have liquid moon rocks. Is that what it is?
Moon drops ice.
Moon drops ice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. Never heard of them.
Yeah. This is an indica. Yep. Liquid diamond vape is what it says. So,
Now, but you do realize that's really just a distillate, right?
so it says this is cannabis extract.
Correct. So they'll distill it, usually with CO2 now, and then they blend them together.
Well, the CO2 we remove would be the way that they remove it, same as whether you used alcohol or.
Correct. It's just another extraction method, but
that's for the use for extraction. That wasn't distilling, though. Product wise,
I'm seeing in their notes that they are distilled, and because at the end, in some cases, it says distilled 4 times for purity.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyways, go ahead, Al. What were you were?
I got myself some sauce. Product review. Hot sauce.
From Rena.
Rena, exactly. Yeah, there we go.
Cool.
It's 25 milligrams per tablespoon. This is what it says on the label. And it's full of peppers. It's got.
You're gonna have issues with that.
I got this at the Global Marijuana March from Rena, from her booth, and it was because I really hadn't seen any of that around, so I thought I'd grab some.
She's quite famous around Hamilton for her hot sauce, buddy.
Yeah, she invited us down.
I know, I heard.
Yeah, and what I did, what I planned on doing, but I didn't wait. I thought I would just put some of that on my chicken wings. Right. And then I thought, well, I was a little bit worried what I bake off the THC. So then I thought, well, maybe I'll just dip my chicken wings in it. And I didn't wait to cook wings. We just happened to have a rotisserie chicken that we had leftover chicken from. So last night for supper, I ripped myself up couple pieces of breast meat and dipped it in the hot sauce.
You could probably make a nice sandwich with that as well.
Probably, yeah. Actually,
that doesn't affect your Crohn's.
For the amount that
we don't know yet. You don't know yet.
Well, I had it yesterday, and I've survived so far.
Famous last words, Al.
Yeah, but it's moderation is the key when it comes to Crohn's. Right? So I put a little bit on my plate. Took some chicken and rubbed it through it. And when we were there.
You rubbed your chicken, did you?
Rena made a taco
the big thing somebody. Now at these events, at really any events, is you take a Doritos bag and you cut it open and then you load on all your stuff, and then you've got a to-go bag of nachos. And
there you go.
all the food festivals have them now.
Yeah. Well, she was making tacos, and somebody had ordered one, and then they said, "Oh, can I put some of that sauce on my taco?"
Yeah.
So they took the cap off, and I don't think they realized, but it's an open end. It doesn't have a little squirt hole on it. Right? Poured it, and whoa, holy smokes! So she got her tablespoon worth, I think.
Yeah. Ouch. I guess we don't need this global marijuana thing. There we go.
I see Syntax asked a question. You guys ever felt with PM in soil? I think there's dealt.
Powdery
I
mildew.
can say
Powdery
dealt with
mildew.
PM in the soil. I just found a
Yeah.
plant with spots. 90% sure it's the reused soil. Is your soil drenched product you know of? I don't. Yeah, okay. He's got the word dealt down there as thing. I don't. As far as I haven't dealt with that within the soil itself. I've only actually had powdery mildew a few times when it comes to plant wise, and at that time I wasn't recycling my soil. I am recycling my soil, and I haven't come across that problem. But I do know that powdery mildew does not like a high pH on the leaves. If you can increase the pH of the surface of the leaves, it'll kill off the powdery mildew. So I
How do
wonder
you
if you
do that, Al?
increase, huh?
How do you do that?
Some people use baking soda. I just
Spraying
use high water, just water with high pH. Just our water out of the ground is almost a 10. So that's all I've used. Now the Syntax has got pH up. Now that is a chemical stuff that you would be spraying in there.
Yeah, I
But
don't want chemicals.
yeah, it's in the soil. You could try. I don't know how big of an area that you're dealing with, Syntax, but you could try to raise the pH of the soil, whether it's in the pot or whether labs. Gordo says labs is another way. There we go. That's right. Now, Gordo
What
with
do
labs,
you mean?
so
You
that
have a
not
lab
be,
on your plants?
yeah, with labs, would that be more of the organic way? Well, I guess yeah, Syntax is in soil, but it doesn't mean he's growing organically. Because people still use salt-based foods in soil, but yeah, he's reusing. I'm sure he's gonna come on and tell me. Alrighty. From that, where we are product reviews, we've done a review on that. Oh, just so you know, this does have a bite to it.
I've got one more as well.
Oh, do you? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
This does have a bite to it, and it does taste. It does taste pretty good. I'll just put a little jab on my finger. Yeah.
I'm not into hot sauce at all, Al.
No, eh? Well, this will clean out your intestines.
See you next week at the hospital. So I was at the store here in town at My Cannabis here in town, and I haven't been buying weed because it's expensive. And so I've just been using the pens, but I decided to get, what I said was,
oh, you're right.
Do you have any pre-rolls that have a few different doobies inside? It's not just for one pre-roll. I mean, you can go to and get a pre-roll and it's like $23. I'm not paying $23.
Oh, I've paid 40. I paid
Exactly.
40 for one pre-roll joint.
Exactly. Not doing it. So he said, yeah, there's a product called, and it's from the legal store. It's called Dime Bag.
Dime Bag. And what does a dime bag always cost? I remember a dime bag only cost $10.
$10.
Fucking 40
and that's
years
what this
ago.
costs. It's $10 plus you got to pay your tax, unfortunately. And
really, still $10.
you get 4 2.5 pre-rolls. Four of them.
You're getting 10 grams. You're getting 10 grams. So you're basically paying $1 a gram, plus they're rolling it for you.
Yeah. Plus tax.
Yeah.
This particular strain is called Sweet Pocket Puffs. And here, I'll see if I can read this. Sweet aroma with floral and diesel notes. And it's got some terpenes. Total terpenes added is 2.40 or 2.40%. 23 milligrams of THC and 0.5 of CBD,
Mhm.
and you know, I like it. The taste isn't great.
Is each joint a different joint as
No,
far
that's
as
what I was
length?
looking for, but that's
But they're
this
all
is
the same.
it's just little tinies. But
Yeah.
you know, it's not bad. It's a nice comfortable high. I'm leaning more to lower THC on the doobie side of things
Yeah.
with some CBD because as we're about to discuss in a little bit, I suffer from cannabis hyperemesis syndrome.
Oh,
Kidding. That's what the doctor says.
it's the
Anyway.
doctor said, yeah. Yeah.
So we're going to talk about that in a little bit. But
Yes, we will be. Correct. Just to follow up,
yeah.
I was mentioning about asking about syntax, whether he grows or not in living soil. But just so you know, Gordo, he does, just like myself. We both grow in living soil. Now, I haven't used the labs for anything, so I'm not sure.
What are labs?
I've seen people talk about it. It's actually, by the looks of it, it's a short form, and I just can't think of it off the top of my head right now.
Well, maybe one of these gentlemen that keeps saying labs might tell us what it is.
Gordo, fill us in exactly what the abbreviation means. I sure will. All righty. Product review. Anything else?
Yeah, no, I think we're good. We can move on.
All right. Then it's that time. It's time for the time for the news. Got some headline news. I noticed that you posted in our chat the Health Canada notification.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's been going on for a little while now, but yeah, they're looking for input on cannabis health products.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can go to the
They want your input, not that they'll use it for anything, but they want your input.
They want your input, correct? Yeah, exactly. Because you just, yeah, we all put in all kinds of input before legalization, right? We don't, and there was a lot of stuff that got
You want to
avoided.
know if you know. I mean, if you want to know what a product is going to do or how it's going to help you, you need to try it. Don't depend on somebody else for their notifications. Try it yourself, and if it works for you, great. And if it doesn't, move on.
Move on, yeah.
But don't sit there and just listen to what's being pumped out by the barrel full. You know, you need a little bit of everything, not just CBD, not just THC. You know, get your information right. Okay, what you got? What you got? What you got?
All right, and news-wise, what have I got? Nelson City Council to consider cannabis patio permit.
Bastards.
Jeez, we need those so bad. Yeah, the company out there in Nelson, BC, he's asked for a temporary use permit that he can get for up to 3 years. And this would be for a cafe in the town.
For a trial, yeah,
exactly. It's for a trial. The owner is Brenton Raby. He's the owner of the cafe, and it's a building that he owns as well. He's renovated the building. He's owned it since like 2010. So it's
where's this?
This is Nelson, BC. Yep. It says the temporary use permit is valid for 3 years with the option for a 3rd year renewal and provides an opportunity to apply for a more secure zoning variance. Additionally, it would allow the business to avoid the city's clean air bylaw and restrictions on cannabis consumption spaces outlined in the city zoning bylaw, which is where we get
work here.
Correct. Exactly. That's why I said this has got to be spread across Canada. He's confident, but he's nervous. He says he's been involved in the political policy, activism, and building renovations for so long that sometimes the business plan has been in the background. He says, I already have a business license. a health permit, a registered trademark, and a full cafe built and ready to go. And he's hoping that he gets this temporary use permit in hand. And he's actually looking for partners.
Do they have a smoke-free environment policy in BC like we have here?
Yeah, exactly. But this is a temporary use permit that can help him get around that. And it's for the patio, so it's outside.
There's been a few trials in Toronto, and I don't know how or if they're still open or not.
That was closed. Now, apparently, this building used to be owned. It was the home to the Yahoo Cafe, and it was it is the home of the Yahoo Cafe, and it was previously the home of the Holy Smoke, a storied business in Nelson known as the unofficial head shop long before cannabis was legalized. So it's got some history in the building as well. He says it's a modern, ultra-modern space now, looking to serve tourists. He says cannabis spaces are driven by consumers' desire to socialize, and oftentimes they are not able to consume cannabis where they live. So we are a business that senses this latest demand within the cannabis community for social spaces and space where we can educate and move people forward in how they consume cannabis. Sounds a lot like what we did, 10, 15 years ago when we had lounges. A spot to socialize, a spot to educate, a spot to, consume cannabis. So, let's see what else it says here. It says, if approved, the Yahoo Cafe would be one of the only officially approved cannabis consumption spaces in BC and possibly all of Canada.
If that happens, it won't be for long because others will start popping up pretty darn quick.
Yeah.
In Toronto, they're skirting around the bylaws using the scientific research facilities. And you have to be a member, and you have to fill out some papers when you get there because there is a survey involved. But it's just it's just a private lounge. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, whereas this is one that is trying to be open to the public, be a patio outside,
as it should be, like a bar.
Yeah, exactly. Now, they had a while back. They did a consultation about lounges and stuff. What would be required? And they said that after that, the restrictions on associations with another business in section 5.1.7 of the CRS and PRS licensing handbooks have been removed. So those restrictions are gone. And the language restricting the promotion of a place to consume cannabis or spend time after consuming cannabis has also been removed from that handbook as well. So the laws are changing.
Now, is that handbook just for BC or is it Canada wide?
Just BC. Yeah.
But if BC can do it.
Yeah, exactly. If BC can do it, why can't, get spread this across the country? Because I know like Abby, didn't Abby have a temporary permit for a weekend or something at the Hot Box? Or was it at an event and the Hot Box was some type of sponsor? Yeah, there was something there.
She was at one time doing a patio trial that was sanctioned by Toronto at one point.
Yeah,
but it didn't last long for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah,
the climate changed and when legalization happened. Gordo has answered your question about what
he has. Gordo's lab stands for Lactobacillus. I can't use Bacillus. There you go.
Lactobacillus.
And Syntax, he's got back to us. So they've got back to us. They said that they were was looking up products. Athena line IPM might work too, but I've never used their stuff. Yeah,
never heard of it.
Yeah, good luck. Hopefully it works for you. But yeah. living organic soil. I posted a picture the other day. I was repotting one of my plants. They
I
say you
saw
can't.
that.
They say they can't grow. You can't grow living organic soil in 4-inch pots. Well, you saw the picture of the worm that's been living in my 4-inch pot for months. Well, that plant has been growing. So you can do it.
Look at that shit-eating grin on his face.
Yeah, yeah. Because so many people talk about big pots. You need a big pot for and I can understand why. But yeah, I've always grow in the small pots up to quite the height, and then before I switch them over. So, and if I've always done it that way, and I've been growing with living organic soil for years. So, but you each your own. Okay, now talking about organic. What does organic mean when it comes to cannabis in Canada and people selling the product as organic cannabis for at the legal stores? Well, there we go. Strachan just happened to have the answer to that, and they say, "What does organic really mean in Canadian cannabis?" And it starts off with the term organic carries a lot of weight in the food and agricultural industries, but when it comes to cannabis in Canada, its definition isn't straightforward. Unlike food products, which fall under the Canadian Food Inspection Agency and the state and the Safe Food for Canadians Act, cannabis is yet to receive similar federal recognition. This leaves organic certification in the hands of a third-party certifying bodies, leading to some variations in the standards. Now, according to
Monkey see, monkey do.
Yeah, Abe Singh, he blames it on a lack of federal oversight. He says the word organic has been usurped by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency when it comes to anything related to food. The Safe Foods for Canadian Act has not recognized cannabis as a food, so CFIA then says that they don't have to certify cannabis. Do you think cannabis is a food?
Oh, sure it is.
Sure it is. I know
Absolutely.
that I know of a leading researcher, Dr. William Courtney, that completely agree that cannabis is a food.
Absolutely 100%. Cannabis is the most diverse plant on the planet.
Yeah, yeah. And as I posted the other day on Facebook, you can just take your leaves, dehydrate your leaves, and add it to your food after you grind it up, or even
It's
just
a
take your
plant.
whole leaves, the
It's
fresh
a
leaves.
plant.
Yeah, remove the stem off the fresh leaves and break it up and put it in your salad that you're just about to eat.
A lot of people are doing this now, and even Haley's mom is trying it, microdosing cannabis.
She's microgreens. She's using microgreens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Microgreen.
And seeing a difference.
And basically microdosing raw cannabis, basically.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Or juices and things like that, right?
Yeah. Now they say that there are third-party certifiers such as the Pacific Agriculture Certification Society, the Fraser Valley Organic Producers Association, and one called ProCert, which I've seen before.
More people to pay money.
Yeah. They say that these are the same people who certify our coffee, our strawberries, and our lettuce. Yeah. They say one of these certifiers, one of the key factors that they consider is the growing medium. If it's being grown in organic matter factor and mineral fractions, they say that methods such as hydroponics and aeroponics do not meet the criteria for organic. But there's no single body governing enforcing regulations. Let's see.
Isn't that what the Food Administration is supposed to do?
Yeah, and they have different. They in the article they talk about different ways. Like, is organic just grown in organic soil, or does fully organic mean that it's grown in the sun, outside, where nature is, right? There's a fella here from Coast Mountain Cannabis. He agrees that the term organic is thrown around a lot these days. It's Elliot Fromowich. He says and honestly, it's lost some of its meaning. Just because something is labeled organic doesn't mean it's clean or truly natural. He says that at Coast Mountain, we think organic as alive and of the earth. We've also been using the same soil in our original grow room since 2019.
If you use
They
a
have
synthetic organic product, is that still organic?
What's that? What was that question?
If you were to use a synthetic organic product, okay,
It's
like
organic
oil,
based.
there's
It's organic
synthetic
based.
oil or real oil products.
There's
right?
food products out there that I have grown with in the past
That are synthetic?
They're organic
So-
based, and
But
they
if they're
do have
synthetic,
salts in them.
if they're synthetic, are they organic?
No,
So then if you're using a synthetic organic product, it's not really an organic product.
no, not as far as I'm concerned.
Settles that argument.
Now, so they Coast Mountain, they have recycled their soil 29 times.
Wow.
That's how they reused it for gardens 29 times.
Now they add things to it, obviously.
Yeah. You got to add nutrients to it, dry nutrients. They say to them, organic means avoiding synthetic salts. There's your question. Answer to your question. Preservatives, petroleum-based inputs, and solvent-based processing agents. Instead, they build the soil with carbon-rich matter, high-quality compost, humic, and fulvic acids, and probiotics, creating a thriving biome where microbes feed the plants. The results says the flower is better, better terpene profiles, deeper aromas, and smoother, cleaner smoke. And now here's another company, Rubicon Organics. Now, according to them, their day-to-day practices to stay organic, their guidelines is genetically engineered products or organisms, organic certified fertilizers that nurture microlife in the soil, no synthetic plant hormones or growth regulators, only permitted substances for pest control as outlined in the Canadian organic standards, no intentional use of nanotechnology, no irradiation, certified packaging. Certified packaging that meets the FVOPA standards. Biologically active soil as the required growing medium, like worms.
Yeah.
Mandatory composting of growing media, unless restricted by Health Canada, and I compost my leaves as well. Sunlight as a primary light source, with artificial light used only as a supplement, and trellis materials that do not leach prohibited substances. So they've got a list there of what that they require for to be organic at that company. You see the list right there that I just read off. Right there. And they get into other stuff. They say Rubicon Organics believes Canada should be included under the same federal governing bodies that oversees organic food products. They say it should fall under the federal governing bodies as per food products. And
isn't that Health Canada's job to do that?
Yeah. Well, the federal government should move them, or I imagine Health Canada could do that.
Well, I would think that would be their part of their duties, would it not be?
Yeah, you would think so.
There you
go. That's what there's. What's that?
They would be the people that are involved in the Food and Drug Administration for Canada.
Exactly. Yeah. Why not put cannabis under agricultural? It's a plant. It grows in the dirt.
They don't want it.
Like, would you put corn under Health Canada? It's a plant. It grows. And it can be very dangerous to people. I can't eat it.
It can pop in your face.
Yeah. That can send me to the hospital. I see we got some comments. I'm getting a little bit behind in them. Gordo says worm casts are king, exactly. And I always top up my 4-inch pots with a fresh load of worm castings when I feed them. When I feed the plants. Syntax says that 1 gallons are great for testing F1 breeding products. And that's when I was probably talking about the 4-inch pots and stuff like that. And yeah, I use the 1 gallon pots as well. And Goro says my oldest living soil pot is 6 years and still growing strong. Way to go, Gordo. Way to go. I tried recycling my soil years ago and I ran into problems with it. And then it's only been the last year and a half, I'm going to say last year, where I've been recycling and reusing my soil again. And I'll continue to do so. And the Shadow says worms are number one. That's right, buddy.
I'm going to mix my old soil with my new soil.
Yeah, the only problem is if you're using salt-based food, that salt remains in your old soil, and all you're going to do is add on to it.
I don't believe Floramax is salt-based.
No, you better look. Hey, if you can't read the words on the label, and they're 10 letters long,
I'll have to look. I never thought about it.
Yeah, it's a liquid. Yeah, I'm gonna say it more likely is. If it's not, it might be organic base, but other than that, and even that has salt in it. So
I'll have to look.
Yeah. Alrighty. So that's organic, and that is that. On the news end of things, you've got your video. Before I get into sports.
Yeah, let's do that right now.
Let's do that right now, and you can talk about your video.
I don't want to talk about it. That's why I made a video.
Well, okay. So this is a video on the CHS.
This is the HSP.
Right. Yeah. Okay. And as I mentioned, I know a fellow who has this. I couldn't believe it.
If you overdo it and end up feeling like you've got chest pains and nausea and basically everything that happens when you have PMS, they're going to tell you you have what is it? How is it pronounced? Hyperemesis.
Why you could probably pronounce it. We can probably pronounce it better within the video.
The video will pronounce it. Yeah. So we're gonna watch the video and see what the video has to say, and then we'll be back.
All right.
Cannabis, a plant with a rich history, both revered and demonized. While many associate it with relaxation and euphoria, a darker side exists, a hidden danger lurking within its use. Cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, or CHS. This condition is a stark reminder that even natural substances can have potent and sometimes unexpected effects. CHS is a severe medical condition linked to long-term heavy cannabis use. It brings about a cascade of debilitating symptoms, often sending individuals on a frantic search for relief. The medical community is still unraveling the complexities of CHS, but one thing is clear: it is a growing concern. As cannabis use increases, so too do the cases of this debilitating syndrome. It is a stark reminder that with increased access comes the responsibility to understand both the benefits and the risks of this complex plant. This essay delves into the world of CHS, exploring its symptoms, causes, treatments, and the urgent need for greater awareness and research. CHS manifests as a cruel cycle of suffering. Imagine a relentless wave of nausea washing over you, making even the thought of food unbearable. This is the reality for many CHS sufferers. The nausea is often accompanied by intense, debilitating vomiting, leaving individuals weak and dehydrated. Their bodies are racked with abdominal pain, a deep cramping sensation that adds another layer to their torment. And then there's the heat, a desperate yearning for scalding hot water, a burning desire for relief that borders on obsession. Compulsive hot showering and bathing become a hallmark of CHS, a coping mechanism to soothe the seemingly unending discomfort. These hot water sessions can last for hours, providing temporary respite from the relentless grip of CHS. This cycle of nausea, vomiting, pain, and compulsive bathing can persist for days, even weeks, leaving individuals physically and emotionally drained. Initially, CHS was thought to primarily affect young men who were heavy cannabis users. However, the face of CHS is changing. Today, it affects individuals across a broader spectrum. Men and women, often in their 40s and 50s, are finding themselves grappling with this perplexing condition. The surge in potent cannabis products, coupled with increasingly frequent use, has likely contributed to this shift in demographics. This wider reach highlights the need to dispel the myth that CHS is rare or limited to a specific group. As cannabis becomes more accessible, it is crucial to recognize that anyone who uses cannabis heavily and regularly could be at risk. One of the most frustrating aspects of CHS is the difficulty in diagnosis. The very nature of the syndrome makes it a chameleon in the medical world. Its symptoms mimic those of other common conditions, often leading to misdiagnosis and delayed treatment. Patients may find themselves shuffled from doctor to doctor, undergoing a battery of tests for conditions like pancreatitis, gastritis, or even cyclic vomiting syndrome, only to find no answers. The irony is that cannabis is often touted for its anti-nausea properties, making it even more difficult to pinpoint as the culprit behind the relentless vomiting. This paradoxical nature of CHS often leads to skepticism from both patients and healthcare providers, delaying the correct diagnosis and effective treatment. Unraveling the causes from THC to genetics. While the exact mechanisms behind CHS remain a mystery, research is shedding light on potential causes. Heavy and prolonged cannabis use, particularly high-potency THC strains, appears to be the primary driver. THC, the psychoactive compound in cannabis, disrupts the body's endocannabinoid system, a complex network of receptors and neurotransmitters involved in regulating various bodily functions, including appetite, mood, and pain perception. Chronic exposure to high levels of THC is believed to dysregulate this system, leading to the debilitating symptoms of CHS. Furthermore, emerging evidence suggests that genetic predisposition may play a role. Variations in genes responsible for THC metabolism and the functioning of the endocannabinoid system could make some individuals more susceptible to developing CHS. Beyond THC, exploring other triggers. While THC is a primary suspect in CHS, other factors may also contribute to its development. Synthetic cannabinoids, often found in products marketed as Spice or K2, have been linked to CHS-like symptoms. These synthetic compounds bind to the body's cannabinoid receptors even more strongly than THC, potentially leading to more severe and unpredictable effects. Interestingly, there are anecdotal reports of CHS being triggered by exposure to cannabis scents, or even secondhand smoke. While more research is needed to confirm these triggers, they raise intriguing questions about the potential for even indirect cannabis exposure to impact susceptible individuals. Seeking relief treatment and the importance of abstinence. The cornerstone of CHS treatment is straightforward yet often challenging: complete abstinence from cannabis. Breaking free from the cycle of dependence is crucial for long-term relief. For those struggling with CHS, this means avoiding all forms of cannabis, including smoking, vaping, edibles, and topical applications. In the throes of a CHS episode, medical intervention is often necessary to manage the debilitating symptoms. Intravenous fluids are crucial to combat dehydration caused by persistent vomiting. Medications like haloperidol, a potent antipsychotic, and capsaicin, typically used for pain relief, have shown promise in alleviating nausea and vomiting associated with CHS. Topical capsaicin cream applied to the abdomen may also provide temporary relief. The long road prognosis and the challenge of relapse. Once diagnosed and treated, the long-term prognosis for CHS is generally positive, provided individuals abstain from cannabis use. However, the road to recovery is often paved with challenges. Relapse rates for CHS are dishearteningly high. The addictive nature of cannabis, coupled with the difficulty in accepting it as the root cause of suffering, can make it challenging for individuals to stay abstinent. The allure of temporary relief from hot showers and the misconception that it can't be the cannabis often sabotage recovery efforts. This highlights the importance of comprehensive support systems, including addiction counseling, therapy, and support groups, to guide individuals through the challenges of CHS and empower them to break free from its grip. A call to action: research, awareness, and the future of CHS. The increasing prevalence of CHS presents a pressing need for greater awareness and research. Healthcare professionals need to be equipped with the knowledge and tools to accurately diagnose and treat this complex condition. Public awareness campaigns are crucial to educate individuals about the potential risks of heavy cannabis use, especially as its legalization expands. More research is vital to unravel the mysteries surrounding CHS, including its underlying mechanisms, genetic predispositions, and more effective treatment options. As our understanding of this condition deepens, we can develop better diagnostic tools, targeted therapies, and ultimately, effective prevention strategies. The future of CHS research hinges on breaking down the stigma associated with cannabis use and fostering open dialogues about both its benefits and risks.
Wow.
There you go. The I can see where they said there was a lot of relapse happening, because there's a lot of people who went, what? And that happened to the guy who I know, who surprised me one day, and he turned down a toke because I know he was a toker. And he turned down a toke and he says, "No, I got CHS." And I said, "What?" And he says, "Yeah." He says, "I got really, really sick." He says, "I couldn't believe it." He says, "I went into, didn't know what it was, right?" So he got admitted to the hospital, spent time in the hospital. Then and they told him what he had, and no, right? And he relapsed. He just wasn't because he was addicted, as they used the term in the video, but it was the fact that he just didn't believe them that he had this condition, had really never really heard of it, and then started to consume, and he ended up back in the hospital again.
I ended up in the hospital. I came home and I did a bunch of oil, and I thought I was having a heart attack. So I called an ambulance and went to the hospital. And the first thing the nurse said to me is, "Are you a cannabis user?" And then started explaining to me what this was. And I was like, "Yeah, don't even."
Just like my friend.
Yeah. Although I have not relapsed, I use it every day. And although, you know what, I have overdone it, and I would equate that to greening yourself out, as we used to call it. Yeah, go have something to eat and have a nap. You'll feel better in a couple hours.
Yeah, no,
I've
this fellow said he can't even use edibles, because I said to him, "What about edibles?"
Never made me throw up, though. Yeah, it's never made me throw up.
Yeah, no, it hasn't. Yeah, he
throw up from other things.
Yeah, he was throwing up, and he got admitted. So he got it bad both times, and so he stopped. But
if I'm throwing up, I can bet you bottom dollars it's diabetes related, not pot related.
Yeah. So it's it's, as I said, more research is needed.
This is a conversation that we've been having for 10 years. And I just thought it was time to see what AI had to say about it. And I think it was pretty bang on. There are some concerns. Of course there are.
Yeah, there are. Yeah.
There are some addiction concerns as well. But let's just also remind people is you can be, I'm being dramatic here. You can get addicted to just about anything, including masturbation. So
video games, all that stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. All righty. As far as that, yeah, it's, as we've said for years now, cannabis isn't for everybody. And we're looking
no,
at
my sister can't use it.
Yeah. I know that my son-in-law, he can't use it.
I know people who have had to quit for various reasons.
Yeah.
So
all righty. From news and cannabis hysteresis syndrome.
We're
We're gonna move on to
All I want to know is how the Leafs are doing. That's it.
the Leafs. Won game 1 of the second round of the playoffs
So they're
against
still
the
in it.
Florida Panthers last night, 5-4. Thank you for that breakaway goal near the end of the game that made it 5-3 because Florida was trying to come back and made the game 5-4. So now, also when it comes to last night's game, maybe the Leafs won, but they lost in the net, and that is because their goalie Stolarz leaves game 1 with an injury. It looks like the concussion watcher pulled him from the game. He was seen on the bench throwing up after taking an elbow.
Maybe he has hypermesis.
Well, he wasn't toking out on the ice, but he took an elbow to the head. And he was removed by stretcher and by an ambulance.
Really?
Yeah, exactly.
He's okay? They don't know yet.
I haven't seen an announcement this morning, but we'll know, I'm sure, soon enough. And I seen on one story that they're looking at the head office reviewing the hit and the whole bit, and it's
hard to believe. The punishment that sport specifically puts on a person's body. And we had Sasha Lakovic on, who had a brain injury from all that. He was an enforcer.
Yeah,
and it can rattle your fucking head, man.
It can. Now he Stolarz, he appeared in 34 games. The Leafs finishing his debut year with the team at a 21-8-3 record with a 92.5% save percentage. So that's good.
So this is the goalie.
Yeah, this is the goalie that they took out of the game. So the guy that replaced him, he wasn't able to get a warm up when they pulled him from the game. They brought the other goalie in because of the way the procedures has to be done. If they looked at it as an injury, then that goalie would have got a warm up. But apparently, they didn't think it was an injury or something at that time.
Stats related, yeah.
Yeah. So the guy, the goalie had to go in there. Basically, he'd been sitting on the bench for half the game. He got warmed up during warm up, but yeah. So that goalie, he's played 42 games. His name, his last name is Wool. I'm trying to look for his first name. But he's played 42 games. His record was 27-14 and had a 91% save percentage. So he's got a good save percentage as well.
It's all about stats now.
Yeah, that's how they.
I guess it has been for a long time, though.
Yeah. So, but we'll find out at the next game, the next Leaf game. What's going to happen there, and I'm sure there's probably been already an announcement made today. I just don't have it in front of me. And also in sports, I got to mention the fact of the Professional Women's Hockey League as well. They are being very successful because they have expanded not once, but twice. There's been 2 new teams added to the Women's Professional Hockey League. One is in Vancouver, and another one is coming to Seattle.
Already, it's only been 6 months since they've been playing. Awesome.
Yeah, they're expanding again. Yep, Vancouver and Vancouver and Seattle, and there will be 8 teams in the league.
Does Toronto have a team in the league? Does Toronto have a team? Yeah. Oh yes, we talked about it a few weeks ago.
Yeah, Toronto has a team. I'm trying. It's like a sword or something that they have. as a
The
symbol. Yeah.
saber?
Saber is not quite a saber. Spectres or something, which is
Spectres? I don't
say
know.
the Star Warrior version of a sword. I don't know, but something like that is what they're called.
Lasers?
So, but yeah, so it's good to see that they expanded. But it's unfortunate about the goalie who's been playing pretty good for them to get injured. Took an elbow to the head. So, alrighty, any more in sports?
No.
All right, time to move on. All righty. What do you got? You got any entertainment you want to bring up while I'm looking for something?
You know what? I'm going to save that for next week. I know that there's a documentary coming out on Netflix about the Doors, and I wanted to find the trailer, but I can't find the official trailer, so we'll wait until I find it.
All right. Well, I got one event that I'm going to highlight, and it's, we are an international show, so it's an international event. It is in the U.S. It is in Texas. Texas Hemp Stock 2025. Hemp Stock is back now in Texas. You'll notice that the LK at the end of stock is in capitals, and that is to reminder of a fellow. It's a dedication to somebody within the cannabis movement. I just can't think of them right.
Okay.
So they got speakers, they got vendors, they got sponsors, they got all kinds of stuff that's going on. They got art. It's the inaugural. So this is the first annual event. It's Memorial Day weekend in the U.S., May the 24th, 25th. If you're going to Texas, this is where you want to be.
Or as we call
the
it,
mission is to advance hemp. Yeah, advancing hemp legalization and sustained development through engaging education, entertainment, and industry innovation. The bands. It's a huge list of bands that are to appear at this event.
Nice.
And you can see the map. They even got a kids area. Look at that.
Cool.
Kids area. We got fire pit, activity area, family camping. There's a camping area. There's vendors for 21 plus. There's a Jack Herrera vendor village. Larry Kirk. That's the LK. Larry Kirk stage. John Sinclair stage. So you got two stages. Vendors village. Looks like quite the event. Music, DJs. I just can't read that poster. Let's just
it's way too small for me, buddy.
yeah. One of the bands that is performing there is Los Marijuanos.
Oh yeah.
You ever heard of Los Marijuanos?
They were on my
I got to
show
see him at the
years and years ago.
Yeah, still going.
Yeah.
And he's the band is going to be there, and they're going to be cranking up the tunes. That's for sure. That's for sure. Let me see if I can find vendors, artists, speakers. I'm just looking to see if I can find all those list of bands. Oh well, they got a huge list.
Yeah, I looked at the website.
And here, I'll just bring it up here.
Pretty big, yeah.
Did you? Yeah. Paul Stanford. He's the guy. He's the founder of Portland Hemp Stock. Casper Leach of Time for Hemp. He's going to be speaking there. These are other official speakers that you can see in this list here. Elvie Muska. Do you know who she is?
No, I know Danny.
Is one of only a few. Yep. She is one of only a few U.S. citizens that actually gets the medical cannabis directly from the federal government in one of those 300 joint
in the big can.
Like Irving,
Irving was getting, or what is Irving?
Correct. Exactly. Yeah.
And she's still getting. He still gets his too, doesn't he? I think Irving gets his still.
As far as I know, yeah.
So I know Danny. I don't. I'm not seeing and Casper, and that's it.
Yeah, I know of Paul. I've spoken to him.
It's been years since Stanford, yes.
Yeah, Harry.
I don't see any other names that I know.
But that's a list. Even if you don't know, there's still a huge list of people that that's gonna be speaking there. Let's see what else. I'm just trying to see if I can find the music artist, but from the speaker back up to the top. Yeah, because I know that they have a list of music artists, and I think I finally found it. See if you know any of these people or bands. Oh, and not only do they have music, but they also got glass blowing as well. Glass blowing going on there. Here we go. Here's the music. And yeah, I'll be the same thing. There's probably a lot that I never heard of before, but you can see it just keeps going. Have you ever heard of Frank Nitti? I noticed they talked about him a bit, but I don't know. I've never heard of him.
Yeah, I've heard the name.
Yeah.
I can't recall. It's a name that
710.
It's a name that kind of sticks out. So yeah, I've heard the name, but I don't remember why.
Yeah. Keeps going up. Grace the Enterprise.
I'm sure it'll be an awesome weekend.
Yeah, it just keeps going with, and the thing is, maybe you don't recognize the names, but you might recognize the music.
Yes.
Now I saw them the other day when I was here at this website, Los Marijuana.
I saw them on the list when I looked as well. I'm pretty sure I saw it.
Yeah.
And they would probably be up at the top.
I just probably sped over top of them. Yeah, more than likely. Oh yeah, there they are right there. I found them right there over to the right. Yeah, so they'll be there. And it looks like a real good event. Anyways, it's too bad it's not here in Canada, where I could just someplace we would.
If it was a Canadian event, I'd be all over that. I'd be like, yeah, let's go, man.
Yeah, exactly. So it looks like a.
I would love to be a part of putting an event together up here, but would it be financially viable to do that in this area?
Yeah.
Maybe up in Thunder Bay area, they have they have a big concert on the beach up there in July, I think it is. Right? And some pretty big names as well. So
yeah.
They get a lot of country artists up there.
Yes, they would. All righty. Well, entertainment wise, we got another tune we're going to play. Moonshine and Mary Jane.
Moonshine.
And then when we get back, we'll wrap things up.
Hi.
All right. Here's Moonshine and Mary Jane from Dr. High. Check them out, Dr. High Music on YouTube.
The ones who run the fire and the ones who burn the fuel. Granddaddy ran whiskey through the the Georgia pines. Joints made them thick as vines. Me, I got both running through my veins. Born to be wild, got that outlaw name. Back road smoking, flask in my hand. Kicking up dust, I don't need no plan. Pass me that blunt, pour me that shine. We gon' be outlaws till the end of time. We don't sip slow, we don't puff. Pour it up strong, roll it up right. A little too high, a little too drunk. Still that we live in life, we don't give a damn. Moonshine in my left, and Mary Jane in my right. Riding through the back roads in the dead of night. Sipping on the fire, smoking on the trees. I ain't no law gonna bring down me. Smoke rolling and the whiskey on ice. Blue lights flash, they trying to chase me down. Man, I'm pedal to the floor, I ain't slowing now. Hide the stash, ditch the jar. Keep my boots running till I'm out this town. Back at the bar, we still going strong. Smoke in the air, whiskey in my song. The preacher said I need to change my ways. Told him I'll pray, but not today. We don't give a damn. Moonshine in my left, and Mary Jane in my right. Riding through the back roads in the dead of night. Sipping on the fire, smoking on the trees. Ain't no law gonna bring down me. Smoke rolling and the whiskey on ice. Raise your jars, raise your joints. Here's to the rebels, here's to the noise. Here's to the ones who ain't afraid to live. Take a sip, take a hit, and let's do it again. Moonshine in my left, and Mary Jane in my right. Riding through the back roads in the dead of night. Sipping on the fire, smoking on the trees. Ain't no law gonna bring down me. Keep the smoke rolling and the whiskey on ice.
There you go. Moonshine and Mary Jane by Dr. High. You can check them out, Dr. High Music on YouTube. Or you can just go to the, I know on the Pace Radio Network's YouTube channel, we've got a playlist of all his stuff. You can play it back to back to back at a party. You know, but you'll get the odd little commercial in it, though, because they do run commercials at the end. So, but there you go. Music. Yeah. Yes, Shadow. I agree. Yes. To be young, as he says. All righty. It's wrap up time. Anything that we've forgotten, that we missed, that we should be...
I'm out wrap.
Yeah. Yes, you are. All right. Other than that, that's it. Let's see.
Hello.
No, to come up on the 420 Pace Network later today. The Mushy Moment is being broadcast. The Mushy Moment, exactly. Other than that, don't forget, catch Saturdays, re-rolled Saturdays, where we play all of our stuff again, back to back to back. A little bit of promo in between of the network. Other than that, it's nonstop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Starts Saturday morning at 9 o'clock for the first set, and the second set starts at 4 p.m. That's when we spark it up. And that way it runs through 420. So, alrighty. I see we got a couple comments. Gordo says, enjoy your day. Stay high, guys. We shall. And enjoying today's show. Thank you, Shadow. Thanks for enjoying it. Anybody who's enjoyed it, hey, hit that like button and share it. Share it around. Other than that, we're
Don't
out
forget
here.
to subscribe.
Yeah. Alrighty. Time to say bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. We'll
Bye
see
bye
you
and bye bongs.
Bye bongs. Yeah, bye bongs. Yeah, that's a good idea. Talk to y'all later. Bye bye.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment with myself and my awesome co-host Rev Cindy. We're live today on Tuesday, the March 18th. Here
11th.
on Pace Radio. What?
11th. You're a week ahead of yourself, my friend.
We're live today on March 11th here on paceradio.net, and we stream everywhere. Oh. I'm never ahead. I'm always way behind. That's
I know.
I'm a week ahead finally.
Something happening the week after that you're excited about?
Our podcast.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. How's your Tuesday?
Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Doing a lot better. I was, kind of got hit with a bit of that flu there a couple weeks ago there. Took me down pretty hard. It's nice to be recovering and back on track. Back doing the V-spike block and the poly shield to stop those things from getting in. Dang it.
Can't wait to get my hands on those products again. I'm so excited. That means I adapt. Boy, howdy, do I miss those things.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, beautiful products. Beautiful products. And we should probably have a show one of these days to talk about all those products and do all that jazz. That's a good idea. Look at me coming up with ideas live on here.
That's not a bad idea.
That's not a bad idea. But today we have an East Coast guest.
All I want to do is go, well, I somebody to build the boat, and I somebody to say it's there.
That's Newfoundland, my friend.
Oh, when you're in Vancouver, that's East Coast is all the same.
It's East Coast. So I heard about this lady probably about a year-ish ago. A friend of mine was telling me about her, about foraging. This lady that works out of New Brunswick, and she's very smart. She knows her stuff, not just about mushrooms, but about foraging in the woods. And then a few months ago, I had opportunity to go on a hike that this lady led here in Nova Scotia. She came and visited a beautiful spot, and we were able to go for a beautiful walk through the woods, a very nice trail these people have made on their property. And we got to go learn about the woods and about everything. And I came back very enamored with her knowledge, and I told you all about her. And then here a couple of weeks ago, I had once again opportunity to go on another hike with this lady, like another walk, another learning experience. And then there was another forager there who made us beautiful food. It was spectacular. And what I can take away from the last meeting was, and we were just talking about it before we came on air, she taught us how to make white pine soda. Sugar, water, and white pine needles. And it was really cool. And, I invited her to be part of the show at that point in time, and she said yes. So we have worked hard to find time and bring her on. And her name is Jessica Gavin.
From the enchanted mushroom forest, foraging and folk medicine.
Yeah. Hi, Jessica.
Welcome to the show.
Hi, I'm glad to be here.
We're so excited to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm really glad that we found a time to get you on.
Me too.
So, Jessica, I've been on a couple of foraging expeditions with you. Hi, Chica. And the first one that we were on, you gave a little bit more about your history. But for the people that are watching that may not know, why don't you tell us about your foraging history and what got you into it again?
Okay, so it's pretty cool because I can almost, like, if I stood up, I can see the spot where I picked my very first mushroom, because it's like literally just like maybe 15 meters out my back door. But I remember one of the very first things I remember was just kind of like toddling around my backyard, picking the white mushrooms with the pink underside, like the grocery store mushrooms. They're called meadow mushrooms. And my mom was very into it, very into it. We were very into plants. We were very into the herbal medicines. Ended up not doing it quite so much for a while when I was a teenager and a young adult. I had experienced some things in my life that were traumatic, and I ended up turning to drugs and alcohol to kind of chill myself out. Went way overboard and I was fried. I found out I had PTSD, and it was like, oh, well, I'm just coping very, very badly with this, and what are some better ways that I can do it? So I ended up looking at ashwagandha and astragalus and other adaptogens, help regulate your stress hormones. And I found out that there was a mushroom called reishi, and I landed in the woods looking for this mushroom and brought home the wrong mushroom. It took me 6 months to find the reishi, but the mushroom that I brought home that wasn't the right one still ended up being pretty cool. So I ended up falling in love with the culinary mushrooms after that, and ended up back in the wild plants shortly after that. And I just wanted to bring people with me into the woods and for them to see how cool it was. So I started bringing people into the woods, and my mom started poking at me that I should consider doing it as a job. And I always imagined it would just be kind of like a hobby or a little side hustle, but it kind of snowballed, and it is the big, beautiful thing that it is now.
Wow. Yeah. And it's been interesting to go on these walks with you, because it's not the only thing that you do. You do have a day job, I guess, so to speak, where you help when people find the wrong things.
Yes. So that's not really a job, though. That is like a volunteer thing. Okay. It's a big team. It's a big team full of people from all over the world helping with. You're talking about the emergency poison, right? Yeah,
Yes,
that's a volunteer group.
Well, that's amazing. That's even like way cooler then.
It's pretty cool to watch the team in action. It is pretty cool. But yeah, I did take on somewhat of a little bit of a part-time day job a couple of months ago doing mad science workshops. So I'm having a lot of fun with that.
Yeah. Yeah. So you just to go back to this group of people that you volunteer with.
Yes.
It's one of these things that I find very cool because like, I mean, especially the more as it grows, people into natural medicines, into foraging, into, all of this stuff. And they've gone for one walk with a Jessica Gavin type person. And all of a sudden they feel that they can go into the forest and they can get everything. And now they've brought home the wrong thing. They've eaten it and then they're sick. I mean, they call this group, or eventually somehow you guys come into play to help. Yeah.
Yeah, it is really a beautiful thing to be a part of. There are a lot of cases, a lot of veterinary cases, a lot of like kids and dogs and stuff. And most of the time the outcome is really good and we can feel really good about it. But it is really, really important that people are safe when they're foraging.
Yeah.
Yeah, because some of those, a lot of people will use the apps for identification.
Yeah.
Percentage chances of, but they can still be wrong.
Yeah, well, when you're learning, an app can be useful, but should never be your final reference. So you need to go on walks with experts and ask for help. The Facebook groups are a really good resource. And it's really important too that you get to know each species really, really good and be familiar with the features that make it unique and what looks like it that can be dangerous. Yeah, you got to take your time and get to know it.
Yeah, that was when I was doing some study, especially in the mushroom realm. It said other than the Amanita, every other mushroom has a dangerous version. So you've got the one that's edible, and you've got one that looks like it not edible.
It's not quite that dramatic. There are lookalikes to mushrooms, but there are plenty of mushrooms that you can start with that are fairly straightforward. Don't really have a deadly lookalike. Lobster mushroom is a really good example of that. It's a beautiful red, like kind of filmy feeling mushroom that's very white inside, and it smells like seafood. It doesn't really have any gills. It's a very safe mushroom to start with. And that's the important thing when you're getting into anything, really, plants or mushrooms, that you pick those good, safe ones, get to know them really, really well. I'll learn what those, because they do have mushrooms that kind of look similar, but often they're not dangerous or even poison at all. So it's like a less of a risk with those easy beginner mushrooms, but there's a procedure that I call a safety net, where you use more than one book or website to verify your mushroom. And then you check with like a person, like an expert like me, or one of the other really amazing experts that are accessible in my foraging group and a couple of other foraging groups.
Yeah. Wow. I want to stress too that we're talking a lot about mushrooms, but you forage way more than just mushrooms.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really, 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 really beautiful things that you can forage for.
Yeah. She the last walk we were on, Jessica showed us some plants that can kill people. So now I know that. Be careful. I'm kidding. But yeah, she said, what was it? The spruce tree, and I can't remember the name of
the yew. It was the yew. Yes. Yep. No, and that's very common and very. If the issue is, if you don't know that a plant or a mushroom has a potentially deadly lookalike, and you just, like you were saying, you go on a walk and you're like, oh, I know that, I can go get that in the woods, and then you don't realize it's really important. Yeah.
Yeah, there are some minor differences sometimes. Yeah, Steve's enjoying the podcast.
So what like if a person was going foraging, really they should know the area and what they're going to be looking for ahead of time, really.
Well, that is a very good plan. Yeah, there are like a handful of common plants and common mushrooms that you can find all over the place practically all the time. Those are great ones to start with. And often these are plants that are just hanging out around your house, in your yard, in your park, by your neighborhood. The amount of food that can be available in a really small green space is absolutely mind blowing. The most of what's out there is edible, medicinal, delicious, but it's just knowing to be cautious and to be respectful and to really take your time.
So with springtime coming up,
Yes.
what would be what would be the excitement of spring is coming and that is going to bring
The greens, the greens, the beautiful, beautiful green things, the dandelions, the stinging nettles. There's a beautiful herb called bedstraw that grows almost everywhere. It is this gorgeous, gorgeous little plant that is really good for your lymphatic system. So he's like, I think I need him right now. So really excited to see him. There's some really cool mushrooms, these big, beautiful shelf mushrooms that are really soft and they have like a feathery pattern on top of them and they smell like watermelons, but they're so, so good. I'm really excited for those. That's a beginner friendly mushroom, very beginner friendly because like shelf, feathers, cucumber smell, like soft. There's nothing else fits that bill. You know what I mean? So really good and very abundant on hardwood trees and really yummy. If you like ramen, it makes the best broth ever.
wow.
Mhm. Yes, yes. And spring is a good time to learn because there isn't a crazy amount of mushrooms out in the spring. There's just a few. So that it's easy to learn each one. So I always tell people if you're going to learn mushrooms, this is the best season to start in.
Very cool.
Okay.
And you run in-person and online classes, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Very cool.
And maybe we should pop that across the bottom as to where they can find her for those.
Sure. Yes.
Because like I'm not on top of things because I'm busy watching the podcast.
And you've got a beautiful dog on your lap.
Yes, she's being a little demanding today.
I've noticed. I've noticed. I'm also going to. I am just clicking some buttons here to see if I can paste this in. Why won't you let me make a comment? I don't know. Interesting. It won't let me put a comment in, but that's okay. I'll put it in our Facebook group when after the podcast.
Okay.
That makes it easy. Yes. Yes. So you were actually talking to me about an Amanita, some Amanita, training and whatnot. Steve, right the right way, makes BC is a wonderful place to forage Amanita.
Yes, it is. There's a lot.
Yeah, you almost go anywhere in the right time of year, and he just sends me pictures and videos of just tons. He walks up this one path, and it's just Amanitas. It's just so he has taken to foraging them and doing some work with them.
Yes. Yeah. No, they're beautiful, beautiful.
I haven't done anything tincture wise or anything with them, but at this point, it's just been. Processing them and then capping them. And, same with CPTSD and utilizing them for sleep. And we've got my partner, John, uses them for his neuropathy. And it's...
that
was new for us just as of last year, actually.
Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, it's really nice to see. To see and hear about them.
We'll further it this year because we have been gifted the trail is just ridiculous some years with what the abundance of what it leaves for us. So it's it's been nice to open that one up, because prior to that, it was all psilocybin and reishi, cordyceps, lion's mane, chaga, maitake, shiitake, turkey tail.
Yep.
The the ones that when I was first looking weren't so abundant, but now seem to be quite abundant and talked about, which is nice that people are learning what they do what they can do for the immune system, what they do for the guts, what they do for our healing. It's just absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. The more I research, the more I just get blown away at.
Yes, absolutely.
Wow.
Yep.
So what other type of herbs and that do you forage in your area? What is it that you're finding there?
Oh, I have probably like 15 or 20 herbs for each season that I'm super fond of and I could talk about all day. It's really hard just to pick one or two or three.
Well, go through a few. Go through why they're your favorites and what about them, you find.
Let's start with this season. So we're going from winter into spring. Like, if you were to head out today, what would you be hoping to find to bring home to process as food or medicine?
Today?
If you were to head out today, if it was ideal weather conditions and everything, and you headed out to do some foraging, what would you be hoping to find?
Well, today would be a lot of the same stuff that you saw when we were on the walk a couple of weeks ago. The conifer trees, especially the pines and the spruces, are really, really wonderful. Super high in vitamin C, very antioxidant, very good for respiratory issues, colds, flus, viruses, immune support. The spruce in particular has been shown in some studies even to support healthy blood flow to the brain. So that one kind of shocked me when I learned that. What you were saying earlier, every time you learn, you're learning more things that blow your mind. I run into that a lot. Every time I run a class, every time I'm getting ready to do a class, I'm writing up the materials and I'm double checking stuff. And I learned something that I'm just like, what? Seriously, about this plant that I've known and used for years. I think that's really, really cool.
Okay, so you said stuff about spruce. If a person was going to go out and utilize spruce, what would they be doing?
It would usually be a tea this time of year. Most of what you're going to find right now would be a tea. You could also prepare a tincture, but tea is simpler and faster.
So the needles off of the thing, or are you breaking the pieces that the needles are attached to with it, or what would you be doing?
Some people would remove the needles from the wood. I'm a little bit lax and slack when it comes with my foraging and herbalism, kind of like just in a mason jar, you know what I mean? Toss it together. But I like to throw the wood in. Often the wood will also have other compounds in it, as long as the wood is not toxic, of course. That's that due diligence. But just the wood and the needles, I like to take just the tips of branches and toss them. I like to use a thermos if I'm in the forest, or a mug, and pour some water over it, let it sit for 20-30 minutes, and you're good.
Wow, and it would be quite the earthy taste, I would imagine.
It's pleasant. It can have notes of citrus. It can be kind of like the smell of a tree. It's quite pleasant, especially if you sweeten it a little bit. I thoroughly enjoy it. Rose hips are really, really good with conifer needles, and often you can find them really close by, and the winter preserves them. So you could make a real fancy tea. You're making me want to go forage, though.
Now, what would be the benefits of a person having, say, a spruce with rose hips tea?
Well, that is a vitamin C bomb is what it is, because the conifer needles are full of vitamin C. The rose hips are also full of vitamin C. So you got just vitamin C out the wazoo. I think you would also have some vitamin A, probably some other vitamins in that range. Lots of compounds to support like the elimination of mucus or tar from the lungs, and you would have blood flow support for some of those conifers. Spruce would help with cognition and memory and things like that. If you're under the weather, colds, flus, I believe antiviral, antibacterial, immune supporting. So you got a really large spectrum of benefits. Rose hips, since we brought those in, are really good at skin support, heart, cardiovascular, even like on the emotional side of things like grief and stuff like that. So rose and conifer needle together, you got a lot of different bases covered.
I know that rose hips is really good for blood flow as well. They say that's really good
Yeah.
for getting the varicose veins to lighten up and clear up as well.
Interesting. Very interesting. I know if you put rose hips in oil, dried rose hips in oil, and you let it soak, it's just as good or better than some of the really fancy, crazy, expensive serums. As there's a compound called tretinoin that people pay a lot of money for, and rose hips have it naturally, and it because of the vitamin C and the collagen, and the rose hip oil is beautiful, beautiful, beautiful for the skin.
Yeah. Yeah, rose is beautiful for the skin, whether it's the rose hip, the rose. It's just rose. Steve and I were at the there's a psychedelic conference in Vancouver. He's changing up the dates and times, but used to be every November there was the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference in Vancouver. And this past year, the people that set the altar for the conference, it was all rose based, and mine aren't going to be right here. I don't know where I placed them. They're in my purse somewhere. But he makes rose petal beads. So roses and water is all it is. And then he rolls them into beads. And they smell so fragrant and so beautiful. And they are in of themselves a medicine just by smelling them and by wearing them. But the entire altar was rose-based. And it was very beautiful. And, he talked about the rose medicine a lot of the weekend, and it was incredible. Yeah, that was Willow. Hey, Steve.
Yeah, pretty amazing stuff that he does too. He's an incredible wood carving guy as well.
He is. Yeah. Oh, look.
I'm searching for them. Oh, did you find them?
I did. Yay. So these are rose petal beads. It's all rose petals spun into beads. And they are so incredibly fragrant. It's incredible. Yeah. So yeah, so we learned a little bit in November about the power of the rose, and it was quite spectacular. And he had different tinctures there made with rose hip or rose, and it was quite beautiful.
Yeah. Hey, is it about that time we should do our commercial break?
Well, get that done. Yeah, we could probably do that. There was a nice little pause naturally there, so we can head into that commercial.
Okay. Hey, it's break time. Time to check out our sponsors, Pace and Bills. You're here with us live on the Mushy Moment on paceradio.net. We'll be right back. Hang out.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. daily deals. Check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Welcome back to the Mushy Moment, streaming live to you here at paceradio.net and on all your favorite streaming platforms. We're here with Jessica Govan from the Enchanted Mushroom Forest Foraging and Folk Medicine. I think that's awesome. All I picture is one of those little gnome cabins is sitting in the by a tree with some mushrooms growing.
Yeah.
What did you see at her front cover page? I'm going to show it off here now. It's got a little fairy on it there.
Oh, there we go.
I actually found this in the forest and a friend of mine took a picture of it.
It's cute.
So if people were going to look for you, that's the group they would look for on Facebook.
Yes, and it's a little sleepy in there this time of year because I'm
tired of foraging snowballs.
Yep, that's pretty accurate. So it ramps back up probably around April or May. I'm starting to get really excited. In my Facebook memories last year, a couple of days ago, I was picking stinging nettles. So this week last year, there were stinging nettles out. So I'm just like, any day now.
Any day. It's all going to happen.
That's what I have to step into this year is the stinging nettles. I have a buddy who's just got a field of them in his back, and he's been nagging me for about 2 years. Dude, you got to look into these stinging nettles. You got to look into these stinging nettles.
Mm-hmm.
And I think those will get added in this year as well.
Yes, that's a beautiful, beautiful thing.
Yeah. Considering you just got another subtle message about them from Jessica.
Yeah. It's loud enough. I'm hearing it. Oh, hey, okay. So stinging nettles. What are the advantages and how would you utilize them?
Oh, these guys. They're probably in our part of the world the most nourishing plant that grows wild in our part of the planet. It is really high in most of the minerals that your body needs to do all the things that it does. It's crazy high in iron. It's even a source of protein. Super anti-inflammatory. Even the stings. My grandma has arthritis and she stings her fingers every year with the stinging nettle. She'll get cranky with me if I wait too long to bring them back and they're wilty. She'll be like, they're not stingy, Jessica. But what else? Okay. They're a natural antihistamine. So you can take them for like 6 weeks before allergy season and they'll help support, especially the environmental allergens. They're an everyday herb is what they are. I think folks should be drinking the nettles every day.
And stinging their fingers.
Well, I don't particularly enjoy that, but some people find it it's kind of similar to like bee venom therapy. It's the same compound. So
And just kind of, if you had arthritis in your fingers, you would just kind of
Yep.
try and get them to actually do like
Yep.
they do when you're running through them.
yeah, well, I take my grandma to pick the stinging nettles with me every year, and she picks them with her bare hands, just happily. She's like, "Oh yeah, let's do this."
Wow. And then how long would the relief be for her off of that?
Yeah, it lasted like a significant amount of time. I've never asked her how long in particular, but I would imagine it would last some hours or potentially a little longer, especially if you use it regularly.
Wow. And other than that, you would generally just put it together as a tea?
No, the nettles, they're a little bit more versatile because when you cook them, they're not stingy anymore. People do like cream soups, like a cream of leek or whatever, but a cream of nettles. You can use them like you would use any green vegetable, cooked, of course. I like to fry the leaves in just a little bit of brown butter, and they get like a crispy little chip. The seeds, you can even use the seeds. They're very nourishing, proteins, fats, and a lot of the same benefits as the leaves. So it's a really cool plant.
Wow.
Yeah, very interesting. What a way to naturally fight. Like, I like the antihistamine. I have allergies specific to like Nova Scotia. You know what I mean? And I don't like taking, you don't know me well, but I think you've met me long enough and in the right situations that, I don't want to go take all of these pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
And this sounds like a lovely alternative.
Yep. And then you're nourishing yourself too. You're getting all the vitamins and the minerals from it. It's really cool. I should go check my spot right after this.
So even if you're just cooking them up and making a soup, that'll work for the histamine aspect as well.
Oh yeah, yeah, totally. Just get them in, yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Is it something that people use in a tincture quite heavily? I haven't actually noticed it.
I have because you're so much of the benefit of the nettles is in the minerals. That is not extractable by alcohol. So there are probably compounds in it that would come out, but for the lots of the vitamins and minerals, because we want to get as much of that as we can. So most people are going to food it or tea it. But I would have to look into exactly like which compounds would make people want to do a tincture. I'm sure people do tinctures. I've never worked with it in a tincture fashion.
Okay, I was just wondering.
Yeah. You can tincture most things. It's just whether it's the most ideal preparation for it.
Right, and what is the benefit you're getting out of there? Because, like you said, the mineral content you won't be getting out, and if it's a high mineral thing, then you could be wasting a lot of it utilizing tincture.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, and nettles is coming around, so that's something I should be looking at here pretty soon. Yeah.
I'm literally going to go check my spot as soon as we're done talking. I'll send you pictures.
We look forward to it.
So so nettles is in there. What else in this time of year would be something really potent and powerful for gut health?
Or even coming up, like from what I can hear, you're excited for the nettles because any day they're going to be popping up. What else has you going? Okay, maybe tomorrow. Like, is there?
No, things move a little slow in the spring, so kind of just waiting on stuff to ramp up. My favorite things other than nettles take a couple or a few more weeks. Oh, knotweed is really cool. Knotweed is really, really cool, but that'll be 3-4 weeks now. Reishi, we mentioned reishi.
Yeah.
Yes.
Everybody's crazy about reishi, and reishi is really wonderful. People should be crazy about it, but it only grows for a couple of months, and it can be hard to find because around here it likes hemlock. And some years it doesn't flush as hard as others. So it's like there's this other mushroom that is related to reishi, very closely related to reishi, much more common, much more abundant, and grows all year. So he's really cool. So you can do a lot of the same kind of things with him. He has a lot of the same chemicals, but he's easier to find, accessible all year.
What is
I
that?
have a really, it's called an artist's conch,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
I
That's
actually have a giant.
at the bottom, right?
I'm sorry. Yes, it's white on the bottom.
Yes, they
Yes.
call them artist conch because they used to pop them off and paint on the white part.
Yes. So if you give me a minute, hold on. I want to show you something. Hold on.
That's wicked.
And we're both trying to read.
I think it says, "Let that shit go."
Yeah, it's a mushroom.
Cute.
Okay. So this is my gigantic artist conch.
Wow.
Yeah. So, oopsie. Okay, sorry, I accidentally hit a button. This is my gigantic artist conch. So they grow all year, which means they ever stop growing. As long as they have food, they'll just keep getting bigger and bigger. My brother was moving. He's a mover, like he works for a moving truck company, and he was moving. And this lady had this mushroom, and he asked her if he could take a picture of it to show me, and she said, "No, just take it and give it to her." So he gave it to me. And it's huge. I don't even think the camera does it justice how big it is. But this is the part that's really cool. Is see all those little lines?
Yeah.
That's each one of those is one growing season.
Wow.
Yeah, so it tells you how old it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's very, here's the top.
Wow.
It's kind of brown.
That's bigger than what I've ever seen before.
Yeah, I've never seen one this big ever, except for when he brought it to me.
Growing up in Kamloops, in the interior of BC, we had a bunch of those growing around us.
Yeah.
Wow, that one's huge.
Yes. And they're super common. I find them basically every time I go out. They're all over the place.
Well, I know growing up in Kamloops, there was a lot of people that used to paint them, like go and gather them and do the paintings on them. That's how I knew what it was that you were actually talking about. I've actually seen lots of them painted while I was growing up. That's
oh my gosh, pushing all the buttons.
Pushing all the buttons.
Sorry.
That's usually me doing that kind of stuff.
I was gonna say, we've done it all.
So yeah, the it's a cool mushroom, and it's.
What are the advantages of that particular mushroom?
So the same kind of things you go after reishi for, the organ support, the stress hormone support. That is, and all mushrooms are anti-inflammatory. All mushrooms are anti-cancer, antioxidant. So you're going to see some aspect of most of those things in almost any mushroom. Even the groceries, like the store mushrooms that you get at the grocery store, a lot of them have really potent medicinal benefits. I got into the mushrooms for the reishi, right? It was about medicinals for me at first. And I went looking for them. Took me a while, found some culinary ones, and I got really into those for a good year probably. Was like, oh, culinary mushrooms are awesome too. And I found this big old, it's called a hen of the woods. And they get up to 50 pounds. Yeah, you mentioned my toke, so you know that's another name for it. So you already know this mushroom. But I found it was 50 pounds, the one that I found. It was massive. My kid kneeled down next to it and was basically the same size as this mushroom. So I brought it home and I was doing my research. I was checking it out, making sure, how am I going to use it? What am I going to do? I decided on jerky. So shred it up and make jerky with it. But as I was researching it, it was like, oh, this mushroom is used in traditional Chinese medicine. And I'm like, excuse me, no, that must be a mistake because this is a food mushroom. And then I played a fun game for a little while called which mushrooms aren't medicinal. So which mushrooms don't have some sort of super crazy benefit for your body, and I haven't found one yet. So we'll continue playing that game.
Wow. So did you step into discovering stuff about the mushrooms, et cetera, and whatnot because of your PTSD?
I mean, I definitely, I think that was a really, really big factor, but it's possible that I may have ended up there anyways. My mom was bringing me some for a couple of years. I put chanterelles in spaghetti sauce because I had no idea what I was doing. But I think that was the big push that got me back there, was wanting to support, wanting to feel better. Yeah.
That was my pathway with the mushroom as well. It was
Yeah.
like, I want to heal. I'm tired of medicating, and I want to heal. And when I went down the healing path, it didn't just bring me to psilocybin. It brought me to reishi. It brought me to lion's mane. The more I started to go, and I was working with some cancer people or helping some cancer people, and then turkey tail pops in, and you start going down, and you're looking up the active ingredients and the published studies that come along with them, and it's a whole new world. It's a whole new world of healing.
It really, really is. Yep.
Wow. So, in your dealings with your own healing, which have you found the most powerful of your natural medicines that you've been using?
Well, it was probably the very start of my journey when I got some Amanita muscaria. This actually wasn't the beginning of my mushrooming journey, but it was my beginning of stepping away from drugs and alcohol. So I had been mushrooming, learning mushrooms for maybe 6 to 8 months, and maybe it was longer than that. Maybe it was a year or a year and a half, but I was still, you know what I mean, drinking and whatnot. And yeah, I ended up using the Amanita muscaria extraction and the psilocybin microdosing, and I was able to drastically cut back my drinking almost immediately and slowly taper off. And I don't know if it would have been quite so easy without the help of those things. Not that it was like crazy easy or anything, but it definitely made it not entirely miserable and made it like more of a beautiful experience, and gave me a lot of peace in my decision and a lot of like feeling that I could do it.
Wow.
Yeah, that's incredible. Thank you for sharing that. That was beautiful.
Yes, I love those kind of stories. Wow.
Yeah. 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 Healing stories are beautiful. And it's one of those things that we share in this realm. Whether it be, and I mean, we've had people on that, you know, have nothing to do with psychedelics, but like, I mean, like they forage and they heal with the forest. And then we've had people like yourself who's kind of in both of that. And we've had people that are psychonauts. And it's just beautiful to see how these natural worlds and these earth medicines of all kinds can work together to help a person heal. And I love hearing the different stories of the different ways people have found that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always it's interesting to find how the healing stepped into the person's life, where they, you know, it's the mushrooms have been there forever. The knowledge has been there forever. But it's us finding it in those moments where we require it. And you know, I grew up in an environment where store-bought mushrooms were fine, but the wood-picked mushrooms, they're slimy, they're yucky, they're gross, they're, you know. My older brother became a mushroom picker. He was one of those guys, went up pine chanterelles, up to the Queen Charlottes, and, you know, doing all of that. Sure wish I would have listened to him a little more back when he was talking. He's passed away now, but I could have used some of that info. But I've been inspired to investigate and learn, and again, the more you open your eyes and the more you start to learn about it, the more you realize there's more to open your eyes to, and so much more to learn. And the healing world, the gut and the healing world are hand in hand. They're synergistic. You've got to have a healed, good gut to heal the body. And when you step into the magic of herbs, mushrooms, the combinations of the, it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous, the healing that can come along with it. What is give us one miracle that you will have viewed in your history of working with the natural medicines like that?
Her own sobriety. I'm sorry I had to answer for you, because your own sobriety is a beautiful miracle, and I absolutely love it. My apologies for taking over your answer.
It was pretty amazing, the drasticness of the change. My roommate said to me the other day, she's like, look at the way you were like even 4 or 5 years ago, and just look at you now. And I always have to stop and remind myself, like, because I'm really hard on myself sometimes, so I always have to be like, okay, no, like, and just put yourself back there. Like, you would be so amazed with yourself right now. So I just have to remind myself sometimes.
Yeah.
We hear that one.
That's when we often do. Steve and I will look at each other and go, did you picture yourself here 3 years ago? And the answer is often no. I had no idea. Even though I started, journeys a couple of years ago to become a facilitator of different medicine, never saw myself finishing them. Right? Like, it's just, yeah. So it's pretty incredible. I feel blessed to have met you. I'm very thankful that you've come on the podcast. I think you are an absolutely beautiful soul. One of my favorite, it's only been a few times, but my favorite memory of you is the first walk I did with you. And I can't remember the name of the mushroom that you saw, but you had been hunting for him your whole life. And you were so excited to meet him. And you were like a fairy running through the forest to pick up your friend. And it was gorgeous.
Yes, that is such a beautiful mushroom, and I really hope I get to see him again.
What was it?
It was Amanita jacksonii. So it's known as a Caesar mushroom. It's a big, beautiful orange mushroom with a big, beautiful white sac at the bottom and a stripy orange stem. He's very striking, and like beautiful lines all at the side of his cap that go like halfway up his cap. So he has a lot of really unique features. And one of the coolest things about him is that you can actually consume him raw. So you can just slice him up and put some olive oil and salt and pepper. I know that sounds crazy for an Amanita, but keep in mind that he's totally far from the other Amanitas in the family, right? Very commonly eaten in Europe. And he associates very much with oaks. So we don't have a lot of oaks here in New Brunswick. So I look and I look and I look and I look, and I never found him. I had a friend who found him in Alma and brought him to me, and I got to taste him, but I had never seen growing from the ground. And the cool thing is, my friend took me to an old growth oak forest later that day, and I got to see him again. So
yeah, it was a really special moment. Like, I mean, I'm sure it was special for you, but to see your absolute pure joy as you were guiding us was just, it was a gift to us as the people that you were teaching. It was quite a beautiful gift. And so I thank you for sharing that moment with us. It's like, it will probably forever be one of my most favorite Jessica stories.
And that
it's one of mine too. Thank you.
What was that? It was Amanita
jacksonii. JACKSONII. and it's called a North American Slender Caesar.
Okay.
And it's breathtaking. Like, you guys should go look at a picture of it. It's so pretty. So pretty.
Well, I'm going to keep my eye out for it because where I walk, there's also the Amanita pantherinas. There's a few different Amanitas where I walk. So
Yes. You actually, yeah, I forgot that you're in the Pacific Northwest, so you won't have Amanita jacksonii. You have different Caesars over there, and I can't remember exactly what they are, but they're a little bit more less distinct. So they're a little bit less distinct. They're a little bit harder to pick out, but they're still fairly unique. But you guys got the pantherinas like crazy. Those are rare here.
oh yeah, this last season was really. Of course, I haven't done my research on the pantherina, but I was doing the research on the Amanita, the Muscaria, and dealing with that, and then realized, oh, these are all pantherinas, and then started to look through that and went, oh, that's a whole another area I got to fill my brain with. I'll leave it for now. But I'll
That's
be looking
fair.
for next year because I'm not even. I know they have a lot of benefits. I know they're a lot stronger. Just in some of the quick research I did, but
Yep.
this is when it comes to mushrooms, it's not a place that you quickly jump in, get some information, and jump out. It's a
No.
place you want to be focused and very sure of what you're doing.
Yep.
So with my Amanita muscaria, I've been playing with it for 3 years, but didn't actually do anything till I had 3 years of knowledge and over and over and over. So you're doing it right. It's not something you want to fuck up with.
No, definitely not. It's technically a poisonous mushroom. And you want to know how to work with it for sure. It took me a year and a half before I felt comfortable, but I did have a friend who had been using them for years who kind of guided me through the process, but I still took the time to be comfortable in myself in it. So it's definitely a very good cautionary note.
Yeah, that was the same for me. I did pretty much 3 years, two seasons prior, where the first season was picking and learning that you'll wreck a whole bunch before you learn how to cure them properly. And then it was going into groups and communicating and learning. And then the second year, I made them, I cured them, got them all done up. It was like, okay, didn't utilize them, just, working through things and learning.
Mhm.
And then in this past season when they happened, when I did them, and of course the first thing I did was utilize them on me and test them on me for a while before anybody touch anything.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I found they were, again, there's a reason they say magic to some of the stuff. The ability to drop anxiety and bring calm in and just and neuropathy.
Yeah, that's what really, because I had used them to help me with the alcohol withdrawals because of the way that they work on the GABA receptors. But after that, I put aside my cured ones and I didn't really touch them again until my friend had Tia. She was having an episode of TMJ. And her jaw nerve they told her acupuncturist and her doctor told her it would be weeks and weeks before it would calm down and she would be in that much pain for weeks and weeks. And I was doing my research on what I had in the house that might be able to help her. And it was like, oh, well, your muscaria would be helpful for that. So I made her up a little thing. And I think it was 4 or 5 days later, she was pain free.
Wow. That's amazing.
Wow.
Yeah. I got muscaria when when I first started learning about them 2 years ago this week actually, as I just found out. They were gifted to Steve and I as when we were doing combo as a sleep aid to mix them with a little bit of cannabis and roll them in a joint. And let me tell you, by the time we got to and so it was like half a gram of one, half a gram of another, and by the time we got to the end of that joint, I was like crawling up the stairs trying to stay awake type thing. And Steve says, but we have another one. And I'm like, huh? For me, they knocked me out completely when I smoked. the cured version, and they taste really good actually in that way.
Yeah, I've never tried smoking them, but I've heard that you can do that.
Yeah.
Yes, not to be done with psilocybin mushrooms.
No.
Yeah, gotta make that distinction so that people.
You won't. A lot of people assume that they contain the same chemicals, so that it is fair to bring that up.
Yeah. I've known a lot of people that have smoked psilocybin, and I just
don't.
Just don't.
Just don't.
Oh, hey, we're hitting that time.
Oh my goodness! Look, I got into the podcast. I got into watching it and wasn't paying attention. Normally, I'm the one going like this. So Jessica, like, thank you so much for coming on. I really, really appreciate it. We did give you a little bit of a loop. You thought you were coming on for audio, and surprise! Here we are with video. And so
for coming on.
Thank you so much. You're just a wealth of information and knowledge.
Thank you for inviting me.
Webpage up again one more time on there, or the Facebook.
Yes, I'm coming. I'm going to put the still one on so y'all can see it, and y'all can take a second. That will take you to her group, which is the Enchanted Mushroom Foraging. Yes.
And then I guess I step into, well, it's that time again. Thank you for joining us here on the Mushy Moment with my co-host Cindy, myself, and our awesome guest Jessica. We're proud to be coming to you live from paceradio.net. We stream on all your favorite platforms. We'll see you next week. Thanks for being here, Jessica. This was incredibly awesome. I look forward to having you on again.
Thank you for having me.
Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Come and feel those green vibes, frosty buds, nature's embrace, classic roots in the sunshine, medicine flowing, we find our place. High on love, we elevate now. Nature's gift, let's celebrate. Here in the garden, watch them grow. Nurture dreams in the warm sunlight's glow. From the sun, rise up and thrive. In this rhythm, we feel so alive. High on love, let's elevate. Feel the peace that we create. When the evening falls, we'll gather around, share the stories of the healing found. With every puff, we sow the seeds. In this fight, we fulfill our needs. High on love, we elevate on. Feel the joy that can't wait. In the start and watch them grow. Nurture drinks that laughs aglow.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look now and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for him. Oh, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rest. Well, right now it's time for him.
Whoa, it is. Whoa, mercy, time for a hip. And I want to thank you for tuning in. And I want to ask you to share this video with your friends and hit the like button if you wouldn't mind. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. This is Time for Hemp. I am your host, Casper Leach. And on this program, we are focused on all the amazing things that this wonderful plant known as cannabis hemp can do and how valuable it is to the whole world around us. Do make it a point to visit timeforhemp.news and check out our archives. One of the first things you'll see on our homepage is this groovy book that you should pick up at Amazon, and it's written by my joint host, Al Byrne. Hey, Al, happy Hemp Day.
Yeah, Hemp Day and April Fool's Day. But let me assure the audience, we're not fooling around here.
That's right.
Yeah, this is serious crap that we deal every day. And this is one of those moments that you better pay attention because we're old, the three of us that do this, Casper, Al, and Al, and we're old and we're ornery. And but we do know what the hell we're doing, you know. So yeah, so pay attention. And then go ahead.
I want to remind people that anytime you happen to hear the word joint, like joint hosts on the big broadcast, we ask that you fire up your bowls, your vaporizers, your joints, and take time for hemp. I didn't mean to interrupt, Al, but I want to make sure people know that that is part of the program. And as part of the program, too, is sharing information about your amazing book. Why don't you let people know how to get a hold of it before you bring on our other joint host?
Okay, 2 assignments. Yeah, I have a book. See it there? It's for country and cannabis. The country part is my service in the Navy for 24 years. See, I have if you don't know, this emblem here is what the Navy calls a CB, which is it's a B, and it's carrying a machine gun and a wrench and an oil can. And the B part stands for battalion, and the C is construction. So construction battalions that work in combat zones. And so that was part of my Navy career. I did that. I love that work because we built things, regardless of what you think your military does. We did a hell of a lot of good work in the 3 years I was with these guys. We built airfields, we built ports, we built oil fields, we built all kinds of things, all for the benefit of our country and probably the world. And they did it right. There was no ecological screwing around with the Navy. They were very, very clean in what we did. So anyway, that's it. And then part of the whole book involves my experience with the military and cannabis, how the military dealt with the cannabis issue during the 60s and 70s, Vietnam, all that stuff. I was in then. I'm a Vietnam vet. And then the last half of the book is basically the 40 years or so now that I continue to work in to make medical cannabis a reality. How it started, why it started, who did it, when they did it. It's a history lesson. I did it for the history because a lot of guys said to me, Al, if you don't write this thing, nobody can. Get it down before you're dead. So I did that. Also wanted to let people know by the book, it's 360 pages. It's a real book. There were a lot of people involved in this issue, which probably none of you have ever heard of. But if you're going to be a serious hempster, if you're going to do what our guest is going to recommend, you really should know the history of the issue, the people who did what, the people that stayed, that got in the way. There's a lot of that too. So yeah, get the book. It's anywhere. It's Amazon, it's Barnes & Noble, it's Apple Books, it's wherever books are sold. So
you didn't tell people the name of it, Al.
I did. It's right there. It says for country and cannabis. See right there? There it is.
Oh yeah, but that's for people who are watching the video, but some people are just listening. Let them know.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I apologize to all those people. For country and cannabis.
Absolutely. I want to make sure they get a copy out because it is a fantastic book, and I love your work.
Thank you, sir. So the secondary reason for the book was education, because in that book I tried to put in all those pages stories, if you will, about people that were using cannabis successfully for lung cancer, for Crohn's disease, for spasticity problems, multiple sclerosis, cancer, successfully using this herb, and how they did it and why they did it and what happened to them and all that stuff. And it's all real. I didn't make it up. And then the education. I left it there for education. Even if you think you know what you're doing, you probably don't. Read the book. I only make $3 out of it. It's not a big deal for me financially, but it's a big deal for me if I can continue to keep teaching people about this wonderful plant. And that's really the whole subject matter of tonight's interview. We have a nice lady with us from Canada, and she has years of experience in cannabis education, something that I think I pioneered. And so I am so glad to see somebody coming along that is going to take that mantle, that baton, and do some really good work with it. And I've never met this lady, but she comes highly recommended by everybody I ever talked to. So with that, I'm going to introduce our other Canadian. He's also a token Canadian, and being that Gasper and I are both in the U.S., And I'm going to let the Canadians introduce the Canadians. So if you will, Al Graham, folks.
Good day, guys. How you doing?
Hello, and I want to remind people that Al Graham is also another what? Joint host.
That's right,
He's also-
exactly.
He's
I
also got
I
a
don't smoke
fantastic-
joints in my house, but I do have some cannabis.
You keep this up, half the audience won't live to go with us on this thing. Guys. So slow down.
Well, I'll tell you guys, just so you know, we're in Canada, but we are the last week we've been in Iceland for a while. For those who don't know, yeah, we went through an ice storm here, and there's been a lot of damage done, hydro lines down, trees down. Yeah, a lot of damage, and yeah.
And also for those who don't know, Al Graham has a broadcasting network called Pace Radio Network. Why don't you tell them about Pace Radio, Al?
Yeah, Pace Radio Network. We have psychedelic as well as cannabis educational programming. We have a show that's returning briefly. We will be returning back to full time, and we will be broadcasting almost 2 shows a day by the time we're done. Almost. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, all psychedelics, cannabis stuff. It's interviews, there's news, there's it's all educational, right? So
And how do people find it?
paceradio.net. People advocating cannabis education. That's what PACE stands for. And if you're
Fantastic.
educating people about cannabis, you are people advocating cannabis education for a person, right?
Well, I know you're lucky to have a huge government support system up in Canada of people who are eager to let the whole public know about how wonderful medical cannabis is. Am I right?
Well, yeah. there's been hey, I'm happy that we have a program, and it's helped a lot of people, and especially children, because the children's dealing with seizures and stuff like that. They couldn't just walk into a recreational store. A parent can't do that, or a child can't do that. They need to have access to medical cannabis.
Well, let's talk to the lady that will teach us all about why that should all happen.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll bring in our guest, Shauna Dunbar. She's a certified medical cannabis educator. She's the founder and the executive director of Education Cannabis Education Inc. And she's also a hempcrete enthusiast. And I'm going to really enjoy this conversation, and I'm sure everybody here will as well. I'd like to say welcome to Time for Hemp, Shauna.
Thank you guys so much for inviting me, for having me here. I'm honored to be amongst all this history. You guys have been educating in cannabis for a lot longer than I have. So
It's been a hobby.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think we all experience something with cannabis as a benefit, and we find out that we can't shut up. We have to keep telling people.
That's
we
true.
learn more, and we just keep spreading it and keep talking all the time.
Exactly. I think that's exactly what happened to me.
Well, when Jack Hare first told me about cannabis hemp, after you learn it, it's like somebody telling you the truth, and you just got to tell the whole world. And it turns you on fire. And really, because of what Al Graham said, I haven't been able to shut up when I hear somebody talk about how marijuana is bad for you, cannabis will destroy you, hemp needs to be. I just perk right up and go, excuse me? I don't think so. Now, one of the things that really struck me about your bio is that you are a professional cannabis educator. Is there a university that you attended? I want to know. I want to sign up for that. How did that happen?
Well, I'll tell you, when I first got started, there weren't any courses in Canada to take. And so my story with my son is what led me to want to deepen my education and my knowledge, because I had, our story of success got passed around and people started knocking on my door for help. And I thought, well, who the hell am I? I'm not a doctor. I'm not, how can I want to help these people like I help my son, but I needed some sort of certification. So I found Green Flower in the US. At the time, I'm trying to think what year it was that I took that program, somewhere in the range of 2014 to 2015, 16, somewhere around there. I don't remember. But it was the only course that I could find of its kind. And I have to say that it was very thorough. I learned a lot. It covered all the bases. It gave me a certification. I know that they went on to sell that program. It's now available in different universities in the US. It was really a great program, and I thought we need to get that here in Canada. I also took a course with Dustin Sulak, so he had several certification courses, so I took those as well. And then finally, I found a certification course that was offered through the School of Naturopathy here in Quebec, Canada. Wasn't a great course, to be honest. I didn't really learn anything, but I was grateful to see that cannabis education was starting to come to Canada. So I took that course. So that's where I have my basic certifications from. And that's kind of where the idea of education started, with just wanting to have something equivalent or maybe even better here in Canada, so that Canadians could get their certification. We do not have government recognition at this point, so I liked your little crack there earlier to Al. We certainly have our medical system that's been in place since 2001, and then recreational legalization came in 2018, which I think kind of muddied the waters for medical patients, to be honest. I think it's gotten worse rather than better, but at least those systems are in place. However, the education isn't. We often hear, whether you're talking to producers or you're talking to the government or any organization that's involved in the cannabis industry, everybody says, oh, education is so important, but nobody's doing it. You know, nobody seems to be doing anything about it. We hear all this kind of like harm reduction stuff, and we're still clinging to the drugs are bad. This is, you remember those Nancy Reagan commercials?
I do.
Drugs, yeah.
Well, and it sounds like you and Al Byrne have quite a bit in common. Al Byrne, I'll even tell you about it, but Al Byrne had a website where you could go and get medical certification for some of the programs that he had, and he pioneered the medical cannabis education here in this country, didn't you, Al?
Yeah, well, actually, I was going to ask you that if you had ever heard of the Medical Cannabis Institute.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, well, I helped create that.
Amazing.
Yeah, the way that went is that we had been, patients at a time had been doing these conferences, and they were very successful. They were accredited. So we were bringing in, doctors, RNs, PhDs, anybody that needed continuing education. We were sponsored by both the American Medical Association and the American Nurses Association. So we had it covered. And so it went well. And I got to about the second or third of one of these things, and I said, I'm patting myself on the back. Man, you just had 350 professionals in here. And then I thought, yeah, I had them. 2 years from now, I'm going to have some more. You're saying who's doing the education, and that's exactly what I came to. And I said, I got to get this. I got to get this out to more people. So what we did then, through some volunteers, great guys, Herb Doggan, Roger Grant, we started creating a visual history of these accredited conferences. We got the visual history accredited. And then I went to this company in Charlottesville, Virginia, where I was living, and just coincidentally, bringing up my alma mater, the CEO of the company was from Notre Dame, and there I was. I had a buddy, and she was the boss. And so I went to her and I said, why don't we do this? Why don't we take these videos, which included Dr. Shulkin. No, not Shulkin. What would you say?
Black?
Dennis, huh?
Was it Dustin Sulak? Is that the name?
Dustin Sulak. Thank you. I don't know where my brain went. I had the other guy was one of my tenants once. Excuse me, folks. But anyway, we got the company, which is now, you can look it up. You can still take these cannabis courses online, accredited, and it's the Medical Cannabis Institute. So that was what, he was talking about. And what you're trying to do, I'm really behind you. If I could help you somehow to get your work recognized as professional education. That's what happened to me. It's a story, read my book, it's in there. But once I got that accreditation, the world of medical therapeutic education in the United States actually changed dramatically. And then we started getting attendees to these conferences from England, from Brazil, from Japan, from Canada. And boom, they went back out there and said, "Whoa, this stuff works." So you're doing really good. So now you've got this basic knowledge. Have you got some sort of a core curriculum that you brief with, or?
Yeah, so I'll explain to you. I think that you said it well. Like you created this education, people started coming and taking it, and then bringing that education out there in the world. And it's something that we recognized at Educanation was there's not much point in reinventing the wheel. The cannabis industry is sort of like exploding worldwide, and there's new courses that are popping up all over the place. And there are some of them that are, like, I'm sure like yours, are very high quality. So why should we create another course and then compete with you? Why don't we come together, bring all of these, credible educational courses, sort of under one umbrella, agree, have professionals like us review them, agree on them. So that's what our association is all about. So we are the only association in Canada of certified educators, and what we are certified cannabis educators, I should say. And what we're aiming to do is to become the governing body, like we have our medical colleges, naturopathic colleges, these types of organizations that are holding their professionals accountable, that are, setting those standards for practice. So that's what Educanation is hoping to officially be recognized as in Canada, is the Association of Certified Cannabis Educators. So we're setting the bar, and our aim is to get our government to recognize us as a profession, because currently the only cannabis educators that are really recognized as cannabis educators are bud tenders, and they're in the recreational space. They're not allowed to speak to medical cannabis. When grandma comes in and says, "My knee really hurts and I don't sleep well at night, can you help me out?" The bud tender says, "I'm really sorry, I can't speak to that. Those are medical conditions. I can't help you." And then either they give grandma bad advice and she goes home and she bad trips and doesn't want to come back. She's not a repeat customer, or she doesn't get something that works at all. What we need the government here to do is to recognize that educators of our level that are educating to the medical benefits of cannabis are what are needed. We need to have like one of our educators in each one of our dispensaries. So when those medical patients come in and ask for advice, they're not just being turned away. Someone is there who is capable of answering them, who's able to take on that liability, because, we've done the accreditation courses. It's been established that we have a certain level of knowledge that we can, impart on those consumers. But we're not at that point. We don't have that government recognition. I mean, I can tell you a story. When I first got started, I was looking for professional liability insurance. I still do work in a family practice where I educate the patients that my doctors want to prescribe cannabis to. So I educate them and I follow them along. And I needed professional liability insurance. So I called this company and that company and this, and everybody said, no, what? A cannabis educator? A what? What are you?
Yeah.
For? What is that? And then I eventually got sent to the Association of Insurers, and I literally got laughed at on the phone when I said I'm a certified medical cannabis educator, and they just laughed at me and they were like, yeah, whatever. So it's that level of recognition that we need to establish for educators. And I think the best way to do it is to come together.
Well, let me just say, first of all, I am impressed. You being from Canada, you have managed to harness and understand and manage the English language really well. So for you being a foreigner, I'm really impressed. But here in America, we say education, not education, and I know you people in Canada. So I'm just helping you up with your translation here. It's education. Education.
Education, cannabis across our nation. So education, that's how
is that like a website that people can go to? Education. Is that how you say it in Canada?
Education.info is our website. And we are just in the process.
He thinks he's the only cool guy around with these slogans and stuff. No. A little history. In the United States, I started with the same problem that you've just discussed. Needed a way around it. Our government then and now still hostile, so they were not an option. You know, I just said, well. What happened at the time I was married to one? We got the RNs of the United States interested. And I'll tell you what, once they heard what we had to say about patients and the herb, it wasn't a hard sell. It really wasn't. Just so you understand, and so if you want to look at this approach in Canada, or maybe you already have, we'll talk about it, but I certainly would lean that way. Especially now, because you've got the American Nurses Association has twice put out a demand, if you will, that if you're a nurse in America, in the United States of America, and you have to be an expert in medical cannabis applications. You have to be. It's not, otherwise you can't be a nurse, for Christ's sake. Yeah. And then on top of that, just last fall, this would be 24, the American Nurses Association approved a RN specialty for exactly what you're talking about. So the protocols down here are there for you to use, and I can't imagine that the Canadian Nurses Association wouldn't pay attention to your.
Well,
go ahead.
I think that I am personally seeing more nurses becoming interested in cannabis, learning how to prescribe it, learning how to guide their patients. We're also seeing a push for pharmacists to become educated in cannabis. And I'm a little nervous about that one, but I think one of our biggest issues is our medical colleges are still so much against cannabis. You know, they're like I see here in Quebec, there is such a push away from natural medicine. Right now, we have several naturopaths who are being taken to court by our medical college because they are practicing medicine without a license. I've worked with doctors who have taken their retirement because of the push from the medical college to, you're allowed to prescribe pharmaceuticals, that's your job, that's all you're supposed to be doing, don't talk to your patients about health. So I think, and what I hear echoed, across from the other provinces is that it's a lot of the same thing. The medical colleges are, our medical colleges are per province, not Canadian wide. It's governed provincially, not federally. And there's a huge push over the last few years for, I don't know, it's like this medical control, you know, people aren't allowed to make their own decisions. There's not a lot of support for any type of alternative therapy. It's allopathy only. I meet a lot of patients that have lost their doctors because they're trying to advocate for themselves to consume cannabis, and the doctors just say like, well, I don't know anything about it, or I don't believe in it, or I don't have time for this. That's another issue that we deal with is, you know, our professionals in the medical industry they've got 5 to 15 minutes with a patient. That is nowhere near enough time to explain what is the cannabis plant? How, you know, you have an endocannabinoid system. How does the plant interact with that? Where are you going to purchase your stuff? How are you going to pay for it? All of these things are just sort of out of the scope of our regular practitioners' capacity. That's why I work in the position that I do in the family practice that I do, because my doctors are just like, you know more than us. You work with our patients. You guide us. You guide them, everything will be okay, because they just don't have the time for it, you know.
That's great
Well, I
that you work
understand
with
that,
doctors.
and I understand that Al Graham can also attest to this. He's had this same problem, but over the last 5 or 10 years, I put together a few thousand videos on YouTube, and about 300 or 400 have been taken down by YouTube because I've had a doctor or a practitioner or a nurse talking about how they utilize cannabis for medicinal purposes. And even Al Graham anymore, when he starts his show, he does this little happy ass disclaimer about medical cannabis is just, you know, for fun and blah blah. And
put a disclaimer on them.
yeah, and it's sad because even the silliest things like cinnamon and garlic, it's amazing what they can do health wise. But even if you talk about cinnamon and garlic being good for your health, your videos will be banned.
Yeah.
Well, it's giving medical advice, you know, but listening to you just to explain what's going on and what you've had to deal with, that's like a time warp thing to me. It was like, this lady's 20 years behind me, you know,
And, and you're watching her go through same thing that you went through.
I'm not sympathetic, I'm empathetic.
Would it help, Shauna, if the federal government actually recognize cannabis as a medical benefit instead of not recognizing?
I think so. I mean, we talk a lot about that, right? Getting cannabis a DIN number.
Yeah.
That, you know, I mean, there's been a huge change since I started back in 2014. I mean, we've got now, at least there's a handful of insurance companies that are starting to cover cannabis as a medicine. Our federal government allows us as patients to use our expenses on our income tax as a medical expense if we don't have private insurance that covers it. So, I mean, it's not much. Like the patients that I work with, they'll tell me their insurance, oh, my insurance covers it, you know, $500 for the year. And you're like, no,
well, see, and what boggles my mind is I've learned over the past 2 years that the Canadian government's all happy about TV ads that show suicide pods. And if you're depressed and want to kill yourself, hey, we'll help make that happen. But, you know, I'm thinking, why don't you just smoke a joint, bitch, and get over it? It'll cheer your happy ass up. You won't want to, right?
Yeah, it's true. You know, I won't even share the most recent personal story that I have on that, but medical assistance in dying has become like the new antidepressant or something, you know. It's being offered to patients, I think, completely unethically. And in often cases, it's just because their quality of life has gone down and, you know, the pharmaceuticals don't work. And
if you smoked a joint, you wouldn't want to kill yourself.
Yeah, instead of just saying, okay, well, look, we've exhausted everything that we've got to offer you to help you. Why don't you go over this route? Maybe you should try cannabis, or maybe you should go try light therapy or natural
or psychedelics.
Or I mean, there's millions of healing modalities out there, but I think it's, you know, our current medical system is like this. It's allopathy and allopathy only, right?
Well, I'm just going to say this as outright medical advice. If you are sitting there at home and you feel like you're so depressed, you want to kill yourself, Fire up, bitches, and get over it. So why don't you tell us now what it was that drug your sweet soul into the marijuana movement and made you decide to stand up and make yourself a public target for people to go, oh my God, did you hear what she said out loud? She said medical cannabis is good.
Well, my story starts with my son. I mean, I can say that I've been consuming cannabis for 37 years. I started when I was 12. I smoked my first hash joint. That's all we had access to in Quebec back then. But I didn't really know about the medical benefits of cannabis, other than, maybe I heard that it was good for glaucoma, and I might have used that as an excuse for my consumption at some point as a teenager. But it wasn't really until my son, his epilepsy started when he was 3 years old. His first seizure lasted for more than 20 minutes. I had to resuscitate him 3 times. It was not a great day. And, thankfully both my kids were having a sleepover in my bed because my husband was away on a fishing trip. And my son had his first seizure while I was just crawling back into bed after having let the dog out. And I had taken all my life saving, used to be a lifeguard. And I was like, okay, as long as it doesn't last more than 5 minutes, we're okay. And then 5 minutes passed and I woke my daughter up. I said, go call 911, put the dog in the bathroom and then run next door and get your grandparents. And yeah, thankfully my son was next to me, because had he been in his own bed, I don't know what would have happened, but I resuscitated him 3 times before the ambulance arrived. I was told he was going to have brain damage and all of these things. He was perfectly fine. Once he woke up and came to, he was all right. But we went the pharmaceutical route. Like, we did what we were told. I had my son's my son's life in my hands. I was not ready in any shape or form to try some alternative medicine at that point. So we did the pharmaceutical route for, I guess it was when he was 7 that I really started thinking I need something else. Like, these drugs, while they have lowered the intensity frequently, they were still happening. And every time he would have one, his doctor would increase the amount of medication that he was taking. Wow. So by the time he was 7, he was taking the maximum dose of an 18-year-old.
Oh,
and
jeepers.
Yeah. And pharmaceuticals come with side effects. And side effects that I wasn't aware, it wasn't written on the list, but I found out from another neurologist, was his memory. It was affecting his memory. So it was like, he'd come home from school. Where's your box? Do you have homework? He was always like, I don't know. I don't remember. And I was, as a mom, like, I'm going to strangle him and throw him out the window. Why can't he remember anything? Only to find out that it was the medication. So I started researching alternatives. I looked at homeopathy. I looked at everything, every herb, and we don't use pharmaceuticals in my house, except for that one that he was taking for his epilepsy. And the only thing that I came across that seemed to make any sense and had, any substance to it was cannabis. But I couldn't find what cultivar was I supposed to be using. Is he smoking it? Is he taking it orally? How much is he taking? How often is he taking it? I just couldn't get to the bottom of, get the answers to these questions.
What year would this be at? Approximately, just to give us a timeline zone.
2013, 2014.
Oh, okay. All right.
And I was introduced to Corey Yelland. She introduced me to a doctor in Europe and this person here and that person there. But still, I was not getting those specific bits of information that I wanted. And so I just kept researching. I wasn't putting my son on cannabis at that point until there was actually a shortage of his medication, his pharmaceutical, because it's a benzo. So it's highly restricted by the government. They only produce a certain amount, but the one that he was on was being prescribed more and more with the rise of epilepsy in kids, and kids that had the least amount of side effects. So suddenly there was a shortage. And that shortage ended up lasting a year and a half.
Oh,
Was
wow.
offered to us was, here's 3 more pharmaceuticals. One is going to cover the potentially deadly withdrawal symptoms from the
Yeah.
and then the other 2 are maybe going to manage the epilepsy. And I looked at the list of side effects on these things and I was just like, no, like there's no way I am giving this to my son. One of them had a side effect of irreversible liver damage, which we're going to have to test for every 6 weeks, bring my son in for blood tests. And I'm only going to find out
Whoa.
the fact that he's got liver damage and it's irreversible. No, thank
Oh.
you. And then this one is, you know, the number 1 side effect is suicide. Like I want that for my, at this point, 9-year-old.
No.
Yeah. So I
Whoa.
said no. You know, and the pharmacist stood there crying, actually. She said she's been begging, borrowing, and stealing my son's medication for the last 6 months because there was a shortage. Now she can't get any more. Thankfully, I was always a little bit ahead of the game. We always kept a month's worth of his pharmaceuticals just in case, because I was always worried, you know, if I ended up somewhere and didn't have any, the withdrawal symptoms, it was just too dangerous. So I always had a month's worth of extra medication on hand. And I came home, counted the number of pills I had exactly enough if I started weaning him that night, which I did. I started, even though I had no alternative, I just started weaning him so that I wouldn't kill him from stopping it. And with 3 days, I was driving to Ontario, 14 hours of driving to go visit a friend of a friend who was a veteran who had his prescription for cannabis. There was no recreational legal market at the time. And he started saving what he didn't need for my son. And he supplied us for, I'm going to say about 2.5 years until we eventually found a doctor who was willing to prescribe, because there weren't doctors prescribing to pediatrics at that point. We got our first prescription at this seedy little clinic in downtown Montreal. I went with my 9-year-old son in tote, and we get there and there's a lineup of gang members, all have the same, you know, sleeve of tattoos, all have the same broken arm. They all had I think their left arms were all broken. They all walked out with a 30-gram a day script. We walked out with a 20-gram a day script. No paperwork, no guidance of what to use. The doctor had said, you know, in the little closet on the screen that we met on, was like, good job, Mama Bear, just keep doing what you're doing. That was that. And we left and I thought, what the hell? Like,
Yeah. Oh,
he
yeah.
needs to be better. Like, if I wasn't the cool mom who knew about cannabis and I was standing in that line with that kid, that would have been terrifying. You know, with my son saying,
So why didn't you just go to the black market and buy it? I mean, goodness gracious, here in America, even though we've got a legitimate cannabis market, it's still cheaper to buy it on the black market than it is to go into a dispensary and pay all their overhead and taxes.
True enough.
Why didn't you just use the black market?
Well, I mean, honestly, I was nervous about that. Like, I want to know what's going into my son. I want to know that it's been like tested somehow, some way. So at least
she's a good girl. Come on, she's a good girl.
Well, if you felt that, why didn't you just start growing it?
I did.
Ah, there you go.
There you go. Got my son's prescription. The first thing I did was apply for my permit to grow, and I have been growing for him ever since, because I have control of what goes into that. I know organic. I know how I process it. I my patients to get their permits to grow as well, or those that are in provinces that can grow their 4 plants, do it.
So your son was put on cannabis and everything worked out well.
He's been 100% seizure free since he started cannabis. So that's over 10 years. He's over 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
It's a miracle. There's no doubt that it is our miracle. I love
You
it.
obviously got the right strain there.
I don't think so. I don't know. I'm going to tell you, I've finding high CBD cultivars at the time was very difficult.
Yes.
finding what what I felt was what he needed was very difficult at the time. I just grew whatever I could get my hands on, as long as I had something that had high CBD in it. I would grow that. I never gave him only CBD. So he started off with a 1-to-1 blend, day and night. And then I found him to become a little hyperactive during the day. So I thought it might be the THC. So I toned the THC down during the day and kept the 1-to-1 at nighttime. And his seizures are only active in his sleep. It's a very rare type of epilepsy. So I don't have to worry about during the day. It's really just to keep that, the levels sort of on an even keel. And then at some point, I'll tell you, my son even he really learned how to, number one, work with his plants, give them some good energy, all of that exchange. He knows about growing, making his medicine, and self-medicating. So at some point I had noticed that he had slowed down, and I was like, "Ooh, it's time for me to make some edibles for you, but the freezer still seems to be full of your edibles. What's going on here? Are you forgetting?" And he said, "No, I honestly don't feel like I need them during the day anymore." So I was like, "That's fine. You're not having seizures, right?"
Well, I don't usually do a free plug because I figure if you're going to get an advertisement out of me, I want some money, honey. But there is a company up there in Canada called Cropping Seeds, Rocket Seeds, and I noticed that they used to be a sponsor of this show, and I love their website because you can go to their website and they tell you the strain, how much CBD that's to expect out of the plant, how much THC to expect out of the plant. So if people are looking for that type of information or are concerned about that type of quality control over their plant, I would recommend that they do check out Crop King Seeds.
Yeah, and the whole seizure thing is not, we're not talking about an isolated incident here.
No.
Cannabis historically has been, for centuries, used as an antispasmodic. That word was actually used back in, I did some history back there, and back in the 600 AD, antispasmodic. So this is not new knowledge, and what Shauna is saying, it's the same thing here in the U.S. I mean, think about what I said a few moments ago, or a half an hour ago, whatever the hell it was. I said I got sponsored by the ANA, the American Nurses Association, and the American Medical Association to put on these conferences and accredit their MDs and RNs that this was real education. It was done correctly by the right people, and I mean, there's a lot of stuff to go through to get accredited. Anyway, the nurses, as I told you, have spoken up very publicly and even said, as I said, you got to be a nurse in America. You got to know what this stuff's all about and how to use it. The American Medical Association has still never said anything about medical cannabis. Now, I mean, I'm going back to 2000 when I started this stuff. 2000, a long time ago. And so they gave me permission to teach this under their authority. They gave me the authority, and we did it again and again and again and again. Said anything, and that could be what you're up against in Canada. In my book, you guys read this book, because one of the things we ran into get-go, back where you are right now in Canada, was that we could walk up to a prominent physician or head nurse or something and say, "Do you agree with us? How about making public? How about wait a minute. No, I think so." Again, in the book, we had that same problem, and how we overcame it, I say again, was nurses. We went to the Virginia Nurses Association and made our case, and that organization, 7 women sitting in a room, board of directors, said, "Yes, we agree with you completely, that if you're a nurse in Virginia, you know how to use this stuff as a medicine." And from there, it exploded in the nursing world. exploded. So again, if you can get some already up and running medical organizations, some sort of therapeutic anything, and get them educated first is, I guess, what I'm saying. Don't waste your time on politicians. To me, that's just BS. Help anybody that's in the public, certainly. Give me all the information. But concentrate on medical professionals that are going to be sympathetic to your goal. The other thing that I did in the past, and you can do in Canada very easily because they've already got a way in there, is the veterans. You were taken care of by a veteran. That's what veterans do. They take care of people they like. But the veterans in Canada, as I understand it, get their medicine, their cannabis medicine, from the Canadian government. Not only do they get it from the Canadian government, they get it delivered to their home by FedEx or UPS or somebody. So the issue of cannabis in Canada has already been resolved, from my point of view, with the veterans. They want, the veterans are going to tell you this. You heard it here first. A veteran considers nurses, firefighters, and police their brothers and sisters. Whether they say it out loud or not, they mean it. So if you start saying, well, wait a minute, how come these guys are the veterans? I think you should have this stuff. Thank you very much for giving it to them. What about the cops? What about the firefighters? What about these nurses? They get all stressed out. How about them? What's wrong with you people? We use that very, very successfully. And throw out ideas and show you that you're going in territory that's already been looked at. We did find solutions. Everything's got to be, but you need help. And I again say some sort of cannabis establishment would be your best guess.
Yeah.
Well, and Al's right, because I think help will soon be on the way. I want to talk about your website here right away, but Al's right. I think help's on the way, because when Canada becomes our next state here in America, all your laws will change, right? And then you'll be able to get medic, right? So, but until then,
hey, we just lost half our audience. Shut up.
Okay. Until then, when we come to your website, what benefits do your website offer to people who are trying to deal with this?
Well, currently our website doesn't offer a whole lot other than some links out, but I will tell you that in the next few weeks, I have been working behind the scenes at revamping our website. And one of the things I'm really excited about is we have a page, or it will be published soon, the page with our educational resources. So we have free educational resources that are available on IMD Health, which is here in Canada. It's known as CloudMD in the US, though they are under a name change right now. But they are platforms that are used predominantly by healthcare providers to educate their patients, and we are their primary source of cannabis education. We've been on their site for 5 years now, which is great. So we're always creating new basic 101 modules that can be accessed by healthcare providers, by patients, by the public. Anyone can access them. We also have them published on Elion Med and on CanMar. They are free access, but you have to become a member of their organizations in order to access them. So those are some really exciting updates that are coming, that you'll actually be able to access those free resources directly on our website as well. And we've got other resources that are there for, like Canis Keys, you see there, that they're one of our partners, and I adore Canis Keys. Uwe Bleshing, his book, The Cannabis Health Index, was like the first cannabis book that I read from cover to cover, I think 3 times when I initially got it, like just sucking up all of that information. And he created the Canis Keys site, which I love because it's all peer reviewed. So all the latest cannabis research that's out there, I don't know how you guys see it, but I see it all the time. doctors say, well, there's not enough research.
Oh,
there's
yeah, all the
research
time.
on cannabis. I'm like, are you kidding me? There's like hundreds of new studies that come out on a daily basis. And Canakeys reviews those studies, gives you a little synopsis on them, breaks it down by chemotype, by terpene, by cannabinoid, all of that. So for educators like myself that are working with patients, I want to be up to date on, the latest research that is out there. That's a fantastic tool for that. And we're gonna have some other books and stuff. Maybe Al, we can help promote your book as well on our site. We would love to do that. So we'll keep in touch about that. But yeah, hopefully our new update that's coming soon will make all of these resources more available. We also have our memberships that we are transitioning onto our website platform. So we have our leadership membership, which is really for certified educators, cannabis educators. So they've gotten their certification elsewhere and they come to us for continued learning and business support. And then we have our community membership, which is designed for patients, caregivers, the Canna Curious, anybody who wants to learn about cannabis, wants to be a part of a supportive community can join our community membership. And we will be launching our professional membership within the next year. We hope. We've been beta testing for a couple of years. So that's where we really want to see our leadership members, those who are certified, help them, get them out there educating, get them recognized as professionals. And so that we're all practicing in the same way. We're all using the same language, and helping break that stigma. I think when we're all on the same page, when we all speak to cannabis using the same language, we help break those barriers and normalize.
The language is exceptionally important,
Yeah.
and saying the same thing. When we started pot, I made all the founders who were federal patients. They didn't exist in the world, right? But there they were. We formed a company out of them, and I told them, I said, if you're gonna work with me in this debate, you are only going to talk about medical cannabis. Excuse me, Casper. You're not going to talk about hemp. You're not going to talk about legalization, and that's it. So I applaud what your policy is there of staying with the subject. However, that leads me to my question. Exactly what is the cannabis subjects? I have an S on that you discuss. Is it growing plants? Is it how to use them? Is it how to eat them? Can you give me a little more on that?
All of it.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Great answer. Great answer.
Yeah. So we feel that, everybody should first of all know what the plant is, like learn a little bit of botany, know about the history of cannabis. Where does it come from? I mean, it has such a rich history. It's been the subject of so much controversy in so many different ways throughout the world. People need to know about that. I think that also, to me, when I'm teaching history, is a huge piece because it helps destigmatize. When people understand, wait, wait a second, in Canada, it only became illegal in 1923? Yeah. Guess what? Everybody had it growing in their backyard before there. It was a part of everybody's simple cabinet with herbs. You had cannabis in there. It was the third most popular ingredient in medicine worldwide. These are things that help break stigma when we start teaching about those things. And then, wow, we have these endocannabinoid systems. That's like such an aha moment for people when they can understand that it's a plant that actually interacts with their body system that is responsible for homeostasis. That's a big thing. That's a big stigma breaker. What are all those different molecules that are in it? Why do they interact with us? How do they interact with us? I don't know. There's so many different things about cannabis. It's such a big, huge thing, but it is. If you learn about if you check out our modules on IND Health, I'll send you guys a link. You'll see that it's all basic 101 stuff covering like, okay, what are cannabinoids? What are terpenes? all the basics that people really should know. It should be common sense. I think that we need to get to a place where when you go into elementary school and you start learning biology and you start learning about your body's systems, we should be teaching our kids about their endocannabinoid systems, right?
I
Let me
agree.
tell you a story on that one. So my grandson's up in New Hampshire. He plays hockey. He's a hockey player on a college team, and he's got a girlfriend. It's not a romance story. It's not a love story, and so but the girlfriend's studying up there to be a dietitian. It's a school heavy on nursing and all that. So I asked her. I said, "Hey, so what are you learning about the endocannabinoid system?" She was a freshman. I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Byrne. I thought so. And so then a couple of the guys on the hockey team with my grandson were seniors. The goalie was a senior. Another guy was a senior, and they were in pre-med or something. And I asked them. They're graduating now. Never heard of that, sir. I don't know what you're talking about. So I just want to emphasize what was said here. This endocannabinoid system is basic to life. Your life, your daughter's life, your dog's life, your chicken's life, the whale in the ocean, the American eagle, all those venomous snakes you don't like, all this stuff, with the exception, everything on Earth, think about it this way, whoever you're thinking, everything on Earth has an endocannabinoid system, except insects. And who the hell wants to be an insect? So you've got this wonderful system that is vital to every living creature on Earth. Everything you've ever eaten in your life had an endocannabinoid system, that you are, So, and that includes you, and like I said, everything. So if you don't know anything else, and so then I go back to the college, right? So I find this out. And I say, well, what the hell? Al, you wrote a book. Well, right. So I write the dean of the nursing school. Yeah, I think it was nursing school. So I wrote the dean of the nursing school. I said, I'm not a nurse and I don't know shit, but I wrote this book and there's this thing called the endocannabinoid system. And I really can't imagine how you put nurses out. This thing was discovered, by the way, folks, by a medical doctor, a researcher at the University of Indiana in 1988. Her name was Ann Howlett. She works at Wake Forest now, doing the same kind of work. 1988, you see, this is kind of way back stuff. And so I wrote the dean and I said, I really think you ought to put this word in the conversation somewhere. And well, now they do. I mean, I never got a letter back saying, "Hey, thanks for the suggestion," and I won't. But sometimes that's to me. I'm with you. It's really frustrating, isn't it, to know this shit, and you tell somebody and they go, "Really?" And they still don't believe you.
Yeah.
And the amount of time, like I have two, I'll call them my non-biological daughters. I've known them since they were born, and they both became doctors, really intelligent young ladies. And I remember one day one of them called me up. She was all excited. She's like, "You'll never guess what I learned about in school today." I said, "What?" She said, "The endocannabinoid system." And I was like, "Glory, hallelujah." Medical system, they're going to start learning. So I said, "Well, what did you learn?" And she said, "Really nothing. We spent 30 minutes on it."
Yeah. My daughter told me the same thing.
At least we're getting there, but there's still the first time I educated a room full of doctors, I'm going to tell you how like imposter syndrome that I felt walking into that room.
I bet.
I was asked by a group who specializes in severe childhood behavioral disorders, and just these doctors have patients with major issues. So I went in to give them an education session, and I started off with my normal presentation, like 101, and talked about the cannabis plant, and then got into, okay, well, why and how does it react with our bodies? And I said, well, I won't go into detail about the endocannabinoid system because I'm sitting in a room full of doctors, and surely you know that we have an endocannabinoid system. And they all just were like, well, what? We never heard of it.
Wow.
And
Wow.
so I had to give them that 101 basic education. It's kind of mind-blowing that someone like me who doesn't have a medical background is educating these, professionals that go to school for over a decade, and they're not, they have no idea what it is.
Well, and I agree with
Yeah.
that. I agree with that because there's been times when I've gone to see a doctor, and I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm a little outspoken. So when I ask the doctor if he's aware of medical cannabis, but he tries to give me some kind of prescription, and they say no, my first response right after that is, well, if you don't know about medical cannabis, then you're not intelligent enough to be my practitioner, and I got to go find somebody else who can take care of me because you're a dumbass.
Well, to get to Sean's point, which again I have great empathy with, we're going to interview a Dr. David Allen here in a week or two. And David first contacted me. I think it was in about the time you stopped in here. I think it was around 2010 or 2012. We were having a conference in Arizona. He called me up. I never heard of the guy before in my life. And he said, you got this conference, and I got some data here. You just got to let me present. What? Here's what he said, and here's what he presented. I said, sure, come on in. We need to know this. This was, I guess it was 2012. Okay, this is 2025, so not long ago. He says he had taken upon himself. He was a professor at some medical school. So he got his seniors or his grad students or something to call every single medical school in the United States. I believe at the time there were 157 of them. And he asked them, he had them ask whoever answered the phone, whoever they got to, if they had courses for doctors on medical cannabis use, therapeutic use, or the endocannabinoid system. The answer was no. There was not one single medical school in the United States in, I'm going to say again, 2012, that had a course in either one of those subject matters. Now, in 2025, there's about half and half. The nursing community is much far advanced. They're more in the 80-something. If you go to nursing school here, you're going to hear this stuff. Don't give up on pharmacy. The pharmacy schools in the United States, the University of Vermont's pharmacy school was the second school in the country for those kind of professionals, the doctors, nurses, to put in a course. So they're into it. They understand how they need to know, and they're needing to know. But again, to just emphasize Shauna's point, the educational level is thorough, and what Casper just said, if you're here in 2025 and you don't know anything about cannabis, what the hell's wrong with you? You know, aren't you paying attention? How many people, you know, and
prohibitionist though.
Well, you know,
All right, now.
Anyway, Lashana, tell us more stories. Tell us again.
Actually,
we've hit the 1 hour mark, and it's time to roll it out so we don't lose our audience before we lose ourselves.
I've got something that we haven't covered yet that I mentioned
All
in the intro.
right.
But not only I mentioned that Shauna is an educator and all that stuff in the cannabis end, but I also mentioned she was a hemp enthusiast, and she works with her house. Tell us about your house.
Yeah, so I love cannabis so much that I decided to build my house out of it. Is what it comes from. A few years ago, there was during the pandemic, there was a big surge of our population exploded by 25% in the first 2 weeks of lockdown. And so things started to get a little tight in my tiny little town, and my husband and I decided that we needed to find our little piece of peaceful pie. So we moved we only moved last year, but we bought our property in 2020. We bought a nice little 11 acres, and I started researching because I felt that here we had an opportunity. We were building from scratch. So I have the opportunity to make some well-informed decisions for my family's health and for the sustainability of my buildings. And so I mean, I researched like all sorts of natural buildings, straw bale, round earth, cob, this, that, the other thing. But when I came across hempcrete, I was like, wouldn't that be cool if I could build my house out of cannabis? And the more I researched it, the more I realized that it was really the best option. You know, it's fireproof. My walls filter my air. You know, it's pretty much bug and rodent proof. It manages moisture, so I don't need vapor barriers. I don't need an air exchanger. It's just a really awesome product. And because of the lime component and the fact that, you know, the hemp hurd itself continues to sequester and draw in carbon, the lime actually recarbonizes over years. And so my walls become stronger as they age. So I'm not leaving a house that's going to crumble to my kids. You know, if you look at the way the average house is built to code right now in Canada, it has a 40-year lifespan before it starts to fall apart. And I can guarantee you the first issue you're going to have is a moisture issue. So, but my house in 200 years from now is going to be stronger than it is now, and it manages moisture. It's not, you know, trying to keep it out. So, yeah, we're still working on it. I still have a lot of work to do. It looks pretty in the background, but
did you find it affordable?
Yeah, comparatively speaking, material wise, it's like any other, it's an insulation, right? It's not used structurally. So, you know, financially speaking, as far as materials go, the drawback is the labor. So there are companies that are making hemp blocks. That's really interesting for people because you can build a house very quickly. The way we build is cast on site. So our studs are buried in the middle of the wall. And then I put my formwork on either side with spacers, and I load my hemp in. I tamp it down. I can send you a little video of it, and you go like round and round the house. You move the formwork up as you go. It's very, very labor intensive. So if you're paying somebody else to build your house, you might, in the long run, it might be slightly more expensive to go with hempcrete. But my husband and I built ourselves. So I had a few laborers. I had my kids' friends that came and helped on the hempcrete. I don't know, we'd come up on the weekends with our chainsaws and cut trees down and stuff like that before we started building. And
where'd you get it? Where'd you get the hempcrete?
Yeah, so that's one of my biggest issues, and that's why I've become such an enthusiast of, you know, sustainable building practices. The supply chain sucks. Like, it's terrible. So the first year we built our garage, and I had to get my hemp from France. Came in from France. Yeah. And if you can imagine, the carbon footprint, because it comes across via boat, is less than it would have been had I shipped in from out west or something. But when I was ready to build my house, I was like, there's no way. My hemp has to come at least from Canada. I tried to work with in Ontario. She's a young woman. I so wanted to support a female hemp farmer and buy her from her, but it just logistically we couldn't get it working. But thankfully, I was able to order my hemp hurd from I think it was Rocky Mountain Hemp out west. So at least it's Canadian hemp that's in, you know, in my walls in the house, not from France. And I am working, advocating for the idea of a recycling program, because currently we have over 1,000 licensed producers in Canada, and Health Canada requires them to dispose of their biomass in black plastic garbage bags, which go to the dump.
What?
Well, I can tell you, I understand why it is important to get your supplies from Canada instead of France, of all places, because right now they're jumping up and down and screaming about us returning a statue they gave us 200 years ago. I can see them coming back and taking your house. Oh my God! So no, seriously. So now is the hemp building industry growing there in Canada, or are you like one of 2 houses or one of 5 houses built of hemp?
It's definitely growing. There are 2 hempcrete builders here in Quebec that have been doing it for a while. One of them got his training in France, but he's been building here in Quebec hempcrete buildings for over, I think he's 23 or 24 years. So they're around. There are hempcrete houses around, but you don't really see them. You don't really hear about them. I think it's starting to gain popularity, but in order for that to happen, it needs to be more accessible. And presently, it's like I was supposed to this summer, I got asked to consult, help get 2 other builders started off on their hempcrete homes. So I was going to go in and train them how to do the hempcrete, get them started off, and they just pulled the plugs on their projects because of supply issues. You know, they're having to bring it from across the country, and the shipping is extremely expensive. So,
do you know Andrea Herman?
Oh,
the name sounds familiar. I'm terrible.
Oh,
with
jeepers, you should, because she's a pioneer in the hemp community, the cannabis community. She helped pioneer hemp building industry there in your soon to be state, and she helped to establish a couple of companies as well that pioneered building homes out of hemp.
Is she not in the Midwest? I think she comes into Manitoba, and from what I can remember, like 2015 or so, when she had a show on Time for Hemp, did she not?
Yes, she did. Yes, that's how I learned about it. She's a bright mind, a very caring individual, got a charming personality, a great sense of humor. If you get a chance to interact with her, she's very knowledgeable and it'll probably be a real benefit to your community.
Yeah, I will reach out for sure. Thank you for mentioning her. It's, again, I truly believe that we need to come together in order to improve whatever, whether it's cannabis education or supply chain issues with, hemp materials. Coming together is our best way to overcome those.
And I agree with it. When you do reach out, tell her I said HIGH, bitches. We got to wrap it up now so we don't lose our audience. We want them to tune in every week and know how important it is to take time for him. Let's do a round robin of hello and goodbye.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been an honor to meet you guys, and I will be tuning in for sure.
Tell them your website. Tell them
On
your
my
website.
Education at
Spell it, because you all talk funny up there in Canada. We don't know your language.
EDUCANNATION.info.
Do that again, because we Americans, we have problems with the foreign language. Go ahead.
Education.info. EDUCANNATION.info.
And it has been charming to have you as a guest today. I really enjoyed making a new friend with you. And I hope we get a chance to meet face to face and you come back as a guest sometime soon. I've fallen in love with you and your work, seriously.
Anytime. Thank you so much. I really
absolutely. And Al Graham, why don't you let the whole world know about Pace Radio Network?
Yep. People advocating cannabis education, paceradio.net. As I mentioned earlier, we touch on cannabis as well as psychedelic programming. So check us out. We're on YouTube, Facebook, social medias, right?
And Al Byrne, one more time about that groovy little book that you put out.
Oh, you're on mute.
Al Bird, you're on mute.
That's all right. I'm told the girls just tune in just to look at me anyway. They don't really dig my voice. But yeah, for country and cannabis. Also, another website for veterans out there. You might look up Veterans for Medical Cannabis Access. Sort of explains a little bit about the plight of veterans in the United States with cannabis. Not nearly as healthy as the Canadian brothers and sisters out there. But Shauna, my personal thank you for coming. Very, I love what you're doing. I'm with Casper. I think you got what we would call on the male balls. You're out there, and you're right, and you've proved that by your success. And I've said it before, but if I can help you somehow, I'm down here, you're up there. Who cares about a U.S. citizen right now in Canada? I imagine we're probably not considered real. Really, I don't know. I'm not going to speak for Canada, but
we're going to be fellow citizens, so that's all right.
Yeah, it'll work out. It's always going to work out. I served in my time briefly with Canadian soldiers. I was a sailor. And we got along great, and I can't imagine we wouldn't get along great just tonight or tomorrow as well. It wouldn't matter much. But again, thank you for coming. I hope we can bring you on again. And if we do so, I think we maybe want to concentrate more on the hemp side of this issue. Needs more discussion. You were the first one I've ever met in my life that has a home made out of this. I think there's a lot of people that would have a lot of questions, and maybe we can bring you back and you can talk hemp for us. Bring your husband too. I mean, he's a hempster, right? Huh?
Actually, he isn't. I took care of all the hemp.
Well, leave him home, man. Leave him somewhere.
And everything. I took care of the hemp. Yeah.
Well, we're glad your son is doing well too. That's a great story.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
Thanks again, guys. Anytime I can talk all night. So.
And I want to remind people that education is the key. That is why we do. We have fun, and we got a lot of laughs throughout the show, but we try to get information that is of value to you and your community. That's also why when you go to timeforhemp.news, that's the number 4 hemp.news, we ask that you check out our archives, because we've been doing this for quite a while. We got an archive full of knowledge from a lot of impressive professionals, doctors, lawyers, scientists, researchers, who have focused on the benefits of this plant and have a lot to share. And we've kept their voices alive on our website. Also note that everything on our website is free to download. And so if you find a program that you think is a benefit to your community, or to a politician who's actively working on a bill in your area that might be a benefit of the medical community in cannabis, you can send them that information, and it doesn't cost you anything. We've also got a new addition to the timeforhemp.news website, and that is the illusions of music. They become the permanent songs that you can download, all free, about how wonderful cannabis is. And we ask, if you like them, to share them with your friends. Please hit the like and subscribe button if you don't mind. If you've already subscribed, please hit the like button, because any interaction with our videos helps our algorithms, which means other people can find this information and learn how important it really is to take time for hemp.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look and spend some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yes, it's time for him. Whoa, an acre of hemp makes 20 bales of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil.
Yeah.
Pace Radio Network, content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Nations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your physician.
Here we go.
There we go.
There we go.
Now picture this 5-10 years ago.
Oh, it was solid people, man. It was huge.
Yeah. But
huge.
you know, okay, like I mean, I grew up in Toronto, and we used to go downtown on any given day, and you'd be shoulder to shoulder people like this.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
that
yeah.
doesn't even happen anymore downtown,
Sidewalk
unless
to
there's an event.
sidewalk.
Yep.
Yeah. Sidewalk to sidewalk. But you know, it's not one of those this year, and then we have to start fresh and build again.
Yep.
And you know, it's doing things like this to allowing people to know that, hey, this is still going on, and why we should be getting involved in it.
And we like to air these things so that people like myself who can't do this anymore, you know, get a. I mean, even if you're not there, you're still supporting us, and you're supporting this event, and that helps because it creates a conversation, and maybe next year there'll be double what's here.
Yeah, exactly. As long as I don't forget, throughout the parade, I'll grab some people. I'll ask them why they are marching.
Yes, I think you should.
All right, there you go. So, what do you think?
I think it's excellent. I love, again, you know, I was talking with Timmy earlier. It's always like somebody starts something and everybody responds. And that's the beautiful thing about it is we're all here, and it's these events to give us a chance to kind of find each other. So this is my first march. I've been involved in plenty of events, but my first march. So
really,
you know, yeah, like, so it's really exciting to be part of, like, you know, the movement and has, excuse me, in that sense. And again, any opportunity that we get to kind of unite commercial, legacy, home grower, you know, and just cannabis advocate together as one voice, collectively, we're going to get more done. So, guano.
Exactly.
more people will speak up, our voices are louder.
Yeah, that's it. Like like I think it was Dalai Lama said, if you think you're too small to make a difference, sleep in a tent with a mosquito. So kind of
Not lots of times.
like so if you don't believe, like anybody who's done that can definitely agree how a small thing can make a big difference.
You should let everybody know who you're talking to.
So pardon me.
Should let everybody know who's talking.
Oh, I'm D the Bug Guy. I'm just I'm a Canadian grower. I'm medically licensed. I'm also CanCell certified. So I love exploring the different aspects of the industry, as well as being part of the moving change. We have a good system in the sense that it's better than not having one. Yeah. But there's still work to be done.
That's right. Sure is. So basically, you march for
access, and I march for everybody. I march for those that can't be here today. I march for those that have been incarcerated for this plant, that still feel silenced, that don't have the access. But like I said, otherwise, just we're here to support the plant, and the people that are here are trying to make a difference. A lot of familiar faces and a lot of new faces. So,
oh yeah.
So, like I said, me being one of them with the march, but there's events surrounding it. We come together. It's a round table. Next time is better. Yeah. So it's all about execution. And like I said before, you build it and they come.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. All right. Well, thank you for the words.
Anytime, man. I'll see you throughout the day, bro.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We will. I'm gonna see if I can grab Scott here.
Cool.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Dad, how are you doing these days?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure. The answer is 8. It's always 8.
It's always 8. Not for this question, though. Why do you march?
I march because we still have a message to send around the world. We've legalized it. We've made it work for the best. I think you're a few of us about the old expo days and treating yourself and how far we've come, and yet the world still is trying to catch up, I think.
And back in those days, we were out advocating for cannabis law reform, and we're still asking for cannabis law reform because there's always like you said, it's not perfect. There's always changes that could be made.
Lots of changes that can be made. From the fact that they're talking about decriminalizing hard drugs right now, I think that's a good conversation to be having, and I think it's the right time. Also, I want to say something. I have a very nasty injury I recently suffered, and I have really come to realize this. We should maybe
we should move along.
That some of the damn packaging. Did you get it? Some of the damn packaging in these containers and stuff that we're buying.
Oh, brutal!
I have suffered greatly trying to get into these.
Oh, big time! Oh, I know.
Putting my foot down, I'm tired of it, and I know a lot of people are.
Yeah, like I anything that I've had to open, majority of the time I've had to use scissors in order to get into them.
It's very difficult to do right now. So, and I'm not complaining, not at all. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this is a simple injury in a lot of people's lives to what they've suffered. And if I'm having that much difficulty trying to get into my medicine, I can't imagine what it must be for a lot of people.
Oh yeah, especially so many people go to the stores for medicinal purposes, and I think that's I'm going to say too, because there's been a lot of increase in the older category of people going in, right? So they're having to deal with these packages.
And yes, from seniors to disabled people, even the people that are new to it, they're befuddled by some of these packagings, and I just look at them and just have to roll my eyes and go,
Yeah. Organization. Yeah, correct. Well, we caught up to the parade again there, Al. All right, Scott. Thanks. We'll be talking, man.
I will look forward to it.
That's right. Bye.
How are you?
Can I get you? Can I ask you a question, just so you know? I'm Al. Here's my producer, and we're live on 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. So, my basic question is pretty simple. Why do you march?
I've been doing it for years, and we still need to recognize it globally. So I march.
There you go. Exactly.
I want to travel and be able to smoke weed in other countries.
Exactly. Good answer. Thank you.
Right. So we need lounges. We need lounges where they can host events.
Yes, we do. We're missing so many of them now. It's really sad.
So why do you march, Ashley?
Oh, because this needs to be legal everywhere, and we need to change the face of legality too. We definitely need lounges. We
Exactly.
used to have a lot of them in Toronto. Not
Yeah.
Now there's
Exactly.
like 4.
We'll get there. You know, as I said to people earlier, when cannabis was illegal, we were marching for cannabis law reform, and we're still doing that today.
to this day, 100%. We still need to up all of our legal limits to allow for medical patients to actually get some form of relief.
Why should someone get arrested with 32 grams or a ticket for 32 grams when you can go places and buy substances with greater quantity?
Right?
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
All right. Thanks, Ashley.
No problem. Thank you.
Website.
SofaKingGoodBakery.com.
Okay. Thank you. Do you remember the days when the chant was so loud it would echo off the buildings?
Oh my God, you couldn't see the street.
Oh, yeah, side to side, sidewalk to sidewalk. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I have a simple question for you. I'm asking everybody as we go along here. Why do you march?
I march because just because cannabis is legal here doesn't mean it is in other parts of the world. People are jailed for this everywhere. Yeah. And even with legalization, there's still charged. There's still a legal system that's attached to this. Like
Legalize
you can have 28 grams of
cannabis
cannabis.
everywhere.
It's a little crazy. And there's people suffering around the world, jailed, facing death sentences for cannabis.
A year ago, there was a couple of guys in Singapore that got hung.
That exactly.
I think
so
there's
this is why we
somebody
do
else
this.
waiting to be
Our
hung as
crowd's
well.
a bit smaller than it has been in other years, but the message is still the same, and it will still be the same until cannabis is legalized and is legal and accepted.
Exactly.
Stigma needs to be removed as well, right? So
Exactly.
we're
Exactly.
working on that. I mean, we're 5 years here legalization, and it's still stigma still attached to it.
Exactly.
So it's not going to be a quick fix, but we keep this up and we keep normalizing it.
It's like 90 years of prohibition. That ain't going away.
Exactly. And we think it's just because now we have stores everywhere. It's just going to be, oh, hoity-toity and fun and it's not. People still have that are still, brainwashed. The reefer madness, that generation is still around. So,
Yeah. Exactly.
And their kids. So we just need to change the way cannabis is viewed. And again, not just here globally. This is a global march. This isn't just in Toronto. This is just Toronto's section of this global march.
Yeah. Exactly.
So we just need to, keep fighting the good fight.
Yeah,
There's a big
exactly.
one going on in New York right now too.
Al says there's one going on in New York right now.
I love it. Well, it is global, right, guys?
That's right, global. All right. Oh, we got a poll there. All right, thanks, Amy.
Take a poll. Put some rap music on.
I'll stop and ask Church a question. I'm asking everybody the same question.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Why do you march?
I march to spread awareness and to show my experience along with having a good time and hanging out with some friends.
That's right. Yeah. Awareness is good. Okay. Thank you. Bye.
The Hamilton
Hey,
Police Headquarters.
I've got 11 here, and I've got a question for 11.
Okay, you go ahead and ask.
I asked this question of everybody I've been talking to during the march. Okay. Why do you march?
7.5 inches. Oh, sorry, what?
Why do you march?
I thought it was something else. I thought you were gonna ask me something else. I mean, one, it's just great to see everyone. Let's be honest. Should we keep walking? Let's not lose the herd. So it's definitely a community thing. It's definitely a beautiful energy, but we got to show up, just like with the podcast, as the different manifestations as we are as like consistent cannabis users and community members to show how diverse, like you got to show up for it to kind of like share the colors inside of the community and kind of just like represent. So I think it's rewarding definitely to be part of it, but yeah, like to show up into March, I think you gotta give that respect to the plant by like presenting yourself as part of something that is involved with cannabis. So I feel like it was just representing, but also it's totally selfish. It's 100% selfish because I just get to hang out with a bunch of stoners.
Yeah, you dual purpose, fight for cannabis law reform and hang out with friends.
Yeah, I feel like like we even just shifted the energy to like fun. I mean, it feels protesty because we have a chant, but it's like, me, I prefer to kind of focus on the, on what's working, on what the positive is. So if we can all just constantly live a good example, like by checking ourselves first, and then what people notice of the community is positive. Like, look, everyone's just goofing around, laughing, being creative, colorful bunch. Like, it's about the opportunity to, offer that impact is like what collectively as a group a stoner's supposed to like be. Not that it's period after this group. It's just like here's a bit. Here's like a Toronto vibe. Yeah.
And in this march are some people who've been here since the beginning, and it's good to see that this year's a bigger march than last year. And last year was sort of it wasn't really much promo or anything, and this year is some promo done, and we got more people up.
Just keep moving with it, man. That's it. Let the momentum build.
Do it all again next year. Just try to build again, rebuild.
It's always a fun time, and it gives you the opportunity to probably try some new shit or smoke a joint with someone you ain't never smoked a joint with before.
Somebody maybe you only knew through Facebook.
Well, that's what I said. I was joking about that when I was getting the chance together. I'm like, it's like this is a fucking bunch. Like I see a bunch of faces that I only see online.
Yeah. Well, it's true. It's true. So, all right, 11. Well, let's shout out to where people can find you, man.
Discipline Stoners. Me and my wife, Winnie Clark, have a podcast called Discipline Stoners, and I mean, a bunch of people who are here have been on it and will be on it. And yeah, we just are lucky enough to be documenting this time period in history and going at it through the lens of mindfulness. So that's like what we talk about. And yeah, we do canna covers, all sorts of stuff like that. So you can check us out. Discipline.
Show about the march. And after, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, maybe a song. Yeah.
Damn, didn't someone catch the ball? I think Spliff McKenzie. We just made history. I was just freestyling, and then a homie comes up and starts freestyling next. It was awesome, and like there's always those moments that happen authentically, and that when you exist in the cut,
Yeah, exactly. All righty.
Documenting it.
Oh yes. Been doing it for years. We used to just do it in audio. Now you got the cameras going, so yeah, that's right. Cannabis. There we go. All right. Thanks, 11.
Yeah, buddy. Good chat.
Thank you. Good to see you. I got a question for you, Val. All right. Why do you march?
Because we can.
Yeah, we can. That's right. It's allowed in our country.
We sure can.
There's a lot of countries where you can't.
Absolutely, you bet. And we're so lucky to be here in Canada.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah. 11 getting the chance going there.
Job.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Eh?
Yeah, totally.
All right. Oh, okay. On to my next interview, I guess. Yes. Pop-up question. That's what I'm going around asking everybody. Why do you march?
That's a great question.
Talked to, I don't know, half a dozen, 7 people
Why
so far.
do you march?
Why do I march? I march for cannabis law reform. That's the same reason I marched for when I started this, going to these approximately 20 years ago, and I still do it for today, because even though cannabis is legal, we still need cannabis law reform. People can still get fined or even arrested for quantities of cannabis that are, they're only 30 grams. Some people need more than that. Or you go camping for 2 weeks. You're going to take, some people 30 grams isn't going to be enough. So people risk that. There's the taxes. There's people getting just arrested. There's other stuff as well. If you could deal with those excise taxes, that would help lower the cannabis. Maybe make it so that you don't have to climb a mountain and swim through the ocean in order to get to the regulatory part of it all.
Yeah, agreed.
So, all right, Val. Good talking to you.
Hooray.
Hey, Thomas, how you doing? I got a quick. Yeah, that's right. I got a quick question for you. All right.
Legalization globally, and for me, it's logical legislation here in Canada. We're just doing it badly for the wrong reasons. So for me, I want to stand against that.
Still fighting for cannabis law reform.
Exactly. What a way to say it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was thinking, well, why do I march? And I thought, well, why did I march in the beginning? And it had to do with to change the cannabis laws because cannabis is illegal, right?
This is the second march for me to in the 25. I think I went 20 years ago when I moved way too much weed to be out here openly. I never went again.
Now back then I was marching for cannabis law reform, and today I still march for cannabis law reform because there's things that could be changed. The regulatory end of things, as well as I look at it as, taxes would obviously make it better. If they could adjust that, patients can have tax-free medicine. Why not a location where a patient can actually go into and get their medicine and talk to somebody who's,
Well, I would just take the boot off the neck of the industry. It's stifling innovation. Nobody can move. It's a stranglehold in favor of monopolizing for corporate interests that do not care about the average Canadian, doesn't care about the medical patient, doesn't care about the recreational user. Let's smarten up.
Yeah, exactly. And some countries use us as an example of way to do things, and we're still fighting in order to make change.
Yeah, well, one punch at a time, right?
That's right. Exactly. All right, Thomas. Thank you.
All right, keep marching.
We will. I think the newbie is burning up the tires on the little Nugs cart here.
I don't even know if the baby's still in there.
Oh, really?
It's been a long time since I've
Well,
looked.
you got it tied in there pretty good, though, with the string and all.
It's pretty secure, but ever since he's become mobile, he climbs out every once in a while. So, how big is Toronto? I'm sure we'll find him later.
So I have a question for you. As you said, you're the newbie. Why do you march?
To have the conversation or to encourage having the conversation. I think my biggest thing is I do not like the fact that any conversation is cut down because people are uncomfortable or they only want one side to be told. And I think that the conversation regarding cannabis isn't fully being told or fully allowed to be told. And I think that's both the positives and the negatives. I'm not even advocate that it's the miracle. I don't think anything is the one and all thing, but people have to at least be willing to do the studies on it, have the conversations. What is it actually doing? Where does it help? Who can it help? And allow people to find that personalization that I've really come to understand. Like I used to think that weed equals weed, and now I've become fully aware that it's so personal in terms of how you take it, how much you take it, what you take it for. And if the conversation isn't allowed to be had, then people will constantly be quite possibly utilizing it in the wrong way because they have nobody to really go to find out how they can improve, I guess, their experience with the plant. That makes sense?
Yeah, it sure does. And being you're a newbie, it's good to hear.
Yeah, you know what? And I think if the conversation is allowed to be had, then the stigma breaks. All those other things that people are wanting to have happen. I think it just starts with people being allowed to even discuss it.
Exactly, because before, without legalization, that was that would be an issue with a lot of people. They didn't want to discuss it because it was illegal, and they figured discussing it would be taken negatively by somebody within their family or a friend or.
I don't know. You tell me, Al. You've been in this community for way longer than I've even been in it, for sure. But I think the conversation doesn't want to even be fully had within the community, lest some of the, like, I think everything has positives and negatives, and I think sometimes even the community itself doesn't want the full conversation to be had. It just in case, even MJ and I talk sometimes, and she's worried sometimes that she might find out that maybe she isn't a fully medical user, and that bothers her. Maybe she is more of a recreational user, and not that there should be a stigma attached to that either. But she's preached so long in her own mind that this is why I consume, that she's almost afraid to find out that maybe there are other reasons she consumes, and then that changes the narrative that's been built up in her head.
Okay, yeah.
That's scary for some people.
Well, personally myself, I've been consuming cannabis since I was 13. And when I became a patient when I was 41, it was something that I knew I could use as the benefit wise, and would help me. There was a benefit for me to consume it because it was going to help me with my condition, and because of cannabis, I never got prescribed any opiate drugs other than when I was hospitalized.
Do you
So because I couldn't shut up.
so let me ask you this, just because we're talking conversation, or having the conversation.
Yeah, and we're stuck here.
One of the things that, in regards to opening the conversation, and I'd love to have your opinion on this, is MJ and I talk a lot about the consuming it through the burning consumption, through smoking it, and the health benefits that can come from cannabis, but also, there's also the negative side of, that form of consumption can certainly do damage to lungs. And I think that's the conversation that even people in the community are afraid to have, because everybody just wants to talk about it as if it's this perfect thing. How do you feel about that concept of that form of consumption?
Oh, I've been a toker all the way along, but I push and discuss the non-smoking methods because I don't expect somebody who, let's say, is 75 years of age and is going to start using cannabis medicinally, and who has never smoked anything in their life. I don't think that they should be forced to smoke cannabis, and that was part of the argument before the courts back in 2013, because at that time smoked cannabis was the only way that we were legally allowed to consume it as patients. And so it went battled through the courts, and we had like a 5-year-old lad whose mother was making him cannabis oil. But that at that time was illegal, and she was risking arrest.
Do you I think, okay, so I as you're just talking there, I'm just thinking this out loud.
Sirens blaring.
Right, we better. MJ always makes comments about the fact of, 5 years ago, this whole place would have scattered as soon as they heard the sirens go.
Now,
No.
now they ride by on their bikes and they say hi.
I think one of the things also about why I advocate for having the conversation is because of things like you just described, where somebody now comes into the world of going, okay, there is a more natural way for me to maybe, fight against some drug that maybe the pharmaceuticals have been working with them with, and now they're like, oh, well, maybe cannabis can actually do it for me. But there's very few people, though, that they can actually go to have the conversation to say, hey, guess what? You don't have to smoke it, because the stigma and the perception is like, I thought that was the only way it was ever consumed. Like, the fact that there's so many methods now has blown my mind over the years. But again, it goes back to having that conversation. people still don't know. So now they're thinking, oh man, I could probably use cannabis, but I don't want to smoke it. And they don't even realize that there's an option.
Except they don't.
That only happens when people are willing to sit down and go be we talk about bud tenders being kind of handcuffed, that they're not able to they often are the doorkeeper, and someone comes in and they're interested in trying something, but the bud tenders aren't equipped and empowered and trained enough to really share any information with them. And so where do people go who are like going, like, I think this can help me, but nobody can talk to me about it, and nobody's willing to talk.
Oh, believe me, in those early days, that was big time, big issue. And there's more now than there was 5 years ago, but 10 years ago, it was nasty.
Well, I can tell you this, and I'll end with this because there's lots of other people.
Right, we gotta go.
Yeah. But this conversation that I'm just having with you, if you had told me 10 years ago that I would be at a global marijuana march on a video feed having a conversation about cannabis, I would have been like I would have thought you are nuts and you're high. You got to be high, clearly. So just that's why I'm here, is the fact of, even as a non-consumer, I still believe that these conversations need to be had, and that's what I'm advocating for.
Exactly. All right. Thanks, Timmy. Where can people find you?
Oh, well, you can find us at the Newbie and the Doobie, and we do have a show here. What is it? Wednesday nights, I think.
10 o'clock.
Wednesday nights is 10 o'clock. The Newbie and Doobie podcast, and we're actually working on a bunch of new stuff right now that we'll be looking to release in the next little while. Then, of course, Mary Jane Baker's got her own stuff through Instagram, and I'm at The Real Timmy Boyle. But Newbie and the Doobie, check us out. And we want to break the stigma, have the conversation, bring the fun, and raise the bar.
There you go. Thank you very much. All right. Okay. All right. Well, signing off here. We're live here at the Global Marijuana March at Queen's Park, Toronto, the North. And come on, check us out. We'll be here, well, obviously, till after the 420. If you're close, stop in for a visit. Check out our vendors. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.